Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete full stack ice cream store mobile application using .NET MAUI, and the API we are going to build using ASP.NET Core Minimal API, and this is going to be .NET 8 complete application. Okay, and in this we are going to do a lot of things. We are going to use uh, custom authentication, JWT authentication authorization, custom salted hashed passwords. We are going to have complete login flow in .NET MAUI. We are going to have this storing the JWT token and passing it to all the API requests we are making from our mobile application to our API. Okay, and then we are going to have a lot of things. So this is the app. I'll show you the demo. This is the app. When we open it first time, it will ask us to we can sign in or sign up into the application. And I'm showing this demo on this physical device, and I have built this application in a way that it will work for both. So if we have uh, emulator, if we are testing it on emulator, we can have this. So we have that condition. If it is virtual platform, we will use simply this localhost API and all these stuff. And here we have simply uh, done a lot of thing basically to work our API on this uh, virtual devices using this Android HTTP message handler and URL session handler for iOS. And if we are on physical device, we are using dev tunnel to connect to this. I'm right now on physical device, so I'm going to show you from this only. Now from here, we can go to sign up. We can go back. We can go to sign in. Okay. So let's create a user. So I'm going to go to sign up, and here I will say add my name, Abhay Prince, email abhay@abhay.com. This is just a dummy email. Password 123456, and this is the address. We can have some random address also. I don't have any specific screen for this, so random address, and then we can say sign up. So we can see this nice activity indicator. Now we are on home page, and home page we can see list of ice creams with ice cream image, name, and the price of the ice cream. And I am from India, so for me the default currency is rupees, so it is showing this R sign, this rupees sign. We have navigation drawer as well, app drawer. In shells language in .NET MAUI, we have this flyout section. So in this video, we are going to see how can we design this beautiful customized flyout section. So you can see we have header, we have footer, then we have all these shell navigation items, then we have the sign out, which is a menu item, right? On this main page we don't have the header, and we don't have any indication that if we have that uh, the the three lines here which opens up the flyout, but we can have it. Then it mostly has three tab in the bottom. If you see, we have cart page, here we can see this, and then we have profile page. Okay, so I am the currently logged in user, so Abhay Prince, this is the user, and we have my orders screen where our orders are going to be displayed. Right now there is no order, so no order found. We can go back, we can change password, and for changing password we have this nice little modal pop-up. So we are going to learn a lot in this. And then let me show you one more thing. So if we tap on any of this ice cream, it is going to open up one window, one page as a animated modal. Okay, from here we can select customization of this ice cream. I want this default flavor and whipped cream toppings. Then we can choose the quantity, and then we can add to cart. So ice cream added to cart, and you can see this nice tab bar badge. It shows that we have three items in cart. We just added, right? Let's scroll up. Let's add one of this one. I'm adding one of this. So add to cart. Now we have four items. So in this video we are going to learn how to implement this tab bar badge also. All right, now let's maybe add one more, two, or let's say five items of this one. All right. All right, so now if we go to cart page, here we are going to see all these items. So Strawberry Dream, we have 3 quantity. For Cotton Candy Carnival, we have 1. For Blue Lagoon Bliss, we have 5, and total prices for this are these things. And on this screen, we can clear the entire cart. So it will ask us for confirmation. So this is also we are going to implement. Do you really want to clear all the items? If we press no, nothing is going to happen. And if we press yes, it should clear up all these things. I'll show that later. Then we have this delete icon on individual items as well. I can tap any of this and then it will ask again for confirmation that if you want to remove this particular item from the cart. So let's say if we'll say no, nothing will happen. If we say yes, it will simply remove that item from the cart and we are going to have this nice toast message. All right, after that we can place the order. It is again request is going to API. Then after placing the order, we have this order placed. Now if we place order, we have this alert message that cart is empty. We need to add some items to the cart before placing the order. So we are okay. And from clear cart also, now we don't have any items. So it will simply say empty cart. There are no items in the cart. Now if we go to our profile, we just made one order, right? Now if we go to my orders, here we can see this order. So order ID 6, it had 2 items. The total price was 63.35 and the date and time when this order was made, it was this one. And then we can tap on this order. It will open up order details screen. So order ID 6, then we have all the order items which we added in this order, right? We can go back and here. All right, then we have this change password screen. Here we can provide our old password, new password, and confirm new password. So this also we are going to build. This is a custom Modal pop-up. If we say change password, new password, confirm password do not match, we have proper validation for this. So let's match these passwords. I'll say 123456, then 123456, and if I press change password, 123456. So incorrect password because the current password which I have added, that was not correct. Okay, then let's go back to home again. Let's make one more order. So I'm adding 2 items of this one. And yeah, this flyout section also works the same way. We can go to cart page from here. We can go to profile page and we can go to home page. So everything works fine. Let's add one more item, coconut caramel carnival. And let's add, okay, we added 2 items of this. Yeah, and I want to show you one more thing. What if I close this? I right now have 2 items, right? Let's add one more. So I'll add one from this. So we have these 3 items added in the cart. Okay, now I'm going to close this app. Close it, close it. Now I'm going to open this app again. Okay, so this is a fresh start. And now if we see, we are directly moved to home page because we already logged in. And now if you see, we have 3 badge item. And if you go to this cart page, we have these 2 items added here. So we are using SQLite database also in this particular application. So to store these cart items locally on the device, we are using SQLite database. So that also you are going to learn in this particular video. Okay. Then if you noticed on the top, we have this status bar color, which is matching our color theme. So we have implemented this also. All right, now let me show you this clear cart functionality. If I'll say clear cart and if I press yes, it is going to clear the complete cart and we are going to have this cart cleared toast message. All right, so I guess that's pretty much it, the complete app. In this video, as I already mentioned, we are going to have, let me show you sign out as well. We can sign out from here and now we are here. If we press back, we will be out of the app. So we are implementing complete login authentication flow in this app. Okay, so let's sign in this time. What was it? abhay@abhay.com, right? And 12345 6, let's say incorrect password. So if I'll sign in using this, I'm going to get this error that password is incorrect. If I'm going to add the correct password, now we are going to have it will allow us to insert to go into the app. so that complete login authentication flow is working. Alright, so as I mentioned, complete authentication flow using JWT token with our entity framework core and SQL server and JWT token on the API side. Then we are going to connect our mobile application, our MAUI application to the API using Refit HTTP client. Then we have this nice left flyout. So we are going to customize this flyout section. You see all these items, header, footer, and icons, color scheme, everything is customized. Okay. After that, we are going to have this tab bar badge functionality. So tab bar badge, we are going to implement this. This is also platform specific thing. Then we are going to use SQLite in this to store these cart items locally. Then we are going to have those toast messages. We just saw, right? Custom alerts and toast messages. Then we are going to have that custom Modal pop-up using this change password. You can see this. So all these things we are going to learn in this particular video. Okay. So we'll build it from scratch. We'll build it till end. All right. So, and one more thing, yeah, as I already mentioned in this video, we are going to implement both the approaches. If you want to run it on local device, physical device, then we are going to use this dev tunnel feature, or you could host the API somewhere if you don't have dev tunnel, if you don't want to implement dev tunnel, and if you want to test it on emulator and simulator, that also we have completely implemented. All right. So in this video, I started it. I thought that it will be a simple, easy, small video, but it looks small, but it has a lot of features, right? A lot of features we are using in this. So I have already so many videos on these things, separate videos. For example, I have one video how to customize this left section. I have one video how to implement, how to integrate SQLite database. I have one video how to implement tab bar badge, right? All these things, but in this video we have combined everything and we made this beautiful application. Okay. All right, so now we'll just start building it from scratch, and please comment if you are excited about this app, about building this app, because I am very excited. All right, so and before continuing, please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. Okay. All right, so let's start building this app. All right, so let's create the project. So I am in here in Visual Studio 2022. I'm going to select .NET MAUI app. Let's create it. So let's name it Icecream MAUI. Next, .NET 8. Let's create it. All right, it's here. Project is created. Now we'll create two more projects. So this is for main mobile application. Then we'll create one more for our web API. So let's copy this name, right click and add new project. This is going to be ASP.NET Core Web API. Next, I name it Icecream MAUI.API. Next, configure for HTTPS yes, authentication no, I don't need inbuilt authentication. We are going to use our custom JWT authentication. Enable Docker no, enable OpenAPI support yes. Next, so our API is also API project is ready. Now we will need couple of DTO classes, data transfer classes. These are going to be models which will be shared between these two projects. So for that, we will simply create a new project and we'll have all those types, all those models, DTOs in that separate project. So this is going to be a class library. Let's name it Icecream MAUI.shared. Next, and create. And now our projects are ready. Now next thing what I'm going to do, I'm going to make add the dependencies. What I mean, this shared project, this is going to be referenced by both of these projects. So in MAUI, let's add dependency, add project reference, and we need Icecream MAUI.shared. Same thing we'll do with API. Okay, so add in Icecream MAUI.api dependencies, add project reference, add Icecream MAUI shared, and now we are good. Dependencies are ready. Now let's zoom the code editor, and now we are good. So this is the basic project structure we are going to have. We have our MAUI, Icecream MAUI, which is .NET MAUI project. Then we have this API, which is ASP.NET Core Web API project. Then we have the shared, which is a class library project, which will have all the DTO models, which are going to be used by these two projects. Okay. Now let's start adding files to our MAUI project. So in here, first let's create folders which we are going to need. So first thing, we will have components which will have shared components, shared content views. Then let's create one more folder for pages, which will be the actual main screens of our mobile MAUI app. Then we are going to have a models folder where we are going to have all our models. Then we are going to have one data folder in it, which will be for SQLite database and SQLite database entities, of course, which we are going to use in this. All right. And then we will have one more for our view models. View models. All right. Now let's add pages in our pages folder. So we know what all pages we need. So first thing, we'll say new item, show all template. It is going to be .NET MAUI content page with XAML. Okay. So first thing is that initial screen we saw, let's call it onboarding screen. So onboarding page, onboarding page, edit. Now after onboarding, we will have two sign in and sign up pages. So same new item .NET MAUI content page XAML. So sign in page, sign in page, then sign up page, new item, sign up page. All right. After that, we are going to have our home page. Home page. Then after home page, we are going to have our cart page. Cart page. Then we are going to have our profile page. Profile page. And after profile page, we are going to have my orders page. My orders page. And after my orders page, we are going to have order details page. Order details page. And yeah, one more page we need detail page. That is going to be that ice cream detail page, right? So new item. What I did, delete this. Pages, new item, .NET MAUI, yes. And this is going to be details page. All right, these are all the pages we are going to have in our application, in our .NET MAUI mobile application. All right. Now we are going to have all the icons, images we are going to need in our mobile application, in this MAUI application. So for this, I have used box icon. So you can search for boxicons.com. You can go to this website. You can check all these icons. For example, I need home icon. So I can select home. Then I am going to see a couple of home icons. I can tap on any one. It will show these small details here, and we can download PNG format from here. or SVG format, whatever format you want. You can download this from here. Okay, for example, let's download SVG. It will be downloaded, and then we can directly use this in our MAUI application. Okay, so I have downloaded all these icons. I'm going to paste these in resources and images folder. This is the default directory for all our icons and images in our .NET MAUI application. So I have all these. So one thing you need to do, just we cannot have any special characters, numbers, or uh, capital uppercase characters. So you just need to rename all those icons if there are any special characters. So it supports just underscore and all lowercase characters. So I have all these logos, all these icons, card, cross, which is this cross icon. This is default image. Then we have home, logout, minus, plus, all these icons. But I have this icecream.png image as well. So this image I got it from flat icons. So for that you can search for flat icon, and here you can search for ice cream, and you will get a lot of icons. You can fine tune, you can search the image as per your requirement, whatever image you want. Okay, and you can follow the same approach. You can directly download that image from here, png, copy png, or just download it. Okay, all right, so I have this ready. So these are all icons and images we are going to use. And apart from this, I don't think we need any other resource from outside. All right. So now let's set up our shell. What I mean is, let's set up tabs. So for that, we'll go to app shell, appshell.xaml. So this main page, now we are not going to use this main page. We can maybe remove it, or maybe we can have some additional logic later. But for now, let's comment this out. Now all the pages are in pages folder, right? So we need to access pages from this pages folder. So for that, what we'll do, we will add a new namespace here, XMLNS. Let's call it pages, and it will be icecream.maui.pages, this namespace. All right. Now, first thing, the first page we are going to have, that will be this shell content, and we will have our content template as data template, and this is going to be our onboarding page. Okay, so this is going to be outside of everything. After this, we will have our tab bar. Now inside this tab bar, we are going to have our all our pages, main pages which we are having in tab bar. Those are those three pages: home page, cart page, and profile page. Okay, so let's paste this. So title will be home, data template, it will be our home page, route, let's have the same as the page name. Then we will have icon as well here. So icon is going to be home. So this is the same image I have added. So if you go to resources, images, here we can see home.png. So this is that home. All right, now let's copy this shell content. Okay, I have copied it two more times. Now I have three. Now second one is going to be cart, which will be for cart page. The route, we are following this uh, standard that all the routes names are going to be same as page name. Okay, so for this icon we will use this cart icon, which is this one. Okay, the shopping cart. All right, now the third one, this is going to be profile and profile page, and route is going to be profile page only, and the icon is going to be user. Save it and everything is fine. We have our tab bar ready. Now by default, the way we have designed this, if you see the first page, we have onboarding page. After that we have this tab bar. So what this is going to do, we will be seeing this onboarding page and we will not be seeing this tab bar. We need to make it visible. So we will use some code, we will make some code change, but for now let's first start it and let's see how this looks, and then we'll start tweaking this design. Okay, so let me start it. I'll run it on my physical device only. The design looks clean on physical device, so it's coming, and boom, we have this. There's nothing, just onboarding page, no tabs, nothing, right? Which is expected. We know that because we have defined this outside of tab bar. So first thing, it will come, it will check app shell, it will simply render the shell content onboarding page. After that we have tab bar, so we need to move to this tab bar somehow. That we'll do after some time, but for now let's do this. I'm commenting the shell content out. Okay, now if you see, we have this home page, we have cart, we have profile. You see, now we have our tab bar, and on clicking on these home, cart, profile, pages are also changing because we can see this text, right? Currently home is selected, now cart is selected, and now profile is selected. So we have tab bars, and then we have this onboarding page as well. Okay, now on this onboarding page, we need to design this and we need to make some way so that we can move from this onboarding page to our this tab bar section, right? But before that, let's design our flyout as well, this navigation drawer which comes from left. So right now if you see, there is no that there is no drawer. The flyout is not there. The reason is this default, if you check this line number 9, it says shell.flyout behavior disabled. Okay, we can set it flyout. So these, it has these three modes. Flyout is the one we are looking for, so there will be flyout menu, we can open it or close it. Then disabled is there is no flyout menu, and then logged is there is flyout menu which is by default opened, so it is opened always. Okay, but that is not what we want. We want flyout. That means we can open it on demand. So by default, this maybe .NET 8 template, they have changed the color scheme. So by default that does not show up, but we can at least see that okay, this is working, right? We can open this flyout menu. Now we will design this flyout section. So there will be, we are going to customize this. We are not going to use the default whatever this default template default shell provides us. So for this I have created a dedicated video how to customize this flyout section, adding flyout header, flyout footer, and flyout menu items, all those things. I have a dedicated detailed video. I have created that maybe, I don't know, last year, last to last year, I don't remember actually. Not last to last year, it's been only 1 year, no, more than 1 year. Okay, so I'm going to link that video in maybe I button and description. So I would recommend you to check out that video so that you knows that how this flyout works and how can we customize it. In this video series we will uh, do it quickly. Okay, I'm not going to go into that much detail. All right, save everything. Now let's again do this. I'm going to uncomment this onboarding page. Okay, now we see I saved it, right? Let's rerun. I want to show you something, so let's rerun it. Okay, so now you can see onboarding page, but on this onboarding page we have this navigation drawer, right? App drawer, flyout. We do not want this thing on this onboarding page, right? Because the way we are designing this app, it totally depends on your requirement. But the way we are designing this app, user needs to be authenticated in order to use this app. Okay, that means user must log in, or if user account does not exist, user needs to register first and then log in order to use the app. So there is no point of having this flyout on this onboarding page, because this page is going to have just two buttons, sign in and sign up, nothing more. So we need to disable this flyout only for this page, but we will have this enabled for all other pages, right? So for that, what we can do, in here we have this content template. After this, what we can do, if we go to shell dot, it has this bunch of properties we can see. So on this we can say flyout behavior and we can disable it. If we do it on this line number 9, this is the app level, so it will be disabled for complete entire app. But now we are doing this only for this shell content. That means this is disabled, this flyout is disabled only for onboarding page. That is what we need, right? So if I open it, by the way, I'm using Visor for this to display this device. So now I'm just trying to open that flyout, but I am not able to open that because we have disabled this. All right, cool. Now on this page we have this onboarding page as well. Maybe all right. Let's leave it like this only. Now what we'll do on this onboarding page, let's go to this onboarding page, pages, onboarding page. Here let's add one button, text, let's say go to app, and here I'll say click. We are going to use MVVM in this, but this is just for starting up so that we can I can show you the how can we go from this page to the into the app so that we can see all the tabs and all that stuff. So let's do this. Fail to create event handler, but it actually created. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async. Here we'll say name of home page. So this is going to be the route, and because we have defined the routes in our app shell page same as the page name, so it gives us this facility that we can do it like this. All right, so button clicked, we have this thing. Let's save everything, and on this page, where is it? Onboarding. This is onboarding only. So on this, let's move it to vertical options at center, horizontal options at center, and on this, let's say I don't 25 for now. We are going to change it. I'm just trying to do this so that we can at least see something, right? Now we have this go to app. Here there is no flyout. Now if I click on go to app, is something happening here? Okay, maybe we have added it. So let's stop and rerun it. I'm rerunning the app. Okay, it's coming. Here there is no flyout. If I tap on go to app, we have some issue. Relative routing for shell. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, relative routing is not going to work, and there is no point of relative routing. So how this works, if we directly add this, the way this routing works, it actually stacks the pages, right? So what it is going to do, it is going to kind of stack up this home page on this current page. But that is not how we have set up our home page, because this is the main shell page, main shell route. So these pages are going to be main pages. When we say main pages, there is these are not the internal pages, the internal stacked pages, so that we can press back, right? So for this, what we need to do, we need to use this double slash, and then we can have this thing, right? By the way, if you need a dedicated video on shell navigation, do let me know in the comment. I can plan a dedicated video. So there is so much in shell navigation. We have main pages, we have internal stacked pages, we have modal pages, we have animation in pages, and then we have passing data from one page to another. So there are so many things related to shell navigation. So if you want a dedicated video, do let me know in the comment. I can definitely plan a video in detail. All right, now let's run it again. Yeah, so for me, sometimes it shows this, there is error and it is saying files dot underscore underscore override. So this error deploying this file, and if I try it again, it works. So I don't know if this is related to .NET 8 or related to my device or whatever it is. I have no idea. If you guys know something about it, do let me know in the comment. But for me, sometimes it shows that error, and if I rerun it, it works fine. All right. Now again, let's try to go to app, and now we have this tab, right? Our tab section. So we have tabs, we can tap around these tabs, and we can open our flyout menu, right? It is looking great. Not the UI wise, but UX wise. So functionality is working, right? Now if I press back from here, it will directly go out of that this complete entire app. That is how this main pages work actually. If we would have it as stacked page, so we had to do two things. First, we don't need these two things, but it is not going to work here because home page, this is a shell route. So in that page, we need to register this in app shell. We are going to register other pages. For example, this my order page, sign in, sign up page, order details page. We are going to register all those pages later, but this is how the main thing is. All right. So looks like we are at least heading somewhere. Now, first thing, let's do this. First, let me check how can we have it. Is always on top. Setting this settings, show notification, always on top. All right, save. Okay, yeah, this is what we need. All right, now what I want to do, first thing, I want to change this, the default shell color, background color, this mostly this navigation color we could say. So for this, what we'll do, we will go and modify the default color scheme or maybe shell styles. So for that, we can go to resources, styles, and styles.xaml. Okay, here from here all the default styles are deriving. Here we can search for shell. It is shell. So here if we see, we have shell.background color, app theme binding light. So by default this is light theme, so it is using white color, right? So instead of white, what we are going to use in our app, the main color we are going to use, that is deep pink color. So that is deep pink. We don't need to do this as shell that static resource because this color directly exists. So we can have it like this. Okay, so this is deep pink, which is this color. Now we can see this, right? So this we can say and we are good now. We can move around. All right. Now next thing what we'll do on home page, we do not want this. If you remember the demo I showed you, in that we were not having this nav bar on home page, but we had this on cart page and profile page, but not on home page, right? So for home page we need to remove this. So for that we have two approaches. One approach, two places. Either we can go to app shell, okay, and we are on home page. Here we can say shell dot nav bar is visible, and we can set it false, and it is gone, right? It will be on cart and profile page, but it's gone on home page. We can still open flyout menu that comes when we swipe from the left edge of the screen. So it comes, right? And the second place, this thing we can do, if you're not willing to do this here, we can simply remove it from here and we can go to this home page directly. So this is in our pages folder, home page, and on home page we can define the same thing, shell dot navbar is visible, and we can make it false. So this is same. Okay. All right. Now on this cart and profile page, let's change the text as well. This, it shows cart page, so let's change this to maybe my cart page. We'll go to cart page, it has this title, so here we'll say my, yeah, my cart, and then we can go to our profile page, and here we could say my profile. If you go to profile, it would say my profile. Okay, now one more thing. So on this deep pink color, this uh, the text of this, the color of this text, my profile, it is in black, which is I think default. So let's change this as well. So for this also we'll go to our style, where it is. So let's go to resources, styles.xaml, and here again let's search for the shell. In shell we are going to have the shell.title color. Okay, for this we'll see, for light we have static resource black. Okay, so we can change this to white, save it, and we can see this white on profile, on cart, and it looks fine, right? Cool. So I think we are good with these tabs, this navigation and all this. Now let's do one more thing on that. First let's save all the pages. All right, now what I'll do, first thing, let's go to onboarding page, and on this onboarding page let's create two more buttons. First button, I'll say, let's say sign in. Second button, I'll say sign up. Okay, and then we'll add new event handlers on this. So first we'll add on this, so this is sign in, and then this one we'll add one more, let's say sign up. Let's go to the code behind, and here let's rename this button clicked one and all these two, sign in clicked, or maybe like this, and here we'll say sign up underscore clicked. Okay, and from here we need to navigate to sign in and sign up pages. So here I'll say await, it needs to be async. So await shell.current.go to async. Now we will have direct calls without double slash, because sign in and sign up pages, those are not direct shell pages. Those does not have direct shell routes. So here we'll say sign in page, and let's copy this thing, paste it here, make it async and change it to sign up page. All right. Now let's copy this, go to onboarding XAML and let's rename this. So this is sign in, so sign in underscore clicked, and this is sign up underscore clicked. All right. If we save everything, it will throw error. The error we are going to get is we are navigating to this sign in page and sign up page. This is routing, but we have not defined these routes, right? So we need to define these routes. For this page, for example, this home page, we had app shell. So here we had that route. So whatever page we define here directly, those routes are automatically gets created for us. But that is not same if we do not have that page direct here. So for example, in this case, we don't have sign in and sign up pages here. That means those routes are not registered automatically. We need to register them manually. Okay, so let's register these pages. So in order to register those pages, we can register those anywhere we want, but in most of the cases we register those in app shell. Code behind basically here. So here what we'll do, I'm going to create a separate method here. So I'll say private void, let's say register routes. We can register these directly here also. So how we can register these? We have this routing static class. So routing dot, we can simply register route. Okay. And in this, first we need to provide route. Okay. Then second thing, we can provide our type, which is page type. Okay. So this is going to be our page type, something like this, right? For example, if we want to register sign in page, what we'll do? We can say sign in, and here we can define our type of sign in page like this. So sign in page is registered like this. But as I told you already that I prefer this convention and this is good. So instead of that sign in hard coded, we'll do this. So now route name is this name of sign in page, and the type, that means uh, whenever we are trying to navigate to this route, it will simply throw us this page, right? It will navigate to this page. All right. Now after this, we need one more page, that is sign up page. So we can directly say this sign up page. Okay. Now we can register here, but I am having this separate method. So from this app shell, I'll simply call this. So all the route registration is inside this method only. All right. Now we will have other pages as well. For example, we are going to have our my orders page, then we'll have order detail page, then we'll have our details page. So all those pages might have so many pages. So instead of doing this way, that adding all these pages like this, what I usually do, I simply create a private static type array. Okay, array of type this type. Okay, and here I simply say, or let's make it read only. So private read only static type array, and here I'll say simply routable page type, something like this. And then simply this array convention collection expression, and then I'm going to define all our types. So here we'll simply say type of sign in page, type of sign up page, and so on. And now inside this register route, what I will do, I will simply say for each. Okay, here I'll say page type in this routable page types. Okay, and then I'm going to simply say routing dot register route. First one is name. So this we can say page type dot name. And the second is going to be type, which is actually the page type. So now we can simply remove these two things. Okay. So let me have it in here for reference if you want, like this. Okay. All right. Now we have this, what it is saying. No, this we can mark this as static, so that also makes sense. No problem. All right. So this method is just this. Now, whenever we need another route, we just need to add that type of in here. For example, we need my orders. What we'll do, we'll simply say like this, and we'll set my orders page, and we are good. Route is registered, everything is fine. Same thing, we need to add one more, so we'll simply add one more. For example, order details page, and we are good. It will automatically register all the pages. All right. So let's register all the pages beforehand. So details page also we need. So details page, we have details page, my orders, order detail, and sign in, sign up, right? So five pages. 1 2 3 4 5. All right. If you have other pages, if you are maybe taking this application as a reference point or maybe as a base point and you are adding more pages, you can directly add those types to this array and your route will be registered. Now let's save everything and let's rerun the app. Now we should be able to go to sign in and sign up pages from onboarding page. Let's run it. App is coming. Okay, so we have sign in, sign up, go to app. If I press sign in, you see it opened this page, and now this is what I call stacked pages. So we have this left arrow on the top, right? So this page is not a main page. I can tap on this left page, or if I press the main back button on the device, this button, it will also lead to go back to this onboarding page. Okay. All right. Now let's try sign up also. But you see, we have one problem. On sign up page, we have this flyout, which we do not want, right? We can go back, and if you go to app, here we have sign up, and now we can't go back. If I press the back button, it will directly uh, leave us lead us to the out of the app. It will simply exit the app. Okay, so let's fix this thing also, that on sign in and sign up page we don't want the flyout behavior. Okay, now for onboarding page we have done that on app shell. Let me minimize this. We have done that on this shell content. So here we have defined this shell.flyout behavior disabled, but those sign in and sign up pages are not here, right? So for this we can directly go to those pages and we can define those here. Shell.flyout behavior disabled. Same thing we'll do on this sign up page, shell.flyout behavior disabled. Let's fix these titles as well. So this should be sign up, this should be sign in. Cool. Save everything. Let's check. In order to check, we need to restart the app. Again, same error. We can simply say no and rerun. It will open the app. All right. Okay, no flyout. No flyout. Go back and go to app and we have flyout. All right. Next thing, we'll design our flyout section, this section. All right. All right. So for designing our flyout section, I simply closed all the open tabs on in this Visual Studio, and I'm just running this app, and I have app shell.xaml because here is where our flyout is. Okay, I just run the app so that we can see the design in real time, and now we have this flyout. Now, in order to customize this is a part of customization only. We are going to have custom a header, footer, all the flyout items, all these things. So as I already mentioned, I have a dedicated video for this. I'm going to add that video in this I button and description. So please do check that video out, which has how can we customize the complete flyout section. Okay. So in this, what we'll do, let's collapse everything and let's move to the very end. Here we are going to define our item template, shell.item template. So this item template, this is basically for all the items. For now, all our tabs. Okay. So here, what we'll do, we are going to use our data template. And now this .NET MAUI, this app shell gives us one collection or maybe one type in this item template, and the type we can directly say use binding. It gives us title and flyout icon. These two are the name. What I mean is, if I say label, I'll say text. Here I can use binding, and here I will have one title, and let's set the text color as R color, which is deep pink. If I do this, I should see something here. I'm not seeing anything. Why so? Let's restart. Okay, it's coming. Let's see if we can see this. Go to app, and we cannot see that text color. Everything looks fine. And we cannot see why we cannot see. Okay. Okay, so on tab bar, we will set a flyout display option as multiple items. And now we can see this. Okay. By multiple item means all these tab bars, these are going to be displayed as a group. If we have set, we have one more option that is as single item. So which considers all those items as single item, which is not going to work in our case. So let's use as multiple items only. All right, now we can see that this is here. We can have image as well, as I already said that let's use a grid here, or maybe for now let's use vertical stack layout. We are going to change it. So after label, we can also have image with source, and this is going to be binding flyout icon. So these two things, this flyout icon and this title, this it gives us the app shell. It automatically gives us these two things. Okay. So on this, let's maybe define height request at maybe I don't know. I'm just checking it. So height request and width request also 50. Is not coming. Let's try to restart. If it is also not coming in that case, then we need to simply change the tint color of this image. That also I'm going to show you how can we do that. App is here, go to app, and we can see this. All right, so this is not ideal design. I just want to check if we are getting flyout icon and title, right? All right, let's now start designing it. So what we'll do inside this data template, we'll use grid. Okay, and in this grid, we are going to have, let's say, column definitions. We are going to have two columns, and first column is going to be, let's say, for image, then second column star. So for text, whatever space is remaining, we are going to use that space for the second column, which is going to have our title. Okay, now inside this we will have image as first item. So let's cut this image, add it here. On this image, I'm going to use grid dot column 0, which is default actually. but still. Then height request and width request. Let's use 24 because that is the size we have downloaded these images from box icon. These are icons, right? Then width also, let's say 24. Source flyout icon, which we know. Then now it looks like this is fine. Now we'll have our label, which is this label. So let's move it here. Remove this vertical stack layout. Now we don't need this. So label, we'll have grade.column 1 with text this, text color deep pink, and let's say font size as maybe 16. All right. So save it and let's restart so that we can see these changes. Okay, it's coming. Go to app and we can see this home, card, profile, you see. Now next thing what we'll do on this grid, let's have some padding. I'll say padding of let's say 10. All right. After that, let's have some column spacing, maybe 10. Yeah, 10 is fine, or maybe 15. Okay, cool. Now if you remember the demo, I had that underline kind of thing. So for that, what I am going to do, I'm going to use a box view for that. Okay, so how I will use that? And I had right arrow as well, right? So for that, in column definition, let's add one more column with auto. Okay, and then after this label, I will use one more image with grade.column 2. Okay, and the source we are going to have our right arrow, which is one icon we got from box icon, which we already have in our resources images folder. So source right arrow and width request 24. And we can see these. So this first section, this is for onboarding. These are for this onboarding is also here as a part of flyout, but we don't need that flyout. We will fix that. But right now it looks fine. We will change the color of these icons. We'll do it later, but for now, after this, let's have that underline kind of thing. So for that, what I'll do after column definition, I'm going to have row definition as well. I will have 2 rows. Okay, let's have auto and auto. Whatever space the text or the content needs, we'll use that only. Now all these things, image, label, image, all these are going to use the first row, that means grid.row0. So let's add that explicit. If you are following me, I use grid.row column explicitly, although by default it is 0, but still I like to have it explicit. All right. Now after this, we are going to have one box view. So for this, I'll have box view, and on this box view, first thing I'll say grid.row1, that will going to be a second row, and then this is going to take all the 3 columns. So for this we can have grid.column_span 3. So take all the spacing. Then on box view we can set height, which is 1 unit. In the color we are going to have pink, which is kind of no, the pink is pink, and we can have this. It looks fine now. Now we need some spacing between these two as well. So this spacing we can achieve this using row spacing property on grid. Okay, so row spacing, let's say 5, and it looks fine now. All right, it looks cool. I'll save it. Everything is fine now. Now first thing, this first section, I'm saying that this is onboarding. So let's remove that onboarding. So by default, whatever shell content we have in our app shell, all those are going to be shown inside this flyout section, right? So first shell content we have onboarding page, then all these shell contents, home, cart, profile. So we don't need this onboarding, we need to remove this from this flyout. So we can do shell dot flyout item is visible. There is this property, if we set it false, it will simply remove that onboarding from here. So now we are good. Now it will behave same. If I tap on cart, it will go to cart. If I tap on profile, it will go to profile. So these sections are working same as our tabs, right? So everything looks fine now. Now we will design our header and footer for this flyout. Right now we have just designed our items, flyout items. Now we'll define our header and footer. So let's do that. So for that, first thing we'll set our flyout header, shell.item template. After this, I am going to use shell.flyout header, flyout header. Okay. Now in this flyout header, I'm going to have one border. Okay, with maybe a background color of the color we are using, which is deep pink, and let's say padding of 10. And inside this border, I am going to have a vertical stack layout with horizontal options at center. And inside this, I am going to have an image with source ice cream, which I already added in our resources images folder. And on this, let's set one height request and width request of 150 units. So height request 150, width request 150. And then horizontal options, let's move it to center. If we do this, we can see this. You see, we have this section now. Now, if you see closely, we have this kind of smaller white stroke on all the sides of this section, right? So for this, what we'll do, on this border, we will simply set stroke thickness to 0. So it will remove that, and it got removed. All right. Now after this image, let's add one label where we'll add our application name. Okay. Where we'll say label text, let's say MAUI ice cream. Let's see how it looks. It is looking like this. Now let's move it to the center. So horizontal options as center. Then let's increase the font size. Let's make it 18. And let's change the text color to white. All right. Now let's make it all uppercase. So we have two approach. Either we can add everything as uppercase, or we can use text transform property on label. Here also we can say uppercase, so it will set everything to uppercase. Okay. Let's make it bold. Font attributes as bold. Cool. All right. Now let's add some spacing between these two. So on this vertical stack layout, I'll say spacing. Let's say maybe 10. Cool. Save everything and we are good. Our header is ready. Our menu items are ready. Now let's add the footer. Okay. So we collapse this shell.flyout header. Now I'll use shell.flyout footer. Okay. So using the shell flyout footer, we can set footer. So for this, also we will follow the similar approach. We'll have our border with background color, the same color, deep pink. and stroke thickness as 0 and padding as 10. Not pages. What is this pages? Padding equals 10. And inside this, I am going to have one label. Okay. With the text, let's say developed by Abhay prints like this. And we can see this thing. I don't know if you can see it. Let me move it to the top, and now you should see this. All right. Now what we'll do, let's say text color as white. Okay. Horizontal options at center. All right. And font size, let's say 15. And font attributes as bold. Cool. Looks fine. It is looking great. All right. So it is coming pretty good, right? If you're still following, do let me know in the comment. It is coming pretty good, right? I love this design. All right. Now we can also have some maybe some click handler on this tab gesture. So what I'll do here, I will do this on this label. I am going to, or maybe on this border only. I am going to have border dot gesture recognizer. Here I'll say tab gesture recognizer, and here we can use tabbed command. Okay, let's rename this. We'll say flyout footer tabbed. Flyout footer tabbed. And I'll change this to flyout footer tabbed. And here we can simply say await. I'm going to use launcher dot open async, and we can add any URL here. So what I am going to do, I'm going to add my YouTube channel's URL. So https www.youtube.com/@Abhay Okay, save everything. Now let me show you one more thing, or maybe okay, we'll do that later. For now, let's rerun this. We made some code behind changes, so it's better to rerun so that everything works. Same error, rerun, and this is coming. Web. We have flyout. Now if I tap on this developed by Abhay Prince, it is going to open YouTube. Okay. So that means this thing is also working. The tab gesture recognizer is working. I think we are good here, right? So all these are flyout items. Now we need to add one more thing, that logout, if you remember that sign out. So that was menu item. So in this flyout section, we have two things. One is flyout item, one is menu item. So flyout item is basically, we could say that is directly belong to one page. So all these are flyout items. So I can tap on it and it will open one page. But sometimes we can have maybe some item which will be here but which does not directly belong to some page. We need to perform some action on click on that flyout item. So for those items we call those menu items. Okay, so for that what we can do, in this app shell, after this maybe tab bar, we'll say menu item. Okay, on this menu item I'm going to add this text sign out. If I do this, you should see this sign out. It is here. Okay. Now after this sign out, let's add some First, for this icon, we can have icon image source. For this, I already have one logout image, which is this one. Okay. Now, the same way we can design our shell.item template, flyout header, flyout footer. Same way we can design our menu item. Okay. So for that, what we have, the same way we have shell.item template, we have shell.menu item template. Okay. Same, we can have a data template. Okay. And then we can have similar thing, which is the, let's do this. Let's use the same thing we have in this, but with slight change, and that change is going to be this flyout icon and title. So instead of this flyout icon and title, for menu items we have text and icon. Okay, and it is not coming up. Let's rerun. Okay, go to app and sign out. Similar thing, right? Now on this sign out, two things. We don't need this right arrow. The reason is this is an direct action. This is not some page. We are tapping on it and it is opening some page. That is not the case. So we can remove this thing. So in this menu item template, we don't need the third column. That means we can remove this last image. And then for this, we don't need, or maybe we can have box view if we want. Or there's no need of this box view, that this arrow. So let's remove this box view. And let's remove this row definition because there is only one row in this case, and which is this one. So now we are good. Okay, so we have this sign out, home, card, profile, sign out, and yeah, this line before sign out and after profile, I tried but I could not find something so that I can maybe remove this line or something like that. I didn't spend much time on it. If you guys know about it, do let me know in the comment. How can we remove this thing, this line before sign out and after profile? We have this line, right, which is separating the flyout items and menu item, this separator. All right, so looks like everything is fine. Now when we tap on this sign out, on this, where is our menu item? So this menu item, it gives us one event which is clicked, right? We can do this. So this is menu item clicked. Let's rename this. We'll say, let's say sign out menu item clicked. Let's rename this. And for now, we'll simply display some alert here. So I'll say await shell.current.display alert. And let's say alert. And here I'll say sign out menu item clicked. Okay. Okay. So save everything. Save everything. We are good. And then let's restart. All right. Go to app. Start this thing and sign out. So sign out menu item click. That means this click is working and all these pages and all these menu items are also working. Tabs are also working, right? And header, footer, everything is working. If we tap on footer, it opens YouTube. That means this linking is also working. So everything works fine. All right. So this is the way we can design our flyout section. I've designed it. All right. Now let's see what next we can do. All right. Now these icons, these are in black color, right? Which is not matching our color theme. And this top section, right? This status bar, this is of blue color. right? But we want to change it as per our color, which is this deep pink color. So for both of these, changing the icons color, changing the status bar color, we are going to use community toolkit MAUI package. Okay, so for this, I'm going to stop it. On this MAUI project, manage NuGet packages. I'm going to go browse, and here I'll say community toolkit MAUI. We are going to add community toolkit MVVM later in this series when we'll start working on our view models. But right now, I'm just going to install community toolkit.maui. So let's install it, apply, accept. Okay, and it says that we need to add this use MAUI community toolkit. So we need to use this use MAUI community toolkit. We can see this in our MAUI program as well. It will show error, you see, and we can see that it needs use MAUI community toolkit to be added here. So I'm going to add it. Dot use MAUI community toolkit using this community toolkit.maui. So if I save it, everything is same. There is no error, nothing. Now what we can do, first let me run the app, and then we'll change our status bar color and the color of our icons. Okay. Okay, go to app, open this, or maybe first let's change this status bar color on. So for this status bar color, we need this for entire app. So app share is the best place to do this. So we need to use community toolkit.maui. So for that, we need to add our namespace. XMLNS, let's say toolkit equals, we can use this one, HTTP schema is Microsoft.com.NET 2022 MAUI toolkit. So this is the namespace for community toolkit.maui. So now we can use this. And now the status bar, we can change it using behaviors. So shell.behaviors, we can add one behavior, and that behavior is going to be status bar behavior, which will come from toolkit namespace. Okay. Now on this behavior, we can define bunch of things. First is we can define the status bar color. So we need it as deep pink. You see, we can set this. Now if I open this, it looks great, right? It looks as a part of this application only. You can navigate around and it will be this for all the pages and everything. Okay. Now on this, there is one more thing which is status bar style. So by default, it is using light content, but we can set it accordingly. So it is default, but light content is, it will show, you could simply think it as if the white color would look good inside the status bar or black color would look good. So in our case, white color is going to look good. So we can set light content, which is going to use this white color in status bar. So this is fine and we can save it and everything looks fine now and everything is good. Cool. So we set the status bar color. Now we need to change these icon colors. So for these, we have all these icons. So we have these in menu item as well, right? Menu item template. Yes, for image. So in order to use image, to change the color of image, we need to use image.behaviors. Okay, and here we can use icon tint color behavior, which again comes from this toolkit namespace. And here we can define our tint color. Okay, the color we are using is deep pink. So now you see this color changed for the sign out icon. This is deep pink now. Let's copy this and we'll do this for our item template as well, this one. So for this first flyout icon, let's use this image behavior deep pink, And same for this right arrow button, we'll do the same thing like this. And these are also in this color only. Now everything is in this color, this deep pink color. Save everything and everything looks fine now. Cool? Great. Now let's see what next we can work on. All right, so now what we are going to do, let's close all tabs, close all but this, not close all. Now we'll design our onboarding page. Okay. So on this onboarding page, first thing, we don't need title. So we are going to remove this, and then we are going to set shell.navbar is visible false. We don't need navbar on this page. Then we'll remove this vertical stack layout completely from here. And we are going to have one grid here with two rows. So row definition, star and auto. So first row, it will have that ice cream image we have, and then the second row, it is going to have or maybe let's have two vertical stack layouts. So first one image with name, and then second one for our sign in and sign up buttons. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, let's have vertical stack layout with grid dot row 0. Copy it one more time. So first one is grid dot row 0. What is happening? And the second one is for grid dot row 1. Okay. Now in first row, now first vertical stack layout, first thing we are going to have an image. Or let's do this. Let's start the app and we'll design it and we'll see the design. Okay, it's here, so there's nothing which is expected. Now we'll have an image with the source ice cream. If we do this, we should see this image. Yes. All right. Now in this image source, let's have height of 250 and width of 250 and aspect as aspect fit. All right. Now after this, we are going to have one label with text. We'll say welcome. Okay, welcome text with font size of let's say 20. Horizontal options at center. Okay, and let's make it bold. So font attributes bold. All right. Now on this vertical stack layout, let's have spacing of maybe 20. Now after this label, we are going to have one more label with the text MAUI Ice Creams. Okay. And we'll do the same thing for this as well. And we'll increase the font size. We'll make it 25. All right. Now we'll have one more label. So let's copy this label, add it here. And then this last one, we'll have some text. So home of delicious ice cream, something like this. And font size, we'll make it 18 and we will have it normal font weight. So we are not going to have font weight bold. And this is all what we need. Okay. Now in the second row, what we'll do, we will have two buttons. So first button text will say, let's say sign up. All right. Then second we'll have sign in. spacing in this vertical stack layout as well. So spacing of maybe same 20. All right. Then for this, we'll have horizontal options as center, and we'll do this for both actually. So on vertical stack layout also, we'll have horizontal options as center. And on first one, let's have vertical options as center as well. Now we want to have some spacing from the bottom. So for that, what we'll do on this grid, we will have, let's say, padding. So we'll have 0, 0, 0 from three sides, and from bottom, we'll have, let's say, 40. So we have this spacing from the bottom. And this is not completely visible, right? Is it now? All right, now we have this thing. Now, before continuing further, we want to change this button's design. Okay, so we will have it at global level so that we have the same styling for all our buttons throughout our application. So for this, what I am going to do, I'll go to, we can have it in resources styles.xaml, but I'm going to have it in app.xaml. Okay, this is the main page, main app.xaml. Here in this resource dictionary, after this merge dictionary, I am going to have one style. Target type is going to be button. Let's have it here so that we can see that. And I'm not going to add any key or name to this because I want to get it applied on all the buttons. Okay, so if target type is button without any key or name, it will apply to all the buttons. Okay, so here first thing I will use one setter with property background color, and value we'll use our deep pink color. Okay, we can see this thing here. Now text color, which is white, but let's have all the things same. So this is white. Then we'll have our font size 18. Okay, after this we'll have corner radius, we'll have it around 25. Okay, and we'll have height as 50, and then we'll have width request as, let's say, 250. Cool. So I think everything is fine now. It looks great. All right, so we have done this. So this is going to be applied for all the buttons, and we are good with this design. Now everything looks fine. Now just we need to add the links to the sign in and sign up pages, sign in and sign up pages, and those things already exist in its in onboarding pages code behind, right? We have this sign in clicked and sign up clicked. We had this button clicked. Now we are not going to use this. So sign in clicked, let's use this. So here is our sign in button. Here we'll say clicked and the sign in clicked. And for sign up, we'll use this sign up. We'll apply clicked on sign up clicked. To save everything, let's restart the app so that all these changes gets applied. All right, now if I press sign up, it will go to sign up page, go back, sign in, and it will go to sign in page. So we are good now, right? Now before continuing, what I want to do on sign in page, let's have one button which will move us into the app, right? After that we'll work on the sign in form, actual username, password, and all that stuff. But before that, let's open our sign in page. Let's have a button here with text. Let's say go to app, something like this. We are going to have clicked here, clicked, and on this vertical stack layout, let's have vertical options as center so that it moves to the center. All right, now let's go to this button clicked here. I'll say await, and let's get this thing from onboarding page. Now we don't need this here. Shell.current.goToAsync // and home page. So it will navigate us to home page from sign in page. All right. So save all, restart. App is here. Let's go to sign in. We have this go to app button. If we press this, we are inside our app. So my card, profile, home, and here we should have our flyout section as well. So looks like everything is fine now. Cool. Now next thing, um, let's restart one more time. Now when we open the app, this screen is getting opened, but it will be only when we have not logged in into the app. It will be shown till then only. So on this sign in page, now we should work on this sign in and sign up pages. So for these, I am going to use ASP.NET Core Web API for backend. So there we should have this sign in, sign up process, all the JWT creation and all that stuff. So now, first thing, we will start working on our API, and after that we'll come back to this app, this sign in and sign up pages. All right. Okay. Stop. I'm closing all these tabs. All right. So we'll go to API, and in here I'm going to create a new folder. We'll call it data, and inside this data folder I'm going to create one more folder that is going to be for our entities. Okay, database entities. Now in here I'll start adding entities. So first entity we need is our user. Okay, now let's add the properties. So first thing, we need user ID. I'm going to use GUID for this, and this is going to be our key. Then we are going to have name, after that email, after that we are going to have, so in this I'm not going to have a separate address table. I will have direct string address with user only. After that, for password, we are not going to store plain password. We are going to have store salted hashed password. So for this, we are going to have two fields here, string salt and hash, which is password hash. So I think that's all for our user entity. Let's add a couple of data annotations which we need. So for name, we will have a max length of 30, and this is going to be required. Then for email, let's have max length of 100. Then for address, we will make it required and max length of, let's say, I don't know, 150. Then for salt, we'll have it required and with the max length of, let's say, 20. After that, we'll have this hash. This is again going to be required with a max length of 180. Save, our user entity is done. Okay. Then after this user, we'll have public class ice cream entity. Okay. Here we are going to have one ID. After that, we are going to have name of the ice cream. So ID is going to be key. Name, we'll make it required with a max length of, let's say, 100. After this ice cream name, we'll have its price. So we'll say public double price. So for price, we'll have range, and we should have at least 0.1 to uh, double dot max value. We are not allowing negative values and zero, right? Price should be non-zero. All right. After this, we are going to have image for this ice cream. So this is also going to be required with a max length of 180, and we are good. Now after ice cream, we will have ice cream options, which are the customization options, we could say. So public class ice cream option. Okay. So first thing, we need to have ice cream ID. Ice cream ID, which will come from this main ice cream entity. So for this, we'll add this navigation property here. So we'll say public ice cream, and we'll make it virtual. All right. Now after ice cream, we need to have two more things. First is flavor. So public string flavor. This is going to be required with a max length of 50. And then same thing we'll do with toppings, right? So let's copy this flavor, and we'll call it topping with required and max length 50. So everything is fine. All right. Now with ice cream, let's add navigation property, reverse navigation property for ice cream options. So it is going to be public eye collection ice cream option. So these are going to be options. Let's make it virtual. So now we have ice cream and ice cream options. We already have user. Now we'll move to order. But before order, there comes cart, right? So we are not storing cart in our API, in our server. We will have cart items in SQLite database on mobile level only, on mobile device only, right? Because there is no point of having it here, because we are not uh, implementing some multi-platform application. What I mean is, maybe if we have maybe web version as well, then if I am adding some items from cart from my mobile application and I am going to web, and there I should see the same items added to the cart, but that is not what we are doing. So cart items we will have in SQLite on mobile device only, and when user places the order, then the items will come to our API, and here we are going to have order and order item, these two entities. So first let's create our order. So public class order, and here first thing we need to have order ID, so I'll use long. This is going to be key. And yes, if you noticed on ice cream option, there is no key, right? The point is, I'm going to add key, but that is not going to be a single property primary key. I am going to use multiple properties to construct the primary key of this ice cream option, right? So for this particular thing, I like to use Fluent API from Entity Framework EF Core. We have another approach. We could have done maybe this, that we can have column, then we can have order. So we could have order 0. So with key, we could have done this. Key column 0, then key column 1, and then key column 2. We could have done this, but I don't like this approach. So I'm going to set the key in EF core on model creating. So we'll do this after some time, but right now I'm just creating all the entities. All right. So for order, we have this long order ID. Then we'll have when this order was placed. Okay. So date time, and we'll say ordered at, let's have a default value of date time dot now. After this, we are going to have customer ID. So this will be actually user ID. So user ID is of type GUID GUID. So we are going to use this. So in order, we'll say GUID customer ID. Okay. Now with this customer ID, let's have other customer properties as well. So those are going to be customer name, customer email, and customer address. And all these three are going to be string. Customer name, email, and address. Okay. And we can have the same annotations from our user. So required max length 30, 100, and 150. All right. So name is going to be max length 30. Email is going to be max length 100, and then customer address is going to have max length 150. All right. Now after this, what was the total price, total amount for this order? So for this, we are going to have this double, not document, double, let's say total price, and we'll apply the same range operator here, range attribute. So 0.12 double dot max value. And I think we are good. So order is fine. Now this order should contain some order items, right? Single ice cream options for this order. So for that, we are going to create one more entity. We'll call it order item. Okay. So first thing, it is going to have its own ID. So prop long ID. This is going to be key. After this, we will have order ID with this, which is again long order ID. And for this order ID, we'll have our navigation property. So public order, and we'll make it virtual. And now when we have set up this order item, we'll add other property as well. But before that, let's have this order items reference on order entity. Okay. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say public iCollection of order item, and we'll say items, and we'll make it virtual. So now order entity is done. Now back to order item. So we have ID, we have order ID, and after that we are going to have all other things. So first thing, we are going to have ice cream ID, ice cream ID. After ice cream ID, we are going to have string name, which is ice cream name actually. So we could get this from ice cream as well, right? Ice cream ID, we have ice cream ID, we can get name. But the point is, when we work with order items, these things can change. So what I mean is, let's say its name was ABC when I ordered, then someone came from the admin side, they rename, or maybe they change the, yeah, they change the name of that particular ice cream. Now that ID belongs to some other ice cream. Now if I check my order item, it will display some other name, but that is not what I ordered. So that's why for order items, In most of that, that's why we have these customer name, email, address, all these fixed here, right? With order, we have customer ID, we could get these three things from customer ID directly. But what if user made this order, placed this order, and then he changed his email address or name, right? So the existing order, those should not affect with this new change. That's why with order and order items, we simply keeps uh, duplicate data, we could say. We keep a copy with the actual value so that these are not going to be overridden or modified if user or admin made change after placing the order. All right. Oh, I hope it's clear. So with this name, this is ice cream name. So we'll have same thing, required and max length of 50. Max length 50. After this, we will have its price. So double price, we'll add that range 0.1 to double dot max value. Okay. After price, we are going to have quantity. Okay. What was the item quantity for this order item for this particular ice cream? So it is going to be int quantity, and here also we are going to apply range with minimum value as 1 to maximum value. It could be anything. So let's have int dot max value, which is not practical, I think, but let's have it like this. But if you know that how many, what is the maximum quantity your application allows, your ice cream parlor, your ice cream store allows, then you can have it maybe 10, 100, 1000, whatever you want. Or maybe let's have 100. All right. After quantity, we'll have flavor and topping, right? So let's copy these two things. So flavor and topping. All right. After that, we will have total price here as well, which will be uh, product of price and quantity, multiplication of price and quantity, right? If price is, let's say, I don't know, $1, $1.5, and quantity is 2, so this total price, it should go to $3. So it should be double total price. So we have total price at two different places. Here, this total price is of one ice cream, right? With this price and quantity. Then we have total price at order level as well. There could be multiple order items. So there is one ice cream for which I have ordered two quantities. Now there is one more ice cream for that I ordered one quantity. Then there is third ice cream for that I ordered five quantity. So these total prices, these will be different for all these order items. Then sum of all those order items we are going to have in order, the total order amount. All right. Now for this total price, we'll use the same thing we are using on all the prices. So we'll add range with 0.1 to double dot max value, right? So looks like this is also fine. And yeah, we are good. All of our entities are done. Now let's move all these entities to separate files. Right now all these are in this user class only. So ice cream, I'll do control dot and I'll move it to move type to icecream.cs. Then ice cream option, I'll do same thing. For order, I'll move order to separate file, then order item. And now all our entities, we have defined all our entities. So in data entities folder in API, ice cream option, order item, and user. All right. Now it's time to add entity framework NuGet package in our API. So let's add manage NuGet packages, and we'll use two entity framework packages. One is entity framework core.sql server, which will install relational and core automatically. apply. This is done. After this, we need one more, that is entity framework core.tools. This we need for our migrations, right? So we need to run migration. For that, we'll use this one. So install it, apply, accept, and it's done. Alright, so now what we'll do, we'll create our DB context. So in this API data folder, we'll create a new class and we'll call it, we can call it whatever we want. Let's call it data context. So we need to make it as EF core DB context. So first thing, we need to make it derived from DB context, which should come from entity framework core. Then we need to define its constructor and this options, a generic data context. All right. Now let's add all our DB set. So for this, we'll say DB set user from icecream.api.data.entities. This is going to be our users. Let's copy it a couple of times, then use all others. After that, we have ice cream. So ice creams. Then we have ice cream option. Ice cream option. So ice cream options. After that, we have order. So orders. Then we have order item. Order items. And user, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 entities. Yes. So we are good. Now you remember I told you to add the key for ice cream option, right? We'll do this now. So for that, we will override one method, that is on model creating. So here we'll say model builder dot entity. This will be ice cream option. Now for this, we'll say dot has key. Okay. So this has a key of, we need to define one object. So here we'll say io.icecream_id, then io.flavor, flavor, and io.topping. So we'll construct id using these three things. And looks like this is done now. Alright, now next thing we need to add our migration, but before that we need to have some seeding data for all these options, right? All ice cream options for all these. So I have that already prepared. I am going to use that. So for this, the approach I am going to take, I'll create a method here. So private static void, let's say add seed data to this model builder. Okay, let me, and we are going to call this from on model creating, we'll say add seed data like this. And now I'm going to add seeding data into this method. So let me get it. All right, so I have it and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so the data I have in add seed data, first I'm creating ice cream array with all this ID, name, image, price. After that, I'm creating ice cream options array. Okay, then model builder.entity ice cream.has data, that ice creams array, and then ice cream options, this ice cream options array, right? Now, so we have added this seeding data. Now we will have this data in our database beforehand. But if you check this image, for these images I have this raw.github. So these all these images I have added these images, I have uploaded these images on my GitHub. So there is a separate repo that images icons, and there I have these ice creams. So I am using this repo for other images as well, because if you check this, the why I added this here, if we would have these images in our API directly, we would not be able to test it from our this from our .NET MAUI Android emulator, for example, because there the way we can connect to this, or maybe we had to change the URL, right? We had to change the 10.0.2 and all that stuff. So instead of that stuff, I uploaded it here, and it is very easy to use. You can also directly use this. Let me open it for you, and then we can see. Let me open one of these. This is it. So this is the way we can have it, or I have other images as well. So this is a small piece. What we can do, we can say github.com, and if you go to my profile Abhay Prince, then images icons, this is the repo. If you go here, you will see other, this is the ice creams folder. Here you will be seeing all these. So these are the small version of these images, and I have HQ high quality version as well, which all these files are very big in size. For example, this is 1.29 MB, so this is not good for mobile app. But if we check it here, so it is 51 KB, and all these are smaller ones. And I got these images from this credit. If you check, I got all these images from Pexels, and I got the main ice cream image from Flat Icon. So you can check these links. All right. So I think we are good. Now we have the seeding data, we have entities ready, we have our DB context ready. Now we need to start working on migrations, right? So before that, let's do this. I am going to go to this app settings, or maybe app settings.development.json. Here I'm going to define a connection string. Okay, so let's call it ice cream only. And here I will define my connection string. You will modify it as per your system's configuration and all that. The first thing, data source, which is server. I have default instance, so that is dot. Then initial catalog, which is database name. You can name it whatever you want. I am going to name it Icecream YT, which is YouTube. After that, I have Windows authentication for my SQL server. So I'm going to use integrated security true. If you do not have Windows authentication, or you want to use the username password way, you can add username and passwords, right? After that, let's add trusted connection as true. Then I am going to use encrypt false. By default, it encrypts the database connection string. That will need extra step, but I'm not going to do that. So I will simply disable the encryption for connection string. So we are good now. All right. So now we can use this ice cream in our program.cs, this connection string. Okay. So we'll come here at the very top after builder.create builder, or maybe here we can do it wherever we want. It should be after web application.create builder and before builder.build. Okay, here. So what we'll do, we'll say builder dot add db context, builder dot services dot add db context. And here we need to provide our DB context type, which is data context for our case, data context. Okay, now here we need to provide our connection string. So if you check, it has option builder. So we'll say options equals options dot use SQL server, because we are using SQL server here. And in this SQL server, if you check, we have this connection string parameter. So we can add this connection string. We can get connection string from our uh, configuration, from our app settings. So for this, we'll say builder dot configuration dot get connection string. And now this name, it should be this name, what we have defined in our connection string. So ice cream, so this name. Now we have this connection string ready. We can use this here in this options dot use SQL server. And now our DB context registration is done. So save everything. Now we are good to generate or create our migrations. Okay. So for migrations, I'll open our package manager console. I'll select the API project here and set API project as startup project. And then migrations, what I will do, I will add those migrations inside this data folder in a migrations folder. So for that, what we'll do, package manager console, I'll say add migration, I'll say initial migration, and here I will define output folder. So hyphen o, say data slash migrations. So you should add migrations in this data slash migrations folder. So migration folder inside data folder. Let it build. Build succeeded and it created the migration. So let's quickly review the migrations. It is creating table ice creams with int identity SQL column, name price image with primary key ice creams. Then it is creating orders table with all these things with pk orders primary key, then users pk users key, then ice cream options. So here we have one foreign key for ice cream id, and we have primary key which is getting generated using these three columns: ice cream id, flavor, and topping. Then we have ice cream order items, and we are adding inserting the data into ice creams table, all that data, then ice cream options table, and we are good. So this is good. Now we can manually run update database from here to run this migration on our database, to updating the database with all this data and tables, or we can have this programmatically. So I'm going to use programmatic approach. So in program.cs, I am going to create a method at the very end. Let's say static void uh, migrate database. Okay, and here I will have I service collection services as a parameter. Okay, and here what I'll do, I will create a scope first. So here I'll say services dot not I service collection or I service provider. No, sorry, my bad. Services dot create scope. Create scope. What is it? Top level statement must precede namespace and type declaration. Okay, so we need to have it here. Before this weather forecast, this record. Okay. So services dot create scope. What it is saying? Services not null here. dot services, right? App dot services. This is service provider. Okay, it should be service provider, not service collection. Sometimes I got confused. Okay, I service provider. So SP. So here we'll say SP dot create scope, and from this scope we will get our data context. So data context we'll say scope dot service provider dot get required service data context. Now we have our data context ready, and on this data context we are going to check data context dot database dot get pending migrations dot any. If there is any pending migration, we need to apply that migration on the database. So for that we'll say data context dot database dot migrate. All right, so we have this ready. Now we need to call this. So migrate database, we'll do this after builder.build. When we have app ready, then we'll do this migrate database, and we will provide app.services to this. Now it will automatically migrate the database. It will create database and apply all the migrations. Now it's not a good practice to use this directly in all the modes. We should do this only for debug mode, we could say, because for production, what if, sorry, if some of the migration maybe using some we have changed some type or something in that migration, so it could truncate the database table or column, and it can maybe have that we it can make the database in inconsistent state. That is not what we want. So we need to do this. We should do this only in debug mode, only in development mode, right? All right, so we can add that check at multiple places. So we could maybe have it here. So if debug, and if we can do this here, or we can have this condition maybe here, if debug and if, so we should migrate the database only if we are in debug mode. Okay, so I have it here, so I'll remove this from this method. All right, so now we have migrate database ready. Now if I run, it should create database for us. So I think we are good. Let's try to run API once and it should create the database. So we'll see that. And then the base API setup would be ready. And we have some error. Keyword not supported, trusted connection. I made some mistake. We can remove this trusted connection, or it needs underscore. Run it. Only the invariant culture is supported in globalization invariant mode for information parameter. Yeah, so this is something changed with .NET 8 or EF4 8, I guess. So we need to disable this globalization invariant mode by default. So invariant globalization, this is by default true. I'll make it false in our CS pros on our API project. So if I save this and then if I run this, run it, it should work. We have Swagger, this is default, and we should see these are the logs. So it actually created all these migrations. It ran on the database. We can see all these create table, insert, insert into Icecream. All this stuff it has done. So we are good. Our API based setup is ready. Entities, EF core, database updation, migration, all things are ready. Now next thing we will start working on our, so in this I'm not going to use controller action, I'm going to use minimal API. So we'll work on minimal API endpoints next in this. All right, close all tabs. Hmm. All right. So now before working on API endpoints, we need two things ready. First is we are going to use JWT authentication. So we need to get JWT authentication token setup ready. And second thing, we are going to use salted hashed password. So we need to uh, get that password setup, comparing, generating new password and salt, all that setup ready. So before working on API endpoints, we'll work on these two things, right? So we'll start from our JWT token implementation. All right. So for that, first thing we will need to add some NuGet packages. So I'm going to add those to our API project. So manage NuGet packages, browse, and here we need two packages. First one is going to be Microsoft Identity Model dot tokens. Microsoft dot identity model dot tokens. First, we need this. It is apply. All right. And second one we need, that is system dot identity model dot uh, tokens dot JWT. This is the second one, system dot identity model dot token dot JWT. Let's install it. Apply. And now we are good. This got installed, right? Yes. All right. Now we are good. Now we'll create our token service in API only. So let's create a new folder and then create a new file to token service. Services token service like this. All right. Okay. Now in here, first thing we need a couple of things ready, that those things are related to JWT token, because when we talk about JWT token, we need couple of things ready. So that those things are hmm, we need a secure key. Okay, we could say call it secret. Okay, then we need audience, we need sure, we need expiration, expiration. At least these things we need. We can skip audience for now, because we are not working on some web-based UI, so we can omit this audience. This audience is basically what domain can request to this API. So what domain we are allowing this token to be validated for, right? But in our case, we will be requesting from our mobile app. So there is no browser, there is no domain, no URL. Okay, from client side, it will be kind of backend language to backend language call, so C# to C# call. So we can directly remove this. So, but we need these three things. Okay, we need issuer, we need expiration, and we need the secret key. So we can have these maybe in app settings, in some vault or environment variables. We could store these anywhere, but for now what I'm going to do, I'm going to store these in app settings. Okay, So I'll go to app settings.development, and here I'm going to create one section. I'll call it JWT. Okay. And in here we will need three things. First one is secret key. Okay. Then second, issuer, who is issuing this token. So the current application, in our case, our API. So API is domain, localhost, and whatever port our API is running on, that should be in this issuer. Then we have expire in minutes, right? So it could be in any format, whatever format you want, maybe expiration in minutes, second, or whatever. So I'm using expire in minute. Okay. So let's say I am having it for maybe 8 hours. Okay. So I'll use 480 minutes, right? For 8 hours. 60 minutes, 1 hour. And when we say 8 hours, it is 480. All right. Then issuer, it should be whatever our application is right now uh, using. So in this case, it should be, do we have it hard coded somewhere? No, right? This is just app.run, and we are using HTTPS profile. So we can go to our properties, launch settings, and we can check for HTTPS profile. So we are actually using this one. HTTPS localhost 7099. Okay. So we'll use this only. In issuer, we will have this. The secret key, it should be some long, random, complex string. Okay, so we can have anything, some random, complex string, maybe 546 hyphen plus, whatever we can have it. You can maybe use some third-party complex key generation logic as well. So we just need some complex long string here. Save. So these three things we need. Now in our token service, we need to access these three things. Okay. So these things we can get from configuration, right? So what we'll do, let's use our constructor here. In constructor, we will inject iConfiguration object, and from this configuration we can get access to all those things. Okay. Now here we need to have our JWT generation logic. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say public string, and let's say generate JWT. Okay. So here we will be generating JWT, but for this we will be generating this from our model, logged in user model, right? User details. So we can have, maybe for now, let's do this. Let's just have user ID and username. Okay, we'll be adding other things later, but for now, let's have these two things only. So we'll generate for user ID and username. All right, we'll be moving these to some shared, maybe some shared model. Okay, after some time, we'll move it to shared model, so that that type, that logged in user model type, maybe, which will have user ID, username, email, and address. We'll move that to shared project, so that that can be used, that model can be used from both API and our .NET MAUI app. All right, for now, we'll be having like this only. Now, first thing is, when we talk about JWT, first thing we need to generate, we need to get one security key, and this we can generate using symmetric security key. So symmetric security key. which will come from Microsoft Identity Model token. Okay. So in this, we need to provide byte array for the key. So we'll get our key, that is a secret key, which we know we can get from our configuration object dot maybe get value, or we can directly say like this, and like this we can say JWT colon. So this JWT colon, this is the shorthand for getting from setting JSON. This is JWT first, then colon, then the actual JSON key name. So it should be like this. Okay, now the secret key. This is a we have access to the secret key now. Now we need to convert the secret key to byte array. Okay, so in order to do that, we can say encoding from system.text dot utf-8 dot get bytes, and then we can provide our string, which is our secret key. Okay, we know that this is not null, and like this. Now we have our security key ready. Okay, after this we need to create signing credentials. So we'll say var credentials equals new signing credentials, and here we can provide our security key and algorithm. So this algorithm will use security algorithms dot hmac sha256. All right, now we have signing credentials ready. Okay, after this, now we can have our JWT token ready. So for that, what we can do, we can say token equals, we can generate a token basically. So JWT security token, which will come from system identity model tokens JWT. Okay. Now in this, if you check JWT and JWT encoded string, JWT header, payload, row header, issuer. Now we are going to use this one, which has a lot of things. So first thing, this is issuer. We can get issuer from our configuration. So let's access issuer first. So we'll say var issuer equals same configuration JWT issuer. Okay. So here we can provide our issuer like this. After that, we can say audience, we are allowing, let's say everyone for now, or we can skip it if we want. That is also fine, but let's use this. After that, we have these claims, and then we have expire, right? So for these claims, but before claims, let's set other things. So we have expires. So expire also we can get. So we'll say expire in minutes. So this we know we can get using this. Okay. Now this will be in string, but we need this in int. So what we'll do, we'll simply convert it to convert dot to int 32, and we can have it like this. Now we have expire in minutes. So after setting this, let's do this one property in one line, so that one parameter in one line, so that we can see all these. Okay, after this, which were others? Claims, not before, we are not going to set it, we are going to set claims. Then we have expires, which is in date time format. Okay, so we'll set expires. So we'll say date time dot uh, now dot add minutes, and we have expire in minutes ready. So this token should expire after this much time, after 480 minutes. All right, after this, if we check, What is it? We have secret key. This is complaining about this. What is it? If I do this, it is not giving. What is the issue with issuer? The best overload does not have parameter named issuer. No, that is expired only, right? If I do this, sometimes it's very bad if I do this, and if I do this, then we have this. So expires, and after that we have this signing credentials. Signing credentials. Okay, so let's do this. Let's maintain the order. So it is saying that claims, we can have blank array for now. Then we have this expires. Then we have signing credentials. Okay, so this is this credentials, which is signing credentials. That's all. So our token is ready. Okay, but this is of type JWT security token. Now we need to make it as string. We are going to pass this token string, this JWT string. For this, we'll say JWT equals, we have one class which is JWT security token handler, this class. And here we can say write token, which is this token. Now we have our JWT ready, which is in string format. Okay. Now let's set these claims. So here we'll say claim array, we'll say claims equals. Now we can define what all claims are going to be inside these claims. These are additional claims actually. The basic claims, those are already there. We don't need to add those explicitly. When I say basic claim, that issuer, JTI, audience, expire, these we are already adding. We just need to have these, for example, user ID, username, email, address, for all those claims which we need additional claims. So like that. All right. So what we are going to do here, we'll say new claim, and here we can have type and value. Okay. So first we'll say claim types dot name identifier, which is ID. So we'll say user ID dot toString. Then let me copy it a couple times. Then we'll have username. So for that we'll use claim types dot name only. So this will be username. And let's have other as well. Apart from this, we will need string email and string address. These are the user properties we are having in our entity, right? So for email, we can use email. So these names, these first thing, these are totally up to you. You can maybe have it like this, email, EML, email. You can have anything. This key and value, the only thing is whatever key you are adding, when you will be fetching the value, you need to use the same key. That's the only thing. So we already have these claim type names, so we are going to use these only. Claim types dot email, and it is going to be email, which is already in string format. And then last one will be address. So let's see if we have something for address already. If not, we'll set address. We have street address. Let's use this. We'll use this address. And now we'll pass these claims to these claims. And now we are good. We have claims ready. We have everything ready. We just need to return this JWT from here. Return JWT. And we are good. We can remove this thing. And what it is saying use primary constructor. Yeah, now I am actually starting liking this primary constructor feature. All right. Now we have our generate JWT method ready. Cool. Let's register this token service. We can have extract out interface if we want, if we are going to provide some alternate implementation for this, or if we are working with let's say unit test, then it's better to have interface, but I'm not going to use that. So I'll directly register this service. I'm not going to use interfaces. So in program.ces, I am going to register our service. So I'll say builder.services.add transient, and I'm going to register our token service like this. All right. Now token service is ready. We can use this. But in order to use this token service, we will be able to generate JWT, but we need to validate this JWT for the request coming to our API, right? That means we need to have authentication and authorization feature ready for our API. Next thing, we need to implement that. Okay, so for that, what we'll do in our API, we are going to add one more NuGet package and browse, and that is going to be Microsoft dot ASP.NET Core dot authentication dot JWT. We need to add this NuGet package, Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication JWT, which will allow us to use JWT bearer authentication scheme in our API. Okay, so let's install this. Apply. I accept. And it got installed. I cannot see it. Yes, it got installed. All right. Now we need to enable authentication and authorization in our program.cs. Okay. So here, first thing we will enable authentication. So for this, let's use this. So the order does not matter. The only thing is it should be after we are creating this builder equals to web application.create builder. After this and before this builder.build, it should be somewhere here. The order does not matter for this. Okay, so we can have it here or we can have it here. So I'll have it here. So that this way I simply have default service registration, DB contact registration, authentication, and then all the service registration. This is how I organize the things, right? You are not bound to this. As I said, order does not matter for these registrations. All right. So what we need to do, we'll say builder.services. We'll say add authentication. And now for this authentication, we need to, it has default scheme and it has authentication options. So we'll use this authentication options and we'll set things here. So we'll say options dot default authentication scheme. This is going to be JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme. We are going to use this authentication. This is simply a constant which has this bearer value. It could be anything. The only thing is we need to for creation and for validation we need to have the same authentication scheme. That's all. All right. After this we will also set options dot default challenge scheme with same JW bearer default dot authentication scheme. We are good. Now after this add authentication, we'll chain one method that is add JWT bearer, and it is going to have JWT bearer options. Okay, so we'll say JWT options, and here we need to set JWT related settings, JWT configuration basically. So we'll say JWT options dot. Now all these things we can set, but we already have all these things, so we will simply say token validation parameters. Okay, so this is the token validation parameters. We need to set this. Now for this token validation parameter, it is of type token validation parameters only. So if we check this type, if we go to F12, navigating to definition, token validation parameters, this is a class. And here, if we see, there are a couple of properties: algorithm, audience, validator, authentication type, clock skew, configuration manager, debug ID, issuer signing key validator is clone. We need to set all these things, most of these things. For example, require audience, not require, it should have some validation related properties. Uh, let's say control F, validate. If I remove this, validate audience, yeah, this type of properties, validate audience, we will have validate issuer, validate lifetime, valid issuer, and this kind of stuff. We are going to have all these properties, so we need to set all these. So the way we'll say new token validation parameters, and then we can set property. So validate audience. Are we validating on audience? No, we are not validating in our case because we don't have any web-based uh, client. Then we will have validate issuer. Yes, we will validate our issuer, so it should be true. Then we will be having validate lifetime. So are we validating for if the token is expired or not? So validate lifetime, yes. Then validate issuer signing key, yes. The key, we are checking for the tampering of the token, so it should validate the issuer signing key which we have defined. After that we'll say then we will have valid issuer. Okay, this should be the same thing we have in token service. When we are creating the JWT token, there we have this issuer, right? So this same issuer we should have there. So we'll have it here like this. Now this configuration does not exist here. So here we could say builder dot configuration like this, and we have valid issuer. Now we also need to set issuer signing key, which should be this signing key. Uh, this security key. This is the semantic security key. This is the one which we need in this case. Okay, symmetric security key. Now the thing here is we need to create the same thing. We need to get security key, the secret key, then we need to create this. So, and then maybe we change something, then we need to modify it for two places. So instead of doing all these things, what approach I usually follow, I simply move this thing to the same token service as static uh, method, static property, like this. Okay, so what I do, I'm going to copy this thing. In token service, I'm going to create one static method. So here I'll say public static token validation parameters. I'll say get token validation parameters like this. And from here, I'm going to return this. Okay. Now this is redundant. This is also, we can remove it like this. And because this is a single line, we can have expression body method. So we'll do this, we'll do this. Now here the problem is builder does not exist. Okay. Now you say we can use underscore configuration, but that is also not going to work. The reason is this configuration is instance variable, but this is a static method, so we cannot have this. So what we'll do, we will get this configuration as a parameter in this for this method only. So we'll say configuration, and then we can use this configuration directly here. Okay. Then comes issuer signing key. So we know we are using this thing here. We are creating it here. So let's create a helper method here which we can use from both of the places. Okay, what I mean is I'll simply have this thing extracted out in a separate helper method, which should be static, of course, private static, and the type is going to be symmetric security key. So we'll say get security key, and here we can have it like this. Now this configuration, this does not exist here because same, this is static. So what we'll do the same thing. We'll pass configuration as a parameter to this method, and then we are going to use this configuration like this. Okay, and then we'll return the security key, return security key. And now we'll use this method from both of these places. So first thing, we'll have it here, issuer signing key. In token validation parameters, we'll say get security key and we'll pass configuration. And in generate JWT, this existing method, we'll say get var security key equals. Here also we'll say get security key, and here we'll pass underscore configurations. So now this thing is at a centralized place. If we want to modify it, we can directly modify one place and it will be modified for both of the places. All right, now we just need to use this new method here. So we'll remove everything, and here we'll say token service dot get token validation parameter, and it needs I configuration, which we have here as builder dot configuration. And now our JWT authentication setup is ready. Okay. Now after authentication, we also need to enable authorization. So we'll say builder.services.add authorization. Okay, and we need to use both of these authentication and authorization in our request pipeline. So in our after this app builder.build, after maybe HTTPS redirection, let's use app.use authentication and app.use authorization. And with this, our complete authentication and authorization with JWT token setup is ready. We need to now create authentication endpoints and all that stuff that we'll do later. But for now, the token related stuff, JWT related stuff is done. And we have enabled, what is it? Oh, all right. Okay, this is also a single line, so we can simply remove this thing and we can have it a single line like this. Cool. All right, so looks like this is fine. Now next thing we'll work, before working on our authentication endpoints, we will work on creating our salted hashed password mechanism. All right. First thing, I'm going to close all this, then we'll start working on that. All right. So let's work on our password helper. So in our services folder, we are going to create one new class. And let's say password service. You could create it as a utility or helper class as well. It does not matter. I'm going to use it as a simple transient instance normal class so that we can instantiate it only when we need it. So I'm not going to have it always in the memory. So all right. Now in public class password service, first thing in this class we need at least two methods. First method we are going to use public void, let's say generate salt and hash. Okay, and for this we will get our plain password as a parameter and we'll generate this. So we will need to return these two things, salt and hash, from here. So I'm going to use value tuple. So from here we are going to return salt and hash. Okay, then we need one more method in this. that is going to be public bool, we'll say, let's say compare, or we can say is equal this. So here we'll say our plain password and string hash, and because we are using salted hash password, so we'll have salt and hash both. Let's use the similar structure, the order of parameter, although this does not matter, we're good, but I'll use the same plain password, salt and hash, then we'll simply compare these. um well, let's say we'll just use compare only. Okay, we need these two methods, so we need to create these two methods. All right, first thing, let's have some validation for if plain password is string, null or empty. If string dot is null, or maybe let's say white space, if this plain password, we'll simply throw from here, throw new argument null exception, plain password, this is fine. Now we need to create our salt first. Okay, so for creating a salt, what we are going to do, we'll salt is just a complex random number or random string. So we can use random number generator from security dot cryptography, random number generator dot get bytes. Okay, then we need to provide size of the this size of the salt. So let's use some 8 or 10. No, 8 is fine. All right, we'll say private constant salt size 8, or let's have it 10. The more the number, the secure the salt is. All right, so we have this get bytes, so we'll say word, maybe buffer, like this. Now the salt is going to be base 64 representation of this buffer. So we'll say var salt equals, we'll simply say convert dot to base 64 string buffer, and our salt is ready. Okay, then now we need to generate this hashed password, so we need to generate hash. So for this, what we'll do, we will have uh, let's say byte array, maybe bytes equals, here we'll say encoding dot utf8 dot get byte. We are just converting plain password plus salt. We are concatenating these two, and then we are generating a byte array from this, which we are storing in this bytes array. Let's use var only. Now after this, we will generate our hash. For that, we'll say, let's say hash equals SHA256, this algo we are going to use, dot hash this data. Okay, now we have this hash, and now to generate hashed password, let's rename this to hashed password, and here also let's use this hashed password. So in order to generate this hashed password, this is also a base 64 representation of this byte array. Okay, this hash. So here we'll say var hashed password equals, same thing we did for this, convert dot to base 64 string, and this is going to be this hash. And now our hashed password is ready, which is in string format, and we will return these two things from here. So first salt, then hashed password. All right, so this is ready. Now this, yeah, creation is ready. Now we have this compare, so we need to compare. So how compare is going to work, uh, user will provide its username and password. That password is going to be in plain password. Then we'll come here. First thing, we'll get the user's salt and hash from database for that username, for that email ID, for example. And then we will generate the same password from these two. Sorry, not these two, plain password and salt. We are going to generate password. Then we are going to compare this hashed password with the new password we have generated using these two things. So I hope you guys know about hashing and encryption. There is a difference between hashing and encryption. So encryption is two-way process. We can encrypt something and then we can decrypt something, but hashing is one-way process. If we have something hashed, we cannot dehash that. So that's why we have hashed password stored in our database. So we cannot dehash that and we cannot get the value. So, but what we can do, we can ask user for password. We have this salt. We will simply merge these two and we'll generate a new hashed password. Then we'll compare if this new hashed password is same as previous hashed password. If these two are same, then we'll say, okay, this plain password was correct. If these are not same, these two hashes are not same, that we know that plain password is not correct. The user has provided incorrect password. This is how these things are going to work. So now we need to generate password using these two, and how we are generating this password using these three lines. So this piece of code is going to be duplicated. So it's better to extract this out in a separate method. So here we'll say private string and we'll say generate hashed password, something like this. Okay. And here we will get plain password and sort these two parameters. And then we'll use these three lines. So I'll cut this, paste here, and from here I'm going to return this hash password, or maybe we can directly say return here. Return. And here we'll say var hashed password equals generate hashed password. We need plain password and salt, which we have here. All right. So this hashed password, we can get it from here like this. Okay. So we'll say var, let's say new hashed password equals, this is a password using the same technique, plain password salt. We have this new hash password and we have old, which is in our database. So from here we can simply say return this new hashed password equals hash password, or we can maybe use equal method, but this is fine. So if these two are equal, then comparison is fine, and we know that this is the same password. So now this thing is ready. We are good. What it is saying, we can make it static, this method. All right. Now we are going to register this password service as well in our program.cs. We have this add transient token service. Here only we'll say dot add transient password service. Save, and we are good. Now our password service is also ready. Now we can use this password service. Oh, we need to use this salt size here like this. All right, we are good with password service. Now we can start working on our authentication service, that user registration and user sign in. So sign up and sign in process, and then we'll work on authentication, this sign in and sign up API endpoints. All right, till then, yeah, first let's try to build it. If everything is building fine and build successful, that means everything is working fine. We'll work on sign in and sign up service and endpoint next. Okay, let me close everything. All right, so now we'll work on our auth service, in which we will have our sign up and sign in action methods. So in API services, let's create a new class. We'll call it auth service. Okay, and in this we are going to inject two services. One is our data context and our token service and our password service as well. Token service and our password service. Okay, all right. Now in this we are going to have two methods, public async task, let's say sign in async. Then we are going to have one more, public async task sign up async. All right. So first, let's have sign up async first. Order does not matter. I'm just using that first user need to sign in, then uh, first user need to sign up, then user will be able to sign in. All right. So for sign up, we need to have, we will have all those parameters, email, password, name and address, right? Those four things. So what I am going to do, I'm going to create those data transfer objects. We are going to call these data transfer objects DTOs. So those are going to be shared between both of these projects, API and MAUI. So we'll go to shared project because this is shared between these two projects. And here I'm going to create a folder, let's say DTOs. And in this DTOs, I'm going to create a new class, register or maybe sign up request DTO. Sign up request DTO. Okay. And we'll create it as a record. So public record sign up request DTO, and it will need string name, string email, string password and string address. All right, let's clean this up. And same way we will have sign in request DTO as well. So public record sign in request DTO. Here we will have string email and string password. All right. Now we will have a return type for this sign in and sign up request, right? So for that also let's create a record, public record, let's say auth response DTO. All right. Here we will have user details, or we will let's say call user, and we will have our token. Now this user, it should have all these things, right? Name, email, ID, address. So for this we'll create one more record. We'll say public record, uh, let's say logged in user DTO, or we can just call it logged in user. And this is going to have first thing user ID, then email, then address. Is there anything else? Yeah, name. So ID, name, email and address. Now this logged in user, for auth response DTO, we will use this logged in user as a parameter. So it will have this user and token. All right, so I think we are good. Now, now let's create our standard response, that API response or API result types as well, so that from API we are going to return those types. So for this I will do public record, let's say result DTO. Okay, it is going to have one bool which will be is success, and then one nullable error message. All right. Now in this, I'm going to create two static factory helper methods. So I'll say public static result DTO, let's say success. And from here we will simply return true and null. And then we'll create one more, let's say failure. For this we'll say we will expect a error message. So we'll say string, the label string, error message, and here we'll say false because is success going to be false, and for error message we'll use this error message. Now there can be one more type of result. In that we need to provide some additional data, right? So for that I'm going to copy this result DTU and I'll say result with data DTU, and this type of data it is going to be generic. So here we'll have each success, then we'll have T data, which is going to be a data, and then error message. All right. So same thing we'll do here, success and failure. So with success, we will have T data, data as well. So from here, we are going to return. Yeah, first we need to modify the return type. It should be like this. And here it will be true and data and null. And then for failure, we'll say false. And then we'll use default, whatever default is for this T data, and then error message. So I guess all the required DTO types are ready for now. We will add others as we approach to that. Now first thing I'll do, I'll move these two separate files. So sign up request DTO, then let's move sign in request DTO to its own file. Auth response DTO, move it. Logged in user DTO, let's move it. Result DTO, let's move it. And then result with data DTO also, let's move it to separate file. Yeah. And I deleted that class one that came with this class library project. Now we are ready with all these DTO types. Now we can go back to our auth service. All right. So this sign up request, it should return result with data DTO, which will come from Icecream MAUI share.dtos. Result with data DTO, and what is going to be the type of data? That is going to be auth response DTO. This, and same return type we will use with sign in async. All right. Now the incoming parameter for sign up request, it is going to be sign up request DTO, and for sign in async it will be sign in request DTO. All right, save everything, and now we are good. Now we can start working on our actual logic. Now first let's create private read-only fields or properties to access these. We can directly access these as well in here. So we can get access to this context. But if I do this directly, what convention I've been working with, if this is without underscore, I would think that this is this method level variable, but that is not the case. This is actually class level variable. So if it is marked with underscore, then I would understand, okay, this is class level variable. So for this, I'll use this. So I'll say data context underscore context equals this context. And I'm going to copy it a couple time. Then I'll use token service. This token service. So underscore token service. Then same thing with password service. Underscore password service equals password service. Alright, now we can use this. So for sign up, that means user registration, first thing we need to check if the email user is providing, if that already exists in our system. Okay. So for that, what we'll do, we'll say if await context dot users dot as no tracking dot anything if you dot email equals dto dot email. If that's the case, then what we will return result with data dto dot of type this, actually result with data dto this type, and we'll say dot failure because this is failed, and error message will say email already exists. Okay. Now if that's not the case, that means this user is new user, that this email does not exist. So now we'll create a user object which is entity, user entity. So we'll say new user, which should come from entities, and here we are going to provide values for all these properties, address, name, and email. After that we have hash, id, and salt. Id will be automatically generated, salt and hash we need to generate. Okay. So what we can do, we can simply say okay, leave it like this. Then we can say uh, we have our password service dot, we can say generate salt and hash. Here we need to provide a plain password which we can get from dto.password. Now it will return a value tuple salt and hashed password. First as salt, second as hashed password. So what we can do, we can directly store these things in our user.salt, comma, user.hash. Okay, so how this works, it will map first value with the first value from right side and the second value on left side to the second value of the right side. Okay, so first is salt, second is hash password. So it will set salt to first, which is user.salt, and second is hash password. It will set hash password to user.hash. Now our user object is ready. Now we can add this to the context. Okay, so we'll say underscore context dot users dot add async, and we can add this user and we need to await it. All right. Now we can simply, maybe let's say add try catch here, or if we want we can have it on global level. Global means global in context with this method. So in this method, so all the code will be with this. There's nothing like this, right? So we can have it here only. Maybe from here. Okay, so we are adding it to the context, and then we'll say await context dot save changes async. And now our user generation is ready, is done. Now after creating it, we need to return our auth response, right? So we'll say auth response equals, it should be new auth response GTO. Now it needs user and token. So we need to generate these two things here. The first thing we'll say var logged in user. It will be new logged in user. We need ID, which we can get from this user object, this object. So user.id. Then let's use user for all, user.name, user.email, and user.address. Then we need token. This we can get from our token service dot, we'll say generate JWT, and it is right now having all these concurrent parameters, right? So instead of doing all this, we will directly pass our logged in user to this generate JWT method. Let's come to generate JWT, and now we are going to modify this method. We will have this logged in user as user, and then we are going to provide all these values. So we'll say user.id, user.name, then we'll say user.email, and then we'll say user.address. All right, this is fine now. Now we can directly pass this logged in user to this generate JWT method, and we will have our token ready. Okay. Now auth response detail, we can have both of these. So first we'll have logged in user, then token. Now our auth response DTO is ready. Now from here we will simply return our result with data DTO dot success, and we need to pass our auth response DTO data, which is our auth response, and we are good. Now what if there is some exception? So we'll return failure like this only, email. Okay. So here we will say this, and here we'll provide our ex.message. All right, now our sign up method is ready to be used. All right, now let's do whatever it needs to implement the sign in async. So in sign in async, we have this DTO. So for sign in, first thing we need to get this user from the database. So we'll say db user equals await context dot user users dot as no tracking dot first or default async. We'll say u dot email equals DTO dot email. Okay, let's break it down to multiple lines. All right, now we'll check if we have this DB user, if this DB user actually exists. So DB user, if DB user is null, we will return error from here. So we'll say dot failure, and we'll say user does not exist like this. Now if we have user, that means this user exists. Then what we'll do, uh, we need to check for password, if this password is correct or not, right? So for that, in our password service, we have one compare method, right? This name does not make sense actually. We used is equal or are equal. So are these passwords equal? All right. So here we'll say are equal, and now we need to provide a plain password, which we will be having at dto.password. Then salt, which is existing password salt for this user. So we'll say db user dot salt and db user dot hash. Now it returns boolean. So we'll check if this is not true. That means this password is incorrect. So we'll say incorrect password. If that's not the case, that means everything is fine now. User does exist and password is correct. That means we are good. We can return our auth response DTO. So we need to do these four operations actually. Generate logged in user, generate JWT, create auth response DTO, and return it with success. So these four things, these four lines are going to be repeated. So what is a better approach to do this? We need to extract this out in a separate method. Can we do this from here? I don't know. Quick actions and refactor, right? Extract method, yes. So here we'll say, let's say generate auth response. Okay, this makes sense. So we have private generate auth response. We have this user, and let's move it to the very end of this method, this class. And now we can use this from both the places. So here we are using it in sign up. The same way we'll use this in sign. So we'll do like this. Here we don't have user, here we have DB user. Alright, so looks like this auth service is ready. Now we need to just register it and start using it. So let's register it. In our program.cs, we have our registrations. Here I'm going to say add transient and just register auth service. And we are good now. Cool. Now we can use this auth service in our endpoints. So we are going to use minimal API with this. We'll generate our minimal API endpoints. So for that, what I'm going to do, let's close all these. In API, I'm going to create a new folder and I'll call this folder endpoints. Okay. And in here, I'm going to create a class, let's say auth endpoints. Or maybe there are not going to be many, right? There are going to be limited set of endpoints. Let's say endpoints only. It is going to be in static class with static method, or let's say extension method on app endpoint route builder. So if you go to program.cs, the way we are going to use this same way, this app.map get, right? So for this, if we check here, map get, this is an extension method on endpoint route builder. So we are going to use the same thing. So here we'll say public static endpoint route builder, and we'll say map endpoints. Does this method already exist? I don't know, maybe not. And then we'll use this endpoint route builder, or not builder, we'll call it app so that it looks familiar. So this is an extension method on this endpoint route builder. All right, so save it. Now we need to define our endpoints for sign in and sign up. So for that, we'll say app.map post. Both of these endpoints are going to be post endpoints. So first, we'll have API slash sign in. Okay. And then this is going to be an async method, and the parameter it will have sign in request DTO. Okay, so we'll say DTO. Then we need to inject our service, which is our auth service. Auth service. Auth service. All right. What happened? Auth service. Auth service. All right. Now from here, what we'll do, we'll directly return whatever response we got from this service, from the service call. So we'll say typed results dot okay, and we'll say await auth service dot sign in async, and here we'll just provide our DTO. And that's all. One more. All right. And at the very end, we'll return app back because the return type is map endpoint, so that we can chain if we want. That's why we do this. Now the way we are having sign in, right before sign in, we'll have our sign up. So sign up, the type is going to be sign up request DTO auth service, and here we'll have our sign up async method with DTO. So now we are good. Our sign up and sign in endpoints are ready. Now we just need to use this map endpoints method. Okay. So for this, we'll go to program.cs in our API only. Then from here, we will return all this stuff, weather forecast and all this, whatever came with this template. So we are going to remove all this, and we can remove this type weather forecast as well. All right, now here we will do app.map endpoint, which comes from our namespace. So these are our endpoints. All right, looks like everything is fine. Let's try to run this API so that we can see if we are getting this in Swagger. So let's run it. Run this API. There is some error. Unable to find the required services. Please add all required services by calling iService collection dot add authorization. I already added that, right? Oh, my bad. So this add authentication, after that we need add authorization. So it was a typo. Add authentication and add authorization. File stop and run. Let's see if it works this time. And it came. So now we have these two methods, sign up and sign in, with all these types. So if we check sign in, we are here. Let's try it out. If I simply execute, it will say is success false, data null, error message, user does not exist. We know user does not exist, right? So it is working fine. Alright, now we are good to use this sign in and sign up in our .NET MAUI mobile application. So that is what we are going to work on next. Alright, so let me stop everything, close all tabs. Alright, so now sign in and sign up in our mobile MAUI application. We have our pages, sign in page and sign up page. So we are going to use MVVM. So for that, first thing, let's uh, add a NuGet package, install that NuGet package, community toolkit.mvvm. That is what we are going to use for MVVM. So I'm going to say manage NuGet packages and community toolkit.mvvm. Community toolkit.mvvm. Let's install it. It makes our life easier. I accept, and we are it got installed. Okay, save everything. Okay, now we need to create our view model. Okay, so for sign up page, sign up and sign in, let's use one view model for both of these things, right? So because we there will be the similar thing, we will just have that different. For sign up, we will have name and address, these two fields, additional fields. That's all right. So we'll call it auth view model, not sign in view model, not sign up view model. We'll say auth view model. All right. Now we are making it view model. First thing, let's make it public, then partial, because we need to derive it from observable object, which is coming from community toolkit.mvvm dot component model, of course. Now in here we can define our properties, observable properties basically. So first we need name. So we'll say private string underscore name, and we'll decorate it with observable property. Okay. Now we'll make it nullable, because on sign in page this property is not going to exist. That means it should be nullable. Alright, now same thing we'll do with email. Public string, okay, we'll have password as well. Private is string, not password alpha. The suggestions are weird. Okay, after name, we will have email with observable property. Then we are going to have this password with observable property. And then lastly, we are going to have private string array. We will have address with observable property. All right. So we're good. We just need these four properties. After this, we need to have our uh, commands for sign in and sign up. Okay, so first thing we'll say private async task. We'll say sign up async. Okay, here first we need to verify the if all these properties are meeting the criteria to submit this to the API, right? So for this, what we need, all these four parameters must have valid values, right? So there shouldn't be any null or white space in these four properties. That is the check we want to apply here. Or maybe let's do this. We don't need that check here. What we'll do, we'll work on the sign in or sign up button directly. We'll have one field here. We'll say public, one property here, public bool. We'll say can login. If the user can log in, we will determine this. Not can login. First, let's work on can sign up. Can sign up. Can if user can sign up. So for this, what we need to do, we need to check if all these four things so should not be null or white space, right? So and let me copy this thing and I'm going to add it like this. Let me copy this, add this four times. What is it? Name, then we'll need email, then we need password, then we need address, right? If all these four conditions are met, then user can sign up. And if user can sign up, then only the sign up button is going to be enabled. And then only user can come to this sign up async method. So that means we are good. We don't need to add that condition here. And same thing we'll do for sign up, sign in. So we'll say public bool can sign in. And we'll do this first two conditions, sorry, not first two, this email and password condition, right? These two conditions we need for sign in. Now because we are having these two things, so we can simplify this can sign up using maybe can sign in and these two conditions. Okay, let's move it first and now we are good. So if user can sign in or user can sign up, then only these methods are going to be enabled. So first is sign up. This is going to be a relay command. Okay. Now for sign up, we need to have some loading state as well, right? So for that, what we'll do, we'll have one more state here, observable property. So we'll say private bool is busy, and this needs to be an observable property. Now this is busy. This is going to be used throughout all the view models, I guess. Yes. So it's better to extract this out to base view model. So we will create one more view model in this view models folder. We'll say base view model. Okay. Now again, this should be public partial class and it is going to be derived from observable object. And here we are going to have this is busy property. Okay, we'll see if we have some other property or some method in this base view model. We'll check that. But for now, we are good. Now we need to use that. base view model. So instead of deriving it from observable object, we will derive it from base view model like this. All right, now in sign up async, first thing we will say, we will set is busy to true. Okay, then we can have our try catch finally. Here we'll say in finally, we'll set is busy to false because now it is not busy. Now we are here. So first thing we'll generate our DTO model. We can say sign up model or maybe sign up DTO. Here we'll say new sign up request DTO. We need to add name, email, password and address. Password, comma, address. So we are good. Now we need to make API call, right? So now we are here. We need to implement our that API helper so that we can call API. So in this project also, if you are following me with previous videos, previous projects, I really love Refit Client. So we are going to use that Refit Client only in this project as well. So for that we need to add one NuGet package. So we'll say add manage NuGet package in our .NET MAUI application. So we'll add refit.http client factory. We need to add this package. We'll add this and then we'll configure it. So I have already created dedicated video how to use Refit in our .NET MAUI app to connect to API, and in that I explained everything in detail. So I would recommend you guys to check that video out to understand this Refit HTTP client better. Okay, in this I'm not going to explain it in detail. I'll just start directly working with it. Alright, so for this we need to configure our Refit in our MAUI program.cs file. Okay, here what I'll do, I'll simply create a method. So I'll say private static void, let's say configure Refit. Okay, and here I'll have this I service collection services which come from builder.services. So I'll say I service collection services like this, and then we'll call this configure Refit from our create MAUI app, this main method. Here we'll say configure Refit, not configuration, configure Refit with, we need to provide the services, so we'll say builder dot services like this, and now we are good. We now need to work on this. Now here comes two different things. If we want to work with emulators, specifically Android emulator or with iOS emulator as well, if we need to do this, we need to do some additional step. We need to allow our .NET MAUI app to connect to our API which is hosted on localhost, because if we work on emulator simulator, our API will be hosted on localhost in this machine and we can connect to localhost via some additional steps. And we have another approach. Using that approach, what we can do, we can simply create a dev tunnel. So the dev tunnel, how the tunnel works, it actually creates, we could say that our local environment, our local Visual Studio project, it is going to be hosted somewhere on the internet, and we will be providing a public URL so that we can use that in our .NET MAUI application, and that will work from both the emulator and physical device, because now that URL is public, that is available somewhere on the internet. Okay, so the approach is, you can follow any approach. I already have videos for this, how to allow localhost with this Android emulator, iOS emulator. I already have video for that. So you can find this on my channel, or maybe I will try to add links of those in description box so you can check those out in detail. And for dev tunnel, if you want a dedicated video, please do let me know in the comment. I can create a dedicated video for dev tunnels, how to set up, how to use. All right. So here, what we'll do. So I'm thinking, should I do with dev tunnel or with localhost? Okay, let's do this. I'll do both the approaches. If you have physical device and you want to test it on physical device, you can use dev tunnel. If you don't have physical device or you don't want to test on physical device, you want to test on Android emulator, iOS emulator. So I'll allow both the approaches. Okay, let's do this. So first thing, let's say, hmm, here we need to have Refit settings first. Refit settings. So it is going to be new Refit settings. This object. In this, we have something called HTTP message handler factory. Okay, this is a func of HTTP message handler. So it returns HTTP message handler and it does not take any parameter. So it is something like this. And from here, we need to return HTTP message handler. All right. So for this, I already created, I guess, multiple videos, or maybe the main video in which I explained how can we use Refit Client to connect to localhost. So we need to do some platform specific code for Android and for iOS. We need to create platform specific HTTP message handlers, and that allows HTTPS, because that is not actually secure certificate, but we allow that localhost certificate. This is valid certificate, you should allow this. So for this, what I'm going to do, in that video I explained how can we do this separately. So we'll have one I platform message handler, something like that interface in this main, and then we'll have implementation for both the platforms, so in platforms for Android and iOS. But in this video, I'm not going to create multiple files and multiple types. I'm going to directly use inline in here only. So right now, let's select Android. So we'll work on this .NET 8 Android. Sorry. From here, we will return Android message handler, Android message handler. This Android message handler. Okay. And in this, we need to provide new, we need to add new. Return new Android message handler. This is for Android. If you go to this Android message handler, we can see this is an this is a subclass of HTTP message handler which we need to return. So we are good with this. So in this, we have the server certificate custom validation callback. This property, we need to set this property, okay, which has this func type. So we need to define this. So let's copy this type and we'll remove last one because this is the return type from this server certificate custom validation callback. So here we'll say server certificate custom validation callback, and as we know this is going to be in func, so we can have this. So we'll say this is HTTP request message, this is this certificate, this is this, let's say, chain, and then this is SSL policy errors. So we need to remove this question mark from here. All right. And now from here, it should return Boolean. For now, let's say we are saying is true. This. So this is Android specific, but we need to fix this. This is not going to be direct new. Here we have the certificate too. Well, let's call it just certificate. So we need to check this certificate. It actually has one issuer. Okay. And for localhost, this issuer is cn equals localhost. So I have already have that video. I'm again saying this. So we explained all these things in detail in that video. So I would recommend you guys to check that video out, in which I explained how to connect our .NET MAUI Android emulator iOS simulator to localhost HTTPS API. Okay. So how we got this and all these things I explained in detail. All right. So cn localhost. If this is localhost or SSL policy errors, this one, it does not have any error. SSL policy dot none equals. If any of these is true, we will return true. So that means we can directly return this equals. Okay. So we are good. Our Android message handler is ready. Now you see this is fine. There is no error. But what if we switch to iOS? I switched this to iOS. Now this is complaining and this is also complaining. So these two things, these are dependent on this Android platform, right? So we need to decorate this piece of code with this conditional compilation thing. So if Android, then only do this. And same thing, and outside of it, we'll simply say return null. All right. Now same thing we need to do for these usings. So these three things, if Android and if, because these three using statements we need just for Android. Now we are good. There is no error. This is in iOS mode, but these things are not enabled. If we select Android, we'll see this is enabled. This is fine. And this is also fine. Okay, we don't need this. Or do we? No, we don't. Okay. So this looks fine. All right. Now let's do for iOS. So for iOS, let's first select iOS. Then in here, before and if, we can add one else if condition. So for that, we'll say hash elif if this is iOS. Okay. If this is iOS, then we'll return for iOS, we have an as URL session handler. We have this type. So if you go to this, so in this NS URL session handler, for this we need something like trust certificate or override, something like that. Where is it? Control F. Trust override for URL. This works for iOS. Okay. This is this callback. If you go to this is actually a delegate which returns boolean but gets this type. Okay. So we are back to MAUI program. Here we'll say return new NS URL session handler. And here we'll simply say trust override for URL. It is also func. So with this, and from here, we will simply return one thing which is going to be, we'll check URL dot starts with. If it start with HTTPS localhost without any port, if this is the case, we will allow it that you should trust this and it's safe. So this is for iOS. Now if we check on top, everything is fine. If we save everything, if we go to Android, this security, this is specific to iOS. Okay, so we can come here and we can say same thing, elif iOS, and we can add this using. So for Android, there is no error. It is using this Android and message handler. If we select iOS, it is using this. And our application, we are not creating desktop app. We are just creating mobile app. So we are good with these two platforms. We'll clean this up. We'll clean this Mac Catalyst and Windows later. But for now, let's have it like this only. So this is if we want to work on Android emulator or iOS emulator. Okay. Now this is Refit setting, but we need to use this Refit setting somewhere. All right. So how Refit works? We can create interfaces which mimics the same structure as our API endpoints. Then it will automatically generate HTTP client logic and making that HTTP call, parsing the response. All of these things Refit is going to do for us. All right, so first we are working on auth endpoints. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to create a services folder, and in here I'm going to say iAuth API, this endpoint. Public interface iAuth API, and in here I'm going to have sign in and sign up methods. Okay, so we can get the return type and all that from our API services and auth service, right? So here we have the sign up. We can have the complete type. So it returns task of this result with DTO, auth response DTO, sign up pacing, and it takes sign up request DTO. Now here we need to tell it that what HTTP verb this API call is going to use. So in our case, it is going to use post, which comes from Refit namespace. Now what is going to be the URL? Okay, so API URL. So if you go to our API and if we check our endpoint, here we are having this API sign up slash API sign up slash API sign up. This is for our sign up. So our sign up, we just need to do this and we need to register that Refit. All other things Refit will do for us. All right, so now let's copy this thing one more time for our sign in request. So it is sign in and we'll say sign in async, and this is going to be sign in request DTO. And now we are good. Let's do this, and we are good. Now we just need to tell Refit that you need to generate something for this iAuth API. All right. So for this, where is a MAUI program? Here it is. So we have this Refit setting here. Refit setting, or maybe after Refit setting, it is fine. We can have it anywhere. Here, what we'll do, we'll say services dot add Refit client. Okay, we need to tell the type, which is iAuth API, generate Refit client for this iAuth API, and then it needs settings. So we can provide these settings. It is not settings, Refit settings. What is happening? Refit settings. Right. Now everything looks fine, but we have not provided URL anywhere, our API URL, right? So for that, on this add Refit client, we can chain one method, and that is configure HTTP client. Okay, and it takes an action delegate, which takes HTTP client as an input parameter. So here we have this HTTP client. We need to add something to this HTTP client, and that something is going to be HTTP client dot base address. This is going to be our API URL. Okay, so we need to generate our API URL, and when we say generate our API URL, we could directly say new URI, and here we can maybe set our HTTPS localhost 709, right? This was the actual port we are using, if I remember it correctly. Yes, this. If you do this, everything looks fine, but it is not going to work on Android emulator. The reason is localhost does not directly exist on Android emulator. Now this also I already talked in detail. So for this, we need to generate this base URL as per platform. So this is going to be platform specific. So here we'll say var base URL maybe, and here we need to check our device platform. So device info dot platform. If this is equals device platform dot Android. If this is Android, then how Android works, it actually uses a loopback address which is 10.0.2.2. This is same as localhost for Android emulator. And then we will use same port. This is fine. If that's not the Android device, then for all other things, we can directly have it as localhost. So in our case, uh, for iOS, we can have it localhost. So this is fine. And now this base URL is platform specific. Now we can use this base URL here like this. And now everything is fine. Now we can start working. So this is all related to configuring this Refit setting. We will revisit this configure Refit when we'll start working on other API endpoints, and when we'll work on dev tunnel, then we'll revisit this. But for now, we are good. It should work. Everything is fine here. All right. Now let's go back to our auth view model. All right. So now we need to use that iAuth API, that Refit client. So for that, we can actually inject our iAuth API into this class. So we'll say iAuth API. Auth API. Here we'll say private read only iAuth API underscore auth API. And we are good. We can use this underscore auth API now. So where we are saying make API call, here we'll say var result equals await auth API dot sign up async, and we can provide a sign up DTO. All right, now it will make HTTP request. It will return our actual result with the DTO object here. Okay, now we can check if this result dot each success is true. If this is true, we are good. We will redirect, or maybe let's say navigate to home page. If that's not the case, we'll display error alert and we'll be on this page only. So these two things we'll do here. All right. So navigate to home page. We need to navigate. So in order to navigate, we can have await shell dot current dot go to async. Okay. Now we know that home page is direct page shell route, so we can use it like this. So we'll say name of home page, and we can set animate to true like this, and we are good now. Now if that's not the case, we need to display alert. So for this we'll say await shell dot current dot display alert. Here title, let's say error. Message, we can display result dot error message, and cancel, this is button, so we'll say okay, we cannot do anything in this case. Now the same thing we'll do in catch exception. If we got any exception, then also we'll display alert, this error alert, and here we'll say ex.message. All right, now this go to async and this display alert, these methods are going to be used a lot in almost all the view models. So it's better to move these to our base view model, and we'll have some developer friendly method named direct go to async display alert like this. Let's do this. So I'm just copying this go to async first. I'll go to base view model, and here I'm going to create a protected async task. Let's say go to async. It needs this URL, right? So we'll say string, sorry, URL, and then we'll have animate this boolean and with default value, let's say false. And here we can directly use this URL and this animate to this animate. Because this is a single line, we can have it as expression body. Okay. Same thing we can have as for display alert async, or maybe we can make it more what we can say specific. So we'll say show error alert async, something like this. And here let's copy this thing, error message, error line, and we'll use this directly here. And this error we can have it hard coded because we are saying show error alert, and then here we can have our error message directly, error message, and we can use this error message like we'll add other methods as we need them, but for now we are good. These are not using any instance method, that's why it is saying that we can mark these static, but we are not going to mark these static. All right. Okay. So instead of doing this long thing, we'll directly say just go to async. Here also we'll say instead of all this, we will say show error alert async, and we'll just provide our error message, which is result dot error message, nothing else. Okay. Same thing here also. We'll do this and we'll just pass ix dot message, nothing else. And now we are good. Here we know if somehow we got this error message null, although this shouldn't be case, but we can have this. So we can say unknown error in signing up. Looks like everything is fine. So our sign up async method is ready. Now we'll work on sign in async method. So it will have the similar structure and everything. So private async task sign in async. It is also going to be relay command. And then let's copy everything we have in sign up async with sign in async. And here it should be sign in request DTO with email and password. And then it should be sign in async. And let's rename it to sign in DTO. And here we'll say signing in, error in signing in, and we are good. Okay, everything looks fine now. For now, let's have some alert displayed here. Show error alert. So instead of show error alert, let's create one more method here where we'll say show alert async. That's all. So we'll say string message, and here we'll say alert, and this is going to be message. So here to check if everything is working. So here we'll say await show alert async, and here we can say result dot maybe let's say token, or maybe we can say result dot data dot user dot name. Okay, this is in sign in, and in sign up let's display maybe token data dot token in an alert. All right, now everything is fine, but there is one missing piece, and that missing piece is whenever we are changing these values, name, email, password, address, so these observable property, these are going to modify these values, these are going to trigger notify property change for these, but for this can sign in, can sign up, these are going to be evaluate only once at the very beginning. when we first use them. After that, these are not going to trigger value, right? Because these are not observable. So we need to make these observable. How can we make these? These should trigger, for example, can sign in. This the observability for this trigger whenever email or password, these two things are changing. Okay. So for these, we have this email. So after observable property, we can add one more attribute here. That attribute is going to be notify property changed for. Here we can provide our property that is going to be can sign in. Now whenever this email is changing, it will trigger notify property change for email and for can sign in, so that both of these values can be we can see updated values on the UI on the form, right? All right, and same thing we should do for password. So let's copy this. Sometimes it's very bad. Yeah. For password also we are doing this. Now for can sign up also we need all four. So first thing we'll go to name, we'll add this, and here we'll say can sign up. Okay, let's copy this thing, add on address. Now these should trigger for all four. So on name it is triggering, on address it is triggering, but it is not triggering for email and password. So let's add these here as well. So we'll say this, we'll say this. All right. So whenever name is changing, it will notify property for can sign up as well. For email, it will trigger for both can sign in, can sign up. So whoever is interested in this, they can simply react to this. Looks like our view model is completely ready. Cool. Now we need to register this auth view model. So we'll go here. We'll go to MAUI program.cs, and here we have this configure refit before or after this. So here also order does not matter. We can register it anywhere inside this MAUI program after creating the builder and before returning builder.build. So here I'm going to say builder.services.add transient and auth view model like this. Now we are going to use this auth view model on our sign in and sign up pages. Okay, that means we will inject this sign in this on sign in and sign up pages. If you go to pages folder, sign up page.xaml.cs, here we need to inject that auth view model. So when we inject something to this, should be, both of these should be registered in dependency container. So we need to inject this sign up page as well here. Here we'll say dot add transient sign up page, and same thing we'll do for sign in page. Sign in page, sign up page, and auth view model. We have registered all these three. What it is saying, builder is not null here. Yes, I know. All right, we are good. Now we can come here. We are on sign up page. We have injected this. So here we will set binding context for this page as this auth view model. Okay. Now we can start working designing this sign up page. So for that, let me close all tabs. We'll see the changes in real time. We'll work on this. So let's collapse all. All right. So I'm here. I just ran the MAUI application on Android emulator, but now I think we should run API as well. So can we do this? Yes, we can. I'm running the API, right clicking on API, debug, start without debugging. So that API is also in running mode. All right. Now what I'll do, we'll open our pages and sign up page. We are first going to work on the sign up page. We already have this auth view model added to this constructor, and we already set binding context to this auth view model. Okay, now on the sign up page, let's first go to the sign up page. To sign up, we are here. So first thing, we need to set data type for this page. So before that, we need to have that namespace for our view model. So here I'm going to say XMLNS VM, which is for view model. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. So this is going to be this namespace Icecream MAUI.view models. Now on this, we'll set our data type to auth view model, which comes from VM. All right, everything is fine now. Now we need to think that on this page we will display that activity indicator, that is busy flag, right? So for that, what approach I'm going to take, almost all of the on all the pages I am going to have a grid without any row and column defined. So how we will work, first we'll have all our UI, maybe let's say in vertical stack layout with complete UI, and after that I am going to have activity indicator. So this activity indicator is going to be displayed on this vertical stack layout, over this vertical stack layout, right? So this is the way I am going to implement this. So on this activity indicator, first let's work on this only. So let's move it to the center, horizontal option center, vertical option center. Set the color we are using, that is deep pink color. Okay, then it should run. So we are going to set is running. We will get it from binding, which is going to be is busy, like this. So now our activity indicator is done. Now we will work on our vertical stack layout, where we are going to have all our that name, email, password, mobile, all those, no, not mobile, name, email, password, address, all those fields. Okay, so first thing on this vertical stack layout, we'll set vertical options to center so that it moves to center. Okay, and inside this, first thing I'm going to have an image, and this image is going to be our main image, that ice cream image, so that it look good. So here I'll say source ice, what was that, ice cream, and we can see this. Cool. Now we'll make it smaller on this page. So height 150, width 150. Then aspect, we'll set aspect fit, and we are good. After this image, we will set our entry, text entry for our name. So here we are going to say entry. Okay, and for this entry, the text is going to be binding, and it is going to be name, and we can see this. All right, now here we'll set couple of things. First thing, let's say font size, we'll use 15, or maybe let's say 18, a bigger font size. Text color, we'll use our main color, no text change, text color. Okay. Deep pink, which is our color, which we are using. Okay. Then after this, we'll set placeholder, and we'll call it, let's say, name. So if we remove all this, it should show this name. Well, we can set placeholder color as well if we want. Placeholder color, maybe let's say pink. All right. So looks like we are good with this. Now it is actually touching both the edges, left and right. This is not what we want. So in this vertical stack layout, we will have some padding. Let's say 20. All right. Now let's copy this name, paste it one more time, and this time we will have it for email. Okay, and the placeholder is going to be email only. All right, now if you see, we are having this font size placeholder, font size, text color, these two things, and this placeholder color. These three things, these are common, and these are going to be common across all these text fields, right? And these are the only text fields we are going to use on sign up and sign in pages. So the point is, I want these to extract out in separate styles. So here I'll say content page dot resources, resource dictionary, style, target type entry, and here I'm going to set, inside this I'm going to set setter, and the setters, first we'll have property, the font size value 18, and let's copy it 2-3 times. Then text color, it is going to be this deep pink. Then placeholder color, this is going to be this pink color. Okay, and I'm not setting anything here. So style direct target type entry, so it will be applied to all the entries in this particular page, but we'll move this to, maybe let's move this to app.xaml so that it gets applied throughout application. App.xaml, the same way we are having this for button, right? So same thing we'll do, put this target type entry, and here we can now remove this font size and all this. Here, after setting maybe placeholder, we'll say style, and here we'll say static resource. No, we don't need to do anything because we are having the default styling without anything. So all the entries styles are going to be changed as per this. So we don't need this. So this is fine. Name, email. Now it looks clean. After that, we'll have name, email, and then we will have password, right? Password, password, and then we will be having our address. I'm having this address because I do not have that separate address, manage address page and all that. So I'll get it from user when user is signing up, and we are good for this simple small app. So address, right? Everything is fine now. Name, email, password, address. Name is fine. For email, if we directly say this is the default keyboard which comes automatically for all default types. But on email, I'm going to set keyboard to email. So when we set keyboard to email, we can see this at the rate. So it is easier for user to type it. Okay. Then for password, we will set is password to true. If we don't set is password to true, if we type anything in password, it will be display in text. And if we set is password to true, then it will be in this format, which is for password, right? All right, so looks like everything is fine in here. Save everything. Okay, now after this last entry, we will have a button. For address, let's have it, instead of entry, let's have it editor, which is kind of text area. Okay, on this editor, we will set uh, max length, let's say 150, and auto size so that it can Increase the size whenever text is changing. What that mean is, if we start typing, is it, and if we press enter, you see it is increasing the size with the text change. So that is what this auto size text changes is. All right. Placeholder is address. This is fine. Max length. All right, but this it's no, not this. Its appearance is a bit different than name, email, and all these things. The reason is we set this on entry. We didn't set this on editor. So let's do that as well. So we'll simply copy it and we'll say target type editor as well. So now we are good again. All right. Now after this, we'll have our button. So button text will say sign in. If we do just this, we should see our button, which is this design, which we know. We already did this. All right, now we will add some spacing between these items. So on this vertical stack layout label, we'll say spacing, maybe let's say 15, and we have this spacing here. All right, so everything looks fine now, or maybe we can increase this. So instead of space 15, let's use spacing also, it's 20. All right, so we are good on this page. Now if we see sign in, this button is disabled. The reason is because all these fields are, oh no, this is not by default disabled. We need to set it. So on this button, we'll say is enabled. We'll get from binding, we'll say can sign up. If user can sign up, then only this button is going to be enabled, else it is not going to be enabled. All right, now on this we need to have command. So what should happen when we tap on this button? So for this we'll use binding and we'll use sign up command, and now everything is fine. Let's have one maybe label, so that we can using that label we can go back to sign in page. Although we can simply go back and click on this sign in, this also works, but let's have something on this sign up page as well. Okay, so what I will do, maybe before this button, I'm going to have label with text. Let's say existing user. If you are existing user, you can sign in, something like this. So it is here. Now let's add some styling to this. First thing, we'll say font size. Let's say 15. We'll say font attribute bold. We'll say text color deep pink. Looks like everything is fine. All right. After this, let's add label dot gesture recognizers. Here I'll say tab gesture recognizer, and on this let's use this tabbed event only. If I go to this, we can have it from here, or we can have this as a command. Command on auth view model also we can have it, or maybe okay, let's have it here only. Here we'll say sign in label tabbed. We'll copy this, we'll come here, we'll modify this sign in label tabbed. We'll come here, we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, and here we'll say name of sign in page like this, and we are good now. I think everything is fine now. Let's restart the app so that we can see that everything is working. UI, styling, and those button events and all those things. Okay, app is here. Now if we press sign up, nothing is happening. If you provide name, my name, Abhay@gmail.com, password 123456, address, some random address. Okay, and now if I press sign in, first you saw that this loader for fraction of second, that activity indicator. So that is fine, but we have some error in object reference not set to an instance of an object. We'll see this, what is this error, but at least this thing is working. All right, but before that, let's check if existing user sign in, if this is working. Yes, it moves us to sign in page. That means this label is also working, so everything is fine. Let's see what the error is. Oh no, on sign up the text should be sign up. First let's change this, it should be sign. All right, now let's go to this command, or maybe in auth view model, in our view models, auth view model, and here we'll come here, we'll add a breakpoint, we'll press this button, it came here, we'll start debugging, sign up details is fine. After that we have some error with auth API, so this underscore auth API is null. We are injecting auth API, right? I auth API. Yes, this should work. I auth API. Let's see what is the missing piece here. So we have configure refit, and here we have services.add refit client I auth API. Yes, we are restoring it. What is the issue? Oh, my bad. We are having this underscore auth API, but we did not set this auth API to this. Alright, so we'll do this auth API, and now let's run it again on our Android emulator. Alright, sign up. Let's provide the values. Abhay prince, abhay@gmail.com, 123456, some random address, and sign up. Let's remove this breakpoint, continue. We can see this activity indicator, and now we have some errors. What it is saying? It is saying IDX0720 unable to create keyed hash algorithm for algorithm HS 256. The key size must be greater than 256 bits. Key has 248 bits. Alright. So that means this is in our salted hashed password helper. There is some issue with that password helper. Okay. That key should be longer. Okay. We'll do this. Let's go there. If I'll stop it, if I'll go to API, app settings, development.json. So before this, let's stop our API as well. And here, this key, let me copy this one more time. Okay, so this key is longer. Save it, build the API. Okay, now run the API in debug mode. So debug, start without debugging actually. And then start our MAUI app again. So that means that activity indicator is working, is busy is working, and then our that error alert was also working. So that thing is also working. We are good with this. Let's check it again. Sign up. Abhay Prince, abhay@gmail.com, 123456. My address. Sign up. Email already exists. Okay, now you see what happened. Do let me know in the comment if you know what happened. Right. So we need to fix that issue actually. I don't know if you were able to figure out or no, but I understood what happened here. So if we go to service, auth service, what happened here? Oh, is that, was that error with salt or hash or token? Oh, that error was with JWT token. Oh my bad. That was not for hash. Yeah. Yeah, I fixed that. So what happened here? We created this. It came here, sign up. It bypassed this. It created this. Everything is fine. It saved response in database. It saved this user in database. Then generate auth response. If we go here, we got logged in user. Then this generate JWT. Here, when we got this get security key and signing credentials, so this thing failed actually. The security key, it was not long enough for this HMAC SHA 256 algorithm. It was not long enough, so it failed. And when it failed, we already saved the user's information database. So when next request came, this email already exists. So now we should use sign in, not sign up. But we this is a good thing that this feature is also working. So now what we will do, did I stop it? Okay, I'll run it again. And now I'll create one more user. Then we'll work on sign in page and then we'll check sign in. Okay. Where is it? Yeah, it is here. So sign up. Let's do some other user, maybe test user, test at gmail.com, password same 123456, address, uh, test address, sign up, and we can see this alert with this token. That means alert is also working and we are getting the data. So we are okay. If we press OK, it navigated us to this home page, home screen. So that means sign up is working. Now if we okay, sign up is working. Now we'll work on sign in. Then we'll work on persisting this thing. What I mean by persisting is if I run it again, it is going to open the same onboarding screen with sign in and sign up options. But that should not happen. If we signed in already, or maybe when we sign up, after sign up process, it actually navigates us. It should set auth state somewhere that user is logged in. It should have that state somewhere, and if we open the app again, it should know that user is already logged in. It should directly open home page without opening this page. So that we'll do later, but right now sign up screen is working. We are good with this. Now we'll work on this sign in screen. All right, so first thing, let me stop it because we need to set the auth view model in our sign in page. Then we'll run it and then we'll see the design. Okay, go to sign in page. In here, let's inject uh, auth view model. Auth view model, let's set the binding context equals auth view model. All right, go to home page. Do we need this now? No, we don't. So we can remove this thing. Save it, sign in page, and here we are good. So let's go to sign up page and let's copy that data type and XMLNS for our view model. So this is our XMLNS for VM for our view model. So let's add this and then let's have data type as well because we are going to use the same data type here. So save everything and we are good. Let's run the app. Click handler, let's remove this label altogether. Let's remove everything. We'll run it. We'll have the similar design, similar structure, or let's do this. Let's copy the complete sign up pages because we don't need this content dictionary here. We can remove this from sign up page. This. We can copy the complete XAML and then we'll remove the things which we don't need. So I'm going to paste it. Now if we check on sign in page, it should have the same thing. Alright, now first thing, let's change this button to can sign in command, and the text should be sign in, and this label, it should say new user. If you are a new user, you should sign up. We'll change this tabbed, but before that we don't need address on this. We need password, we need email, we don't need name. And now we are good. Cool. Now let's work on this sign in label tabbed. Instead of this, what we'll do, let's go to this, we'll say sign up label tabbed, and here we'll say await shell.current.go to async, and here we'll say name of sign up page like this, and let's change this to sign up label tabbed. Now I guess we are good with this page as well. Save everything. Let's see if things are working. No, let's restart, because we made C# changes. So sometimes, not sometimes, most of the time C# changes are not hot reload. Okay, let's go to sign in. From sign in, we can go to sign up. We can go back. We can go back. We can go to sign up. From here, we can go to sign in. And here we have email and password. If we do this, nothing is happening. If we provide email, let's say abhay@gmail.com 1. Incorrect email. Password 123456. If I do this, if I press sign in, we have activity indicator, user does not exist. If we set the correct user email and let's say incorrect password, it should say incorrect password. If we provide the correct password, then we should see alert Abhay Prince, this is the name of this user. So that means sign in functionality is also done, and it navigated us to the home page. So that means sign in and sign up pages and functionality is working fine. Next thing, we will work on persisting this authentication state, logged in user status in somewhere, so that when we restart the app or when we open the app again, it should have that state ready that user is already logged in. You should not open onboarding, you should directly open home page in that case. All right, so we'll do that next. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to close all the pages, close all tabs. All right, so now we'll work on persisting the logged in user status. So logged in user information and our token, these two things will persist. So for this, we'll persist in shared preferences, which we call preferences in .NET MAUI. So preferences, we are going to use that. So in MAUI in services, let's create one class. We'll call it auth service. We'll have it here only. Okay, let's make it public class auth service, and here we are going to have let's say prop logged in user. We'll have access to the user, and this is going to be, let's say, get and private set. Okay, then we will have one string token, that is our JWT. All right, now we'll have two methods here. So public void, let's say sign in, and we will get auth response DTU here, and then we are going to have one more public void um, let's say sign out. For sign out, we don't need anything as a parameter. We don't need any parameter. Now what we'll do here, sign in, we'll say user user equals DTO dot user. Okay, but because this is record, we can actually deconstruct. So what that means is we can set user comma token equals, we can set these things like this. So or direct DTO, so it will set user and token, right? But before doing this, we need to store this information in preferences here. So for that, what we'll do, we'll say preferences dot default dot set. Here we need to provide key, which we will need here, and then we'll need to clear it out from here. So it's always a good practice to have that those keys as constants. So private const string, let's say auth key, and its name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. I'm having the same string auth key. And for these preferences, yeah, we're good. To set, we'll say auth key, and then we need to provide our value. So we'll serialize this DTO in a string, and then we'll set that string. So here we'll say serialized equals JSON serializer from system.text.json dot serialize DTO, and then in preferences.default.set auth key serialized. We are good now. And then we are setting user and token to this DTO, and we are good. Now, after sign in, let's have sign out as well. So for sign out, first thing we need to remove this thing from preferences. So we'll say preferences dot default dot remove. We need to provide key, which is auth key. Then we need to set these things. So here we'll say user and token will set null and null to both. Okay, let's have this also as nullable. So sign in is fine, sign out is fine. Now, whenever first let's register this auth service. So we'll go to MAUI program.cs. We have all this auth view model sign up, sign in. After this, let's make one more entry, builder.services.add transient auth service. We are good. Now we can inject this auth service in our auth view model. We'll inject auth service, auth view model. Here we'll create a private read-only auth service underscore auth service equals auth service. Okay. Now, whenever user is signing in or signing up, we are showing this thing here. So instead of showing this, we'll say auth service dot sign in, and we need to provide DTOs, auth response DTOs, so that we can get from result.data. And then we can simply remove this show alert async because now we don't need that. Same thing we'll do with sign in. We'll remove this alert and we'll have this here. So now sign in is fine. Right now we don't have sign out functionality, but we'll work on that later. Oh no, we have sign out functionality, but we'll work on that later because if you remember, we have sign out in our left navigation, that flyout navigation drawer, flyout web drawer, whatever you call it. All right. Now this is fine. When we are signing in and signing up, we are setting it. But when we are starting the app for the first time, at that time nothing is happening, right? So there should be something which sets that initial state if user is already logged in or not. How would we get that? We will check if we have the data in this preferences. Then we know that user is already logged in. Then we'll simply call this sign in, and it will use it. Okay. All right. So for this, what we'll do here, we will create a method public void, let's say initialize. Okay. And here in this initialize, we will check if preferences dot default dot contains key. If auth key is in there in preferences, then we know that we have this data, so we can get the serialized out data from there. So we will access this. So we'll say var serialized equals, we'll say preferences dot default dot get string key, which is auth key. Default value, we'll say null as default value, and get we'll get as nullable string from here, not static, string. All right. Now we will check here if serialized is null. That means if we did not get data, or somehow we got null, which is default value. So, or let's use this. Let's do this. We'll check if string dot is null or white space serialized. If this is the case, we know this is kind of bad state, inconsistent state, so we should not have this. If that's the case, we will simply say you should remove this thing. You have this key, but it does not have valid data or actual data, so just remove this, and then we will not do anything. If that's not the case, we have serialized data, then we'll simply deserialize it. Okay, and how can we do this? We can simply say var auth response. We can get this using JSON serializer dot deserialize auth response DTU, and we'll pass this serialized data because this is what we add in sign in, right? Now we have this auth response, and we will have it in auth response DTU format. That means the same format, so we can directly do this thing. So we can directly use this thing, user token, it is going to add this. Here we know this is not null, this is valid, so we can use this exclamation mark, which is null forgiving operator. We know this is not null, so we are good with it. Now we are good. So initialize, using this initialize method, we will get the auth state, logged in status. But where should we call this? From where we should call this initialize method? We know sign in, we are calling on signing in, sign up. For sign out, we'll call it on sign out. But whenever we are opening the app, then we should call this initialize, right? So when we open the app, this app.xaml.cs, this file gets executed first. So in this, we are going to inject our not auth view model, auth service. Okay, auth service. And here, maybe before setting the main page, we'll simply call auth service dot initialize like this. Okay. Now we have auth service initialized. So here it will see, it will check everything. If everything is fine, it will simply do that for us. That it will set logged in user status and all those things. It is going to set those for us. Now we need to use this on onboarding screen, right? First screen is onboarding whenever we are opening this. So we'll go to our onboarding page. And here we will simply inject our auth service, auth service, auth service. We don't need this thing, we can remove this. And now auth service, whenever this screen is appearing, so we'll override this on appearing method. Let's use the async version. Here we will check from our auth service, is user actually logged in? User dot is logged in, we don't have that, so we can see this if this ID, or maybe we can set check if user is not null, and underscore auth service dot ID or service dot user dot ID, or maybe we can check for token as well, or maybe user dot ID as well. So user dot ID, if this is not equals to default value of GUID, and we'll make sure that everything is in place. and not string dot is null or white space underscore auth service dot token. If all these three conditions are being satisfied, we can remove this. Then we know that user is already logged in. In this case, what we'll do, we'll navigate user to home page, right? So here we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, and here we'll say double slash name of home page, and we are good. Now we have uh, connected all the missing pieces. Now the complete flow is fine. The only thing is we are adding this add service to constructor of onboarding page, so we need to register onboarding page to our dependency container. So let's go to MAUI program, and here we'll say builder dot services dot add transient, and let's add onboarding page like this. We are good. Now let's do one more thing. We have that sign out functionality, sign out thing on our app shell. So if we go to our app shell, where is it? App shell.xaml.cs. Here we have this sign out menu item clicked, right? Right now we are doing this, but we will not do this. We will use auth service.sign out. So here in this app shell, we'll inject our auth service like this, and then in here we are going to comment this out, and we'll say auth service dot sign out. Now this does not need to be async. No, this needs to be async, because after signing out we should navigate user sorry, we should navigate user to the onboarding page. So we'll say onboarding page like this. Name of onboarding page. Name of onboarding page like this. Okay. Now this is going to give us some error. The reason is this app shell. The way we are using app shell is from app we actually create this instance directly. We are not using DI for this. So we already have auth service here. We can directly pass this auth service to this thing. Now we are good. Let's try it out if it is working. API is already running, right? Yes. Let's quickly check this. Sorry. All right, app is here. Let's go to sign up, not sign up. Let's try sign in. So sign in. Abhay at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. Incorrect password. I made some typo. 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, sign in. We signed in. Let's restart the app. If we restart it, it should directly open home page. It should not open onboarding page, but it opened it. So there is some problem. Let's quickly check what the problem is. So for that, what we'll do, we will put a breakpoint here. We'll go to initialize. We'll put a breakpoint here. We'll put a breakpoint in sign in. And then we'll go to onboarding and we'll put a breakpoint here as well. Okay. My bad. My bad. Do let me know in the comment if you figure out what the issue is. If not, don't worry, I'm going to explain it. If we go to our MAUI program where we have registered our auth service, if you see, we have set add transient. Sorry. So how add transient works, whenever we are injecting this auth service, it will going to register a fresh instance of auth service. So right now, first thing, we have injected it in auth service, this app main app. So this is a different instance. We are initializing it. It has the authentication state that the user is logged in. But when we go to onboarding page, here again we have injected it. Now this is a brand new instance. It does not have to do anything with that instance which we injected on app, which we initialized. So these are two different instances. Now if we go to auth view model, that is a different instance. So these are three different instances. So in this case, we need single instance throughout our app for this. So for that, we will use add singleton. That means does not matter wherever we are injecting it in on any page, app shell, or any view model or any service, the instance is going to be same. So if we are modifying it from anywhere, it will be reflected at all other places. So let's run it again and let's see. It's coming. Initialize. Let's remove all the debug breakpoints because we don't need these, right? We know what the issue is. What happened? Rebuild and apply changes. And it opened home. You see, we didn't have to do anything. It opened home. If we restart the app again, it should open direct home page. It will not open our that onboarding screen. Cool. Now we open this my card. If we press sign out, we have some error. System argument XAML unable to figure out the route for slash onboarding page parameter URI. Okay, we'll see what the issue is. App shell onboarding or not onboarding. It should be on. Is it on our app shell, right? Here we should have it here. Onboarding page. This onboarding page. This is defined on app shell directly. It should be there. Shell content onboarding page. The problem is we have not defined route for this. So we need to define route for this, the same onboarding page, right? All right. Now let's try it out one more time. Okay, it got signed out. So we are here. Let's try signing in again. We had the test that the test at gmail.com 123456. Sign in. We are here. Let's restart. It should open homepage directly. We are on homepage. Let's sign out. We are on the home page. Sorry, onboarding page. Now if we restart the app, it should open this onboarding page only because right now user is not logged in. This thing is working. Great. So sign in and sign up. Complete functionality is working. The authentication state persistent is working. And we are moving to home page if we are already logged in. Sign out is also working. All right. All right. So now when we are on home page, let's fill the data on home page. Okay. So on home page, we are going to show all the available ice creams. Okay. So let's work on that. So we'll first create some DTOs for this displaying the ice cream on home page. So I'm in shared DTOs folder. Here I'm going to create a new class and let's call it ice cream DTO. Ice cream DTO. Okay. And we don't need any mutation for this. So we can create it as a record. So public record ice cream DTO. Now with this, we will have our ID. We will have our ice cream name. We will have our image. Then price, double price. And we should have some options as well. When we say options, So for that, let's say public record ice cream option DTO. Ice cream option DTO. And this is going to have string flavor, string topping, and for now let's have these two things only, and we can make it as a record struct. All right, now in this main ice cream DTO, let's move it up. In main ice cream DTO, after price, I'm going to have this ice cream option DTO array with options. Okay, so now this is our ice cream DTO. Let me clean this up. We don't need any using on this. So now we are good. Ice cream DTO and ice cream option DTO. So now we need to return this ice cream DTO array from our API. Okay. So for this, what we'll do, we'll go to our API services, and here I'm going to create ice cream service, one service, and I'm going to inject our data context to this data context. Okay, private read only ice cream service underscore ice cream service. No. Why ice cream service? Data context. This was suggesting, and I used that. All right. So we have context ready now. We can directly use this. So in here, we are going to have one method for now. So public async task ice cream DTO, which will come from icecream.shared.dtos. So array of this, and here we'll say get ice cream async. All right. And from here, we can return await context dot ice creams dot as no tracking dot to array async. And now we are good. What is the issue? Oh, this is returning ice cream, but we need ice cream DTO. All right. So after this as no tracking, I'm going to have select I goes to new ice cream DTO. Here we are going to need we are going to use this DTO for this I dot id, I dot name, I dot image, I dot price, and then for options we can have I dot options. Now this is of type ice cream option, but we need to convert this to ice cream option DTO. So for this, what we'll do, we will say I dot options dot select. Now we are selecting options. So O new ice cream option DTO, this one. All right. And for this one, we'll use this flavor and topping. So v dot flavor and v dot topping, not vo dot topping. And we need to convert it to array. So dot to array. And now our DTO is ready, ice cream DTO. Let's break it down to multiple lines so that we can see what is happening here. So let's do this. ID, name, image, price, and then this. Then this. So we need one more. All right. So what is it? All right. So our method is ready. We are returning ice cream DTO, which we need. Let's register this ice cream service. So here in our API, I'm going to add it, add transient ice cream service, and we are good. Now we need to add one endpoint for this ice cream, right? Get fetching these ice creams. So I'm going to go into APIs endpoints folder. In here we have auth endpoints. So after that I'm going to say app.map get, because this is going to be get request. So here I'll say slash API slash ice creams. All right. And now we'll simply say async, and we need to inject our ice cream service here. So ice cream service, ice cream service, and from here we will simply return type result dot okay await ice cream service dot get ice cream async. So our API endpoint is also ready. Now we can consume this on our home page. Okay. So on home page, yeah, from API standpoint, we are good. Now let's go to MAUI. In here for home page, first thing we will create our view model. Okay. So in view models folder, I'm going to create home view model, this view model, and this is going to be public, partial, and now I will derive this from base view model, right? And in the base view model, we are already deriving from observable objects, so we can directly have our observable properties collections here. All right. Now in this home view model, first thing I am going to have one private ice cream DTO of ice cream. So list of ice cream. I'm not having it as observable collection because we are not going to modify this collection on home page, right? We are not adding, removing, or modifying some property, nothing. On home page we are just displaying these, and there we are going to have one maybe click command or tap command, and on tapping of that we will open a new page with ice cream details. So that's why we can simply have this collection here as observable property. So we'll directly add value to this. When we'll directly add a new reference to this, we could say. So we'll say ice creams equals and that new value which we will get. All right. Now this ice cream DTO, we need to populate this. So we'll populate this in similar. If you are following me, you would know that I use that initialize method approach. So for this, I'm going to create a public async task method here, and I say initialize async like this. Okay. And here I'm going to have one Boolean flag to check if it is already initialized. Is initialized. Okay. Here I'll check if view model is already initialized. We'll simply return from it. We will not do anything. Now if this is not initialized, we'll say is busy to true. First thing. Then we'll make API call to fetch ice creams. All right. So let's have this in try catch block. And then in finally, we'll say is busy to false. And then in this exception case, we will say await show error alert async, which is coming from our base view model. And here we can directly display ex.message and we are good. All right. Now we need to make this API call to fetch ice creams. So we need to have this. We are using Refit. So let's go to our services, and here we have iAuth API. So in same way, here only we'll create one more interface, public interface. We'll say ice cream API, ice creams API, something like this. Okay. And here the return type should be same. So I'll go to ice cream service in API. I'll simply copy the return type and method name. Method name does not need to be same. but the return type should be same. Get ice creams async, and then we need to tell it that this is a get request with API URL API slash ice creams, right? This we can verify from our endpoints in API. So the URL is this slash API slash ice creams. So slash API slash ice cream. So we are good. Let's move this ice cream API to its own file. Then I need to tell Refit that you need to generate that HTTP client and all that implementation for this ice cream API. So for this, we'll go to our MAUI program where we are configuring Refit. Okay, so here we have configure Refit. Where is this? Yes, it's here. Now we'll have one more thing, services dot add Refit client, and this time we'll say ice cream API. We will use the same Refit setting. We'll use the same configure HTTP client. Now when we are repeating this, so it's always a good idea to extract this out in a separate method. Okay, let's do this. Refit setting is fine, but for configuring this HTTP client, it takes one action which takes one parameter as of type HTTP client. So what we can do here, we can simply create an internal local function here. We'll say, we can have it as static void uh, configure refit HTTP client, something like this. And this will get HTTP client, and for its body we'll use this method. All right, then we can directly set it here. So configure Refit HTTP client like this. Okay, and same thing we'll do here with this second ice cream API Refit setting and this. All right, or configure Refit client, let's rename it to set HTTP client, something like this. Set HTTP client, yeah. All right. Now when we'll add our third API, then we'll directly set this thing. Okay, this will be reused. All right, so now we can inject our ice cream API in our home view model. So let's inject that. Ice cream API, ice creams API, and we are good to use this now. Let's use this. So here, when we are saying make API call to fetch ice creams, here we'll say what? Or should we say it? No, we can directly set our ice creams with await ice creams API dot get ice creams ACI. All right. After this, we'll set our is initialized to true, or maybe we can set it here only. And in catch, we'll revert this. Because this is not initialized, so that when control comes to this method second time, it should try to initialize it again. All right, so our view model is ready. Now we can inject this view model in our home page. So let's go to our pages and homepage.xaml.cs. Let's inject this home view model, and we'll create a read only property here. The reason is we will call initialize method, and we'll call that in our on appearing method. So we will override that method on appearing. We'll make it async And here we'll say underscore home view model dot initialize async and we'll update it. All right. Now in constructor, we will set binding context to this page only home view model like this. Now one more thing on home view model on home page, we are displaying the currently logged in user's name. So for that also, let's go to home view model and we will have one more uh, variable here. We'll say private string, let's say user name. And we'll make it as observable property like this. All right. Now what we'll do, we need to get this user's name and this we can get from our auth service. So we'll inject our auth service, auth service. Let's create and assign a field auth service. And when we are entering a initialized, so before is initialized, if is initialized true, return from here before everything. We will do this thing always in initialize, because if we don't do this, so what would happen if we came to this page second time and maybe we do some sign out stuff and sign in stuff, or maybe on the same device if we use two different accounts, then it will going to be true within the same session, because this is going to be initialized only once. But after that it will not have the latest value. If we do this after this, then it is not going to work. But it will work, but not in the expected way. So we will set this always. The way we are going to set is, we'll say username equals, we have our auth service. From here we can access our user, and from here we can access our name. So we'll do this always. All right. This we know it is not going to be null. The reason is we are allowing only logged in users to enter in our application, right? So this should be non-null. So now we are good. We have our username ready. Now let's, oh yeah, username is fine. Username is fine. All right. Looks like our view model is ready. Now what we'll do, let's go to, okay, we already injected this. In home page, we are setting binding context. Now let's register this home page and this home view model in dependency container. So we'll go to MAUI program, and here where we have all our registrations, here I'll say builder dot services dot add singleton home view model, and dot add singleton a home page. All right. So everything is ready now. We can start using this now. So we'll work on designing our home view model, home page now. So let me go to home page, save everything, and now I will start the API. So debug, start without debugging, and then I'm going to start this MAUI app, and then we'll design it on the fly. Alright, so app is here. Let's start. So first thing, let's add our namespace. So XMLNS VM for our view model, view model. All right. Then we are going to set our data type for this page, which will be home view model. Now let's remove this vertical stack layout. Okay, first let's move to the home page. So Abhay at gmail.com 123456. Sign in. Now let's remove this vertical stack layout and let's add grid here. First will be vertical stack layout for complete content. Then second one is going to be same activity indicator with the vertical stack layout center, horizontal stack layout center, or color as deep pink. And we already have this right on sign in sign up pages. And now I'm thinking something. This one, right? So these things, color, vertical stack layout, horizontal stack layout, we are adding the same thing for all activity indicators throughout our app, right? So it's better to have standard styling for activity indicator. We can move this. So let's move this to app.xaml where we are actually having our global styles. So here I'll add one more style with target type activity indicator. All right. Here I'll say setter, property, horizontal options, value center. Then vertical options also center. Then color, deep pink. All right. So now we can clean actually our activity indicators. We will just have is running, nothing else. Let's modify all other existing activity indicators. Save. And then let's copy it and use this on home page like this. All right, save everything. Cool. Now let's start working on the main content. So in here, instead of vertical stack layout, we will have vertical stack layout, but we will have a scroll view outside of this because we will have that scroll functionality here. So inside scroll view, I'm going to have this vertical stack layout, and here, first thing, I'm going to have a label with text binding username. Let's see how it looks. It is there. Now we'll say font size 35. All right. All right. Now let's do this. On this binding username, we'll say string format. And here we'll say hello and then our name. So hello Abhay Prince, like this. All right. Now let's have some spacing from all the sides. So on this vertical stack layout, let's have spacing of padding 10. Okay. Hmm. After this label, let's have one more label with a text. Let's say, what would you like to have today? All right. Then font size 18. Then font attributes bold. Save it. So everything is fine. And in here, what I want to have some spacing between these two labels. So let's wrap these two labels. So we have two approaches. Either we can have margins on one of these label. So if we are doing that margin on first label, we will have margin bottom more. And if we are doing that on the second label, we will have margin top more. Or we can simply have one vertical stack layout, nested vertical stack layout basically. And there we can have spacing of whatever we want. So for example, let's say I want a spacing of 20 unit. So I can do this. Okay. 10. All right. Save it. And we are good. But on top, I want some more spacing for this main vertical stack layout. So I have padding fixed. So let's do this. 10, 25, and 10. Okay. 10 from left, 25 from top, 10 from right, 10 from bottom. So all sides 10, but top we are having 25. All right. Okay. Now after this vertical stack layout, I want. Okay. Now we'll display our ice creams in our collection view. Okay. So let's use collection view. Item source we are going to get from our binding, and that is going to be that ice creams collection. All right. Now on this we'll set item layout, and we are going to use grid items layout with two column grid actually. Grid items layout. In here we will say mm, orientation vertical and span 2. Collection view, what is the issue? Content is set more than once. What do you mean by content is set more than once? We didn't set content. Items layout. Yes, items layout. All right, let's set content, not content, item template with data template. And it is going to be of type ice cream DTO. So let's add namespace for that as well. So here we'll say XMLNS DTOs, which comes from share.dtos. All right, here data template, we'll set x.data type. This is going to be ice cream DTO like this. And here for now, let's just have a label with binding name so that we can see that something is coming up here. And here is nothing. Collection view, items source, collection view items template, collection view item template. What is it? Oh, my bad. I have added this collection view outside of this main vertical stack layout. This should be inside this. Hmm. All right, so we can see these. Cool, it is looking great, right? Two columns grid. We have all these ice creams. Now, let's have some spacing from the very top. So, on this vertical stack layout only, we can set margin 0 from left, 0 from top, 0 from right, and let's say 25 from bottom. This one. All right. Cool. Now let's start designing our this thing, these items. But before that, let's have some spacing between these. So for this, on our grid items layout, we have other properties as well. So here we could say vertical item spacing of 20 maybe. Yes. All right, save it and we are good now. Now let's start designing this main content. So for these main contents, I am going to have one border with a background color of, I have one color ready. Let me check that. Okay, so it's here FBDBDE. Okay. On this border, I don't need any stroke thickness, so stroke thickness 0. But I need stroke shape. Stroke shape. So this, I am going to have round rectangle of corner radius 10. All right. Now inside this border, we can have all the things, and we are going to display image, the name of the ice cream, and price of the ice cream, these three things. So we'll have this in a grid with 3 rows. Grid, here we'll say row definition, so star, then auto and auto. Okay, in this first we'll have our image. For this I'll say grid.row0, which is default. Then I'm going to have source, which will come from binding, and this is going to be image. And here I am going to set height request 200, and we can see this. Alright, now for aspect, I'm going to say aspect fill so that it fills the entire space. Cool. Now we have spacing vertically, but we don't have spacing horizontally, right? So on this grid items layout, we can have horizontal item spacing as well. Okay, so let's have it 15. Cool. Or maybe vertical spacing also we can have 15 only. Alright. Now we have all our, so for this one background is kind of white. On this complete page, let's have a background. Background color, some light gray kind of color. Alright. Okay. Now we are good. Now let's add name and price as well. So after this image, I am going to have one label, gray.row1, and the text is going to be binding name. It's here. Okay. Now yeah, this color is kind of light pink. Now on this, we'll set font size to, let's say, 16. Horizontal option center. All right. Then let's have padding 10 and 0. No, not 10, 0. 0 and 10, right? We need padding from top and bottom. All right. Now for this, let's set text color deep pink. Okay. And font attributes bold. All right. And on these things, this cookie dough extravaganza, this does not look good. Although we have set horizontal options to center, it is horizontal option center, but the main label is centered, but the content, the inside inner text is not centered. If the text is bigger, for example this one, this is fine. So for these things we need to set one more property, that is horizontal text alignment inside that label. It should also be center. So now we have this in center like this. Okay, cool. Now after this label, we will have our price. So here I'm going to have one more label with grade dot row 2 and text binding price. All right. Now for this, we are going to have string format, and I am going to format it as currency format. So for me, for Android, my Android emulator, it is in dollar, but for my physical device, it will be in INR rupees. So we'll check this on physical device later, but right now let's design this. So for this also, I'm going to set font size 16. All right. And horizontal options, I want it to be end of the screen. Okay. All right. Font attributes bold. Fine. Okay. Now, if you see for this thing, this peanut butter paradise, this one, and this dollar 8.50, we need some spacing for this, right? So when we say spacing for this label, let's have padding 10. So it will be applied from all the sides. And no, let's have some smaller padding from left and right. 5 and 10. Alright, and for this price also we are going to set padding. So let's have padding 5 from all the sides. But now there is very much spacing between these two, right? So let's see what we can do. Let's decrease the size of this first. Then what we'll do, we have this bold, we have this 16, this price. Yeah, now we have 5 and 5, right? Now it is fine, I guess. So you can spend some more time if you want to design some other things, or maybe you don't like this layout, then you can play around with all these properties. So for me, this is fine. All right. So we have all our ice creams ready now with image, name, and price. Okay. Now next thing, what we'll do when we tap on any of this, it should open up one detail page with all other details. That thing we will work on next. But maybe before that, let's see how it will look on uh, physical device. Okay. So now it will not directly work on physical device. We need to do something, because for physical device right now the way we are connecting to our API is using this localhost. But when we run this on physical device, then localhost is not there. So we need to connect these two things. So that we'll do next. For now, our homepage design is ready. Homepage is completely functional. Close all tabs, minimize this. Alright. So now let's work on physical device. So for that, we cannot connect to localhost, so we need some other way. One way is to deploy this API somewhere, but that is not what we are going to do. So what we'll do, we'll use dev tunnels for this. So let's select our API project, a startup project, and then in here when we open these options for HTTPS, this launch profile, here we have this dev tunnel. Okay, so I'm going to create a new tunnel. Name ice cream YT, something like this. Tunnel type, for now I'm having it persistent, so that if I close the Visual Studio and open it again, it should persist. Then comes access, so we'll make it public. And okay, now let's wait it to generate it. Your dev tunnel has been successfully created and selected as current dev tunnel. So if we check it, we have this ice cream YT dev tunnel is ready. Okay, now let's try to start it. I'm starting API, so it will open dev tunnel. Okay, so I got this. If I say continue, it will open up Swagger UI with these three endpoints. So now my dev tunnel URL is this. So HTTPS tivdel devtunnel.ms. So let me copy this. Now I can simply close it and I can start ice cream API as that same way debug start without debugging. It will open dev tunnel of course. Okay, so it opened it. Now we need to connect to this dev tunnel instead of localhost. So we'll go to our MAUI project, MAUI program.cs. Now here I am going to have this I am having this set HTTP client with this base URL and all this stuff. Now what if you don't want to use dev tunnel, you're just testing it on uh, emulator simulator. So for that, if you are not willing to create dev tunnel, that is also fine. So I will have this logic intact here. Now what I will do here, I will add one more condition here. I'll say if device info dot device type, if this is device type dot physical, I'm going to override this base URL with our dev tunnel URL. Okay, so now you will be good for both the cases. And if you have dev tunnel and you want to use dev tunnel, you don't want to use it, so this thing will work on both the platforms. So both device types. For virtual also, we can simply remove this if we want, if we do not want to use this localhost. If we do this, then we can remove this, and in that case we will not need this HTTP message factory. We just need this for localhost, right? So this thing is up to you. I am having both of these approaches here. All right. Okay, now I think we are good. We can try it out on both the platforms. So first let's check on emulator only. Then I'm going to run it on my physical device. So I'll open Wiser. I will stop this, allow, stop Visual Studio. Wiser is here. My device. All right. Now let's select this device, Android local device, run it. It will take some time for the first time. Let's wait for it. All right, so it's on my physical device. I'm going to sign in. Abhay at gmail.com. Password 12345667. Incorrect password. Sign in. Activity indicator, incorrect password. That means it was able to connect to the API. Let's fix the password. Now password is correct. And we can see this activity indicator here as well. And then we have this thing. So that means it's working on both the platforms. Right. Now we can start working on our next piece. That is going to be the detail page for these individual ice creams. All right. All right. So for detail page, we do not need any change on API side, because on home page, when we are fetching all the ice creams data, we have all the necessary information to display. All right. All right. Okay. So in MAUI side, first thing, we'll create a view model. We need one view model for this. So we'll call it details view model. View model. Okay. And then let's follow our convention. So public partial class, and it is going to be a subclass of base view model. All right. Now on this page, because we already have complete ice cream information, we can directly pass that ice cream information from our home page to our details page, right? So from our home view model to our detail view model. So here we just need to have one observable property for our ice cream DTO. So we'll say private ice cream DTO, ice cream DTO. Okay, let's call it ice cream only, and we'll make it observable property. All right, ice cream like this. Okay, now it can be nullable, so we are good. Now, in order to get value from shell navigation, so the way it is going to work, from our home page, from our home view model, we will pass the complete ice cream object using shell navigation. So when we talk about shell navigation, in order to access the value on the next page, or this view model is smart enough to check that okay, this is so we can get that value in view model instead of page, so it will work same. So here the thing we need, that is query property. This is an attribute. So in this we need to provide two things, name and query ID. Okay, so name, in most of the cases we use same thing for both. So name, this first name is going to be name of ice cream, right? Yes. So first one is going to be name of the property here. Okay, in which property in this view model we want to hold the value which we will get from shell navigation. Then it has second value, which is query ID. So this is what is going to be the name of this query in the shell navigation. It is going to be, in our case we are going to use sale like this. So the way it is going to work, whatever we pass, so it will be the details page, question mark, then ice cream. So how it works, it works like this. So it first thing is query ID equals, then it is going to be value. Okay, so this query ID is the second one. So in our case what we are using this only. Then this first value, this is going to be in which property in this view model we want to hold this value. So this is this thing. So in most of the cases these two are same. That's why I'm using this name of ice cream and name of ice cream, both same. All right, I hope it's clear. Okay, now we have ice cream. So we can simply show this ice cream on our details page. But before doing that, we need to get this value on this details page. Okay, so for this, we already registered it in our route for this details page, right? So if we check our app shell, here we have our details page. So yes, we already registered it as for this routing, so we can use shell navigation for this. Now we'll go to home view model, and on home view model we will introduce one command. Okay, so here we'll say private async task, and we'll say go to details page async like this, and here we will get the ice cream DTO object. All right, now what we need to do, we need to say await shell dot current dot go to async, and then shell navigation. And for this first thing we will use the route, the URL actually. So that is going to be name of details page, and then second parameter we will use animate. Yes, we want to animate this, animate true. Then third is going to be shell navigation query parameters or iDictionary string object parameters. So we can have one dictionary of string and object, string as key and object as value. So in our case, key is going to be that as ice cream which we have on our details view model. So this query ID. So the query ID we have used name of ice cream. So same thing we'll use here. Then value is going to be the actual data we want to pass, that is this ice cream DTO object. Okay, so let's use this. So here instead of making this expression, let's make it a full body. And here we'll say where parameter equals new dictionary of string and object. Okay, and here key is going to be name of details view model dot ice cream. This is the key, and value is our ice cream. So our parameter is ready. Now in this go to async, we can pass this parameter dictionary directly, and we are good. This thing is ready. Okay. We already have this go to async method in our base view model, right? So go to async URL animate. Let's add one more method which will mimic this signature. So let's come here and we can use this one, or maybe we can directly go not here in our base view model. We can copy this one, and after bool animate we can set I dictionary of string object and parameters, and here we can pass this parameters like this. Okay, now we can use this, so we don't need to shell dot current, we don't need to use this. This is good. We are good now. Now we just need to make it as a command, so we'll say relay command, and then we need to use this on our XAML page, home page. Okay, so the way it works, this relay command, it would have created one command for us with this name, go to details page command. So let's use this. Let's go to home page. So pages and home page. Here in the collection view where we are displaying all our ice creams, we have the main border. So on this whole border, we are going to add a tab gesture recognizer. So here we'll say border dot gesture recognizers, tab gesture recognizer, and here we are going to add our command and command parameter. So command parameter is going to be binding dot, because we want to send this complete ice cream object. So for this we are having this inside collection view item template. So let's access that command, which will come from collection views parent, which is this page which has a view model, this home view model. All right, so how we are going to do this? We will use our binding, and for this source is going to be a different source, and this is going to be a relative source. Okay, a relative source, we will set ancestor type. So check in the parent, when we get type home view model. Okay, so this is a relative source ancestor type. It will traverse upward to the ancestors, and where it finds first home view model, which is this pages view model, then it will stop there and it will set source to this one. And on this we can set path, and that is going to be go to details page command, which we just copied. All right, so now we are good. We can save it. So it will work. We will click on it. It will call this go to details page async method. From here we'll set this parameter and we will navigate to details page, and on details page we are going to use our details view model. So let's do this. Go to details page. Where is our details page? It is here. So in details page, in constructor, we are going to add our details view model, and we are going to set our binding context for this page. So binding context equals this details view model. Save it. And now we need to register this details view model and details page in our dependency container. So let's go to MAUI program.cs, Here we have all these registrations, so we'll add one more. We'll say builder dot services dot add transient. We need transient for this, we don't need any other. Add transient details page. So now our registration is done. Now we are good to go. Okay, so we'll check if this thing is actually working. How we will do that? We'll go to details page, XAML. First thing, let's set the namespace. So XMLNS VM. We will set view model, which is going to be this ice cream view model. And on this, we are not going to have any title. And here we are going to set shell dot presentation mode. We will use modal animated so that it comes as a modal on top of the previous page. Okay, then we'll set X data type. This is going to be details view model so that we can access the properties of this. So we already have here one label. We'll add one more label, text, binding, and here I'm going to say ice cream dot, let's say name. So we'll see if we are able to get this value. All right. So save everything and let's run it. API already running. I'm going to run it on my device, physical device. That let me open Wiser. Okay, we are on home page. We have these ice creams. Vanilla Delight, if I tap on it, it opens from the bottom and we can see Vanilla Delight. We can go back. We can go to Strawberry Dream. Go back. Some other Maple Bacon Pleasure. And we can see this, right? So that means this linking is working. We are able to pass the data successfully and we are able to fetch the data successfully on the details page. Now we just need to design our detail page. Okay, all right, so let's do that. Okay, we are here. We'll start designing it. We will remove this vertical stack layout. We don't need this. Do we need a loader on this page? I don't think so. Maybe not. If we'll need it, we'll add. So first thing, we are going to have a grid here. I want image and a lot of data here. Let's use grid with row definitions of, let's say, star, auto, star, and auto. Okay. And in this thing, first thing, I'm going to have vertical stack layout. I'll set grid dot row 0. And inside this, I am going to have an image. Okay. And for this image, source will come from binding ice cream dot image. So if I do this, I should see the image here. Yes. All right. Now what we'll do on this vertical stack layout, let's move it to center horizontally. So horizontal space options center. Then on this image, we'll set some height and width. Let's set height of 250. All right. Then width also, let's set it 250 only. Then horizontally, it is already center, but let's use this horizontal options as center and aspect width. Our image is ready here. Now after this image, I'm going to have one label. I'll set text and the text I'm going to use ice cream name. So binding ice cream dot name. It is here. All right. Now for this, let's set horizontal option center and horizontal text alignment also as center. Font attributes bold. Okay, and font size at maybe 24, and we'll use text color as our main color, deep pink. Save it. Give me a second. So now we have ice cream name. After this, I want to display price. So for that, I'm going to add one more label here. Label text is going to be binding ice cream dot price. Here I'm going to use string format, and I will set it 0C to convert it to currency. I can see 9.5 rupees INR. All right. So let's style this label. So text color deep pink, font size font size 20, and font attributes, let's use bold only. All right, looks like we're fine. Horizontal options center. Now to do text alignment, horizontal options. We just need this because this string is going to be small. All right, so we are good. Okay, let's add some spacing on this vertical stack layout. So here we'll say spacing 10. All right, save it, and we are good now. After this, we want to display all the available customizations, all the available options for this. So when we say this, we already have one. Let me minimize this. If we check our seeding data in our API, data context, where did I add seeding data? Here only, yeah. Yep. So these ice cream options, for example, for first ice cream, we have these three customizations, right? Flavor and toppings, vanilla flavor, chocolate sauce flavor, or whipped cream flavor toppings. So these different options. So we are going to use this. So we'll display these options there. So this is a collection. And if you check our DTO, that ice cream DTO, it also has this ice cream option DTO, which is its options object. So we have this flavor and toppings for this one. All right. All right. So we can directly display this. Let's pin this details page and details view model. Where is our details view model? Here it is. And I'm going to close all others. Close all but pinned, and we are good. All right. So on this, we can display our options. So for that, what we'll do, in this vertical stack, or maybe after this vertical stack layout, I'm going to use collection view. Collection view with the first thing, grid dot row 1. So after 0, we will have the second row. Then we'll set our item source. This will come from binding. This will be ice cream dot options. All right. Now we'll set our layout for this collection view. So collection view dot items layout, and here again I'm going to use grid items layout. Okay, with the span of 2 and orientation horizontal. Okay. All right. So 2 columns grid. Let's have some spacing in horizontal and vertical upfronts. So let's say vertical item spacing 10, and let's use same for horizontal as well. So horizontal item spacing also 10. Now we can see this 1, 2 horizontal. Okay, it is here. All right. Orientation, no, not horizontal, vertical. My bad. Sorry. Hmm. So these are like this: one item, first item, second item, then third item. All right, we are good. Save it. Now let's design this thing. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say collection view dot item template, data template, and for data template, we will define our data type, and now this data type will come from our DTO, right? So for DTOs, let's add a namespace here. So we'll say XMLNS DTO, and we'll say DTOs Icecream MAUI.share.DTOs. It will come from here. So let's pull up the first vertical stack layout. All right. Now here data type, it is going to be ice cream option DTO. This is the data type for this, right? All right. Now we have this data template. Here we can define that. Here we'll say border, and on this border we'll say stroke stroke shape. We'll say round rectangle, maybe 5 radius. We'll say stroke, let's use gray. Padding 5, this is fine. And now inside this we'll add actual data. So let's use one vertical stack layout here. Let's use that. So vertical stack layout, and inside this vertical stack layout we will have our label for flavor and topping, right? That is what we want. All right. So here what we'll do, okay, we'll have one more vertical stack layout inside this. So we'll say vertical stack layout, and here inside this vertical stack layout, I'll show you why I have nested vertical stack layout. So first I'm going to have label with text. Here I'll say binding, and now here I'll use this flavor. This is the binding. We can see this. Now what it is, I'm going to add one label with a hard coded string. I'll say this is flavor. Okay, flavor chocolate. Then I'm going to have this again. This is the thing. I want this for topping with this hardcore string as topping like this. So now, so that we can have the different things. All right. So on this flavor and topping, let's design these. So first flavor, we can say text color, we'll use a deep pink color. All right, then we'll make it a little bigger. So we'll say font size 16 and font attributes bold. All right. Okay, looks fine. Now on this second label where we have text flavor, let's use text, sorry, not text, uh, smaller font size. So we'll say font size 12. All right. Now let's copy these two labels, paste in the next vertical stack layout. I'm doing this so that I don't need to copy this, or we can have these styles as a content, sorry, resource dictionary here on this content page label. So you are easily refactor this, right? All right, so let's copy this, paste this, and here we'll use our topping and save it, and we are good now. All right. Now we need some spacing between these flavor and topping, right? So on this vertical list stack layout, we can add some spacing. So we can have spacing of, I don't know, maybe 5. Yeah, this looks fine. And then we can have some more spacing between these two if we want. So on this vertical stack layout, we can say like 2. Okay. Let's use the same for the second one. Vertical stack layout spacing 2. All right, save it. Okay, now we have some spacing between these price and this section. Okay, so for this section, what we'll do, we'll say on this collection view, we can set vertical options at center and it moved to center. All right. Then we need some spacing from left and right. So padding on the page level basically. And we need more spacing from top. So on the main grid, which is the main container for this, what I'll do, I'll have some padding here. So I'll say from left 10, from top 30, from right 10 and from bottom 10. All right, we have spacing here. Okay, so this looks fine now. After this, what we'll do, we are going to have our quantity increase, decrease, and add to cart buttons. Okay, so let's collapse this collection view. And here we are going to have our third vertical stack layout. Vertical stack layout, grid dot row 2 to make the third row. Okay, and here I'm going to say vertical stack layout end. So I want it to the very bottom. And here what I will have first, I'm going to have a grid for our increase quantity, decrease quantity, and number of ice creams we have added. So the quantity display for that particular thing. So we'll have a grid here with 3 columns. So column definitions. Let's use star and fix height to display the quantity and then star. Okay. Now first we will have our image button, grid dot column 0. Okay. And here source is going to be minus, which I should already have in resources. This is going to be our icon. So if I do this, I can see this minus. If I copy this again, paste it one more time, make it plus, make this grid dot column 2. I should see minus and plus both. Okay, well, we'll design these, but for now let's have it like this only. After that, we are going to have a label where we will display our quantity. So label text. Now we need to have quantity. So for this, in our details view model, we are going to have one more observable property. Private int underscore quantity. Okay. So here we can use binding quantity. Like this. If I save it, nothing will happen because we just added this, so it is not able to figure out. So for this, let's restart the app. All right, so it's here. If I tap on it, I can see this 0 here. So let's set the grid dot column 1. If I save it, it should be in center. All right, not in completely center, but it is in here. So for this, what we'll do, we'll set vertical option layout at center, or sorry, vertical options as center and horizontal options as center so that it moves to the very center. All right. Now on this label, let's set some bigger font size, font attributes bold and font size 25. All right. Okay. It looks fine now. Okay. Now we need some styling for these minus and plus buttons. Okay. Before that, let's do this. Let's change this to the, okay. No, let's just design this. Then we'll see if we need tint color or no, right? So for this, what we'll do on this main page, we'll say content page.resources, and here we are going to define our resource dictionary, and in here we are going to define our style. target type image button. Okay, and then key is going to be let's say QTYBTN. Let's make it full quantity BTN. All right. Now here we'll define our setters. So first we'll set property, and this property is going to be, let's use background color as our deep pink color. Okay, now before continuing further, let's use this style on both of these image buttons. So first image button will say style, static resource, quantity btn. Let's use the same thing on this plus button. Save everything and we are good now. It looks ugly, but we'll fix this. All right, now what we'll do, first thing, let's move this to setter. Let's copy this. So we'll say first thing, vertical options at center, or maybe let's use horizontal options as well for center. All right, after that let's set height and width. So we'll say height 40, height request 4040. Okay, then width request same 40, and then we'll say corner radius 20 to make it circle. All right, now let's have some padding between this. So let's have padding 5. Let's restart. Okay, it's here. Let's try to open it. We are here. We have this minus and plus buttons. Okay. Now, now we need that. So we need to change the tint color to white, right? So that it look good on this deep pink background. So for this, what we'll do, we need community toolkit, MAUI. So for that, we'll add a namespace. What am I doing? Okay, I'll come here. I'll say XMLNS. Let's say toolkit. And here I'll use this one. Schema is Microsoft.com.NET 2022 MAUI toolkit. And then we will come here on this image button. We'll say image button dot behaviors, icon tint color behavior, and tint color will use white. Cool. Let's copy this and use on the second image button as well. Save, and we are good. We have our minus and plus buttons ready. Okay. Now whenever we are pressing these buttons, then quantity should increase or decrease. But before that, let's add that button, add to cart button. So for this, inside this vertical stack layout, after this grid, I am going to have one button with the text add to cart, and it's here. All right. Now, first thing, let's have some spacing between this button and this grid. So this vertical stack layout, here I'm going to say spacing 10, or let's say 15. All right. All right. Now we are good. Okay. Now first thing, let's add this quantity, add and means increase and decrease these quantity. So let's add commands in our view model. So in this details view model, here I'm going to say private void, let's say increase quantity. Okay, Here we'll say quantity minus minus. Okay. Then we'll say decrease quantity. Sorry, increase we'll say plus plus, and decrease we'll say minus minus. Alright. Both of these we need as relay command. So we'll use relay command attribute like this, and we are good. Alright. Let's go to details page and let's use these commands. So on this first one, this is minus. So this will be decrease. So here we'll say command binding decrease quantity command, and IntelliSense is not working because we just added these to C sharp. We need to restart the app. So I'm restarting it. And we have this error. Is the name different? Relay command increase, decrease, quantity. Quantity. Spelling mistake. Quantity. Alright, save. Let's run. And the same error. So if you have missed this part earlier, so somehow this gives this error in deploying file with this slash dot underscore override and all this application name dot dll. So it happens sometimes, and if we simply rerun it again, it works fine. So maybe this is related to some .NET bug, Visual Studio bug, or because my device is old, this physical device is old, it is related to that one. So I'm not sure why this happens, but it is not breaking anything, it is not stopping me to do anything, so I'm good with this. Okay, that's why I simply skips this error. All right, we have it now. Let's open one of this. We have this, and if we increase or decrease, we can decrease this, which is not correct, but at least this thing is working. Let's go to this XAML page and let's use command on our increase quantity button or plus button, then we'll fix this error. So here we'll say command binding increase quantity command. All right, now for increase there is no limit, there is no restriction, we are not adding any restriction, but for this first label, sorry, not label, this minus button, this decrease quantity button. So what we are going to do, we are going to use uh, something to prevent this to go in negative direction. So we can have multiple approaches. One approach is we can have this check in here in our command. Here we can check if quantity is already 0. Sorry, not here, increase, decrease. If quantity is already 0, we will not do anything. We will skip this. If quantity is greater than 0, then only we'll do this post decrement. All right. Then we can have one more, and that approach is going to be we can have triggers. Okay, for UI. So on this image button, what I will do, I will have a trigger here. So image button dot triggers, and I'm going to have data trigger because I want this dependent on one bindable property, that is this quantity. Okay, so what I want to achieve here, if the quantity is 0, I will just disable this button. Okay, so for that I'll add this data trigger. Here I'm going to use binding, and this binding will come from our view model, which will be direct quantity. Okay, now if this quantity's value is 0, then I'm going to add setter with property, and that property is going to be is enabled. It is not giving me IntelliSense because on this data trigger we need to set target type. Target type is going to be image button. Save it, and now I can have a setter property is enabled. Okay, so value will be false if the quantity is 0. And what is the issue here? Index was out of range, must be non-negative, less than size of the collection, parameter index. This is something I don't know what is it, but we are good. Maybe this is some false uh, error from this Visual Studio, this syntax error. We can simply restart it. So let's try this. Let me restart, stop and rerun. Yeah, that error is gone now. Same, it will give this error deploying file, the deploying error which I just talked about. So we are good, we can skip this easily. Let's wait it to show that error pop up, then we'll say no and we'll deploy it again. Continue, no, let's rerun and it will work this time. All right, let's open one of these. It is here and this is disabled right now because the value is 0. If I plus 1, this is still disabled. The reason is we have not enabled it. So we need to tell. So the default value for this image button for this is enabled. We'll say this is true. So the default value is true, but on this trigger, if when the quantity is 0, then it will set it is enabled to false, and whenever this is not 0, then it will simply go back to this original thing which is enabled true. We can test it out here. Still not working. Let's retry. I'm rerunning, or should I have something? Okay, would it not go back? If that's the case, we need to have some other approach. Hmm. Open. This is disabled and this is disabled. That means this going back will not work. Quantity is 0, but now quantity is not 0 because we are displaying the quantity here. Quantity is not 0, then it should not have this effect. Okay, if this is not working, maybe this is not how this work, or maybe am I missing something? So if you guys know something about it, do let me know in the comment. If not, we are okay. We have alternative approaches as well. We are not going to stop our work. That's the beauty of learning these things. If we have some blocker, we can simply move to another approach. All approaches are fine. There is no problem with any of this approach, so we are good. So what we'll do in this details view model, in here we will check. So before decreasing this, we will simply check if quantity is greater than 1, then only do this. If that's not the case, we will not do anything. We'll simply pass it. So we are not going to do anything and we are good now. Decrease quantity if it is greater than, not 0, greater than 0. Then only will decrease it. So it will go till 0, then it will not have any effect. This button is not going to have any effect. Alright, so looks like this is fine. Clean this up and let's rerun to check if this is working as expected. Let's open. Minus, nothing is happening. Plus, I can increase and then I can go back to 0, and after that nothing is happening. All right, so this thing is working. Now before working on this add to cart functionality, we should work on this thing. So we have these three options. User need to select any one of these options. Okay, if I select this one, let's say third one, there should be some visual indicator that this particular flavor, this particular this customization, this option is selected, right? So we should have some visual indicator. If I select this one, if I select this one right now, I don't know which one I have selected, and we need to track this. We need to react to this change and we need to save it somewhere. Okay, so that thing we'll do next. But before that, let's have, although we can press this back button, it will go back, but we should have some back or close indicator here on this thing as well. So for that, I'm going to have a cross button on the very top right here, or we can have it on top left. So for this, what I'll do, I'll simply wrap everything, this complete page, in a grid without any row and column definition, because I want that button to be on top of everything on this left, right, or maybe top right. Okay, so here I'll say image button, and source I am going to have uh, I have one cross button somewhere. Okay, I can say this, that is fine. Now let's design this. So first thing, let's say horizontal options as start, vertical options as start. Okay, it is at the correct place. Then let's have background color as deep pink. All right. Then let's have height and width. So let's say 50 height, 50 width, and corner radius as 25 so that it's perfectly circle. Then let's have padding 5. All right. After this, I am going to have the behavior on this. So I'll say image button dot behaviors, so icon tint color behavior, and tint color will have white, not wheat, white. All right. Now let's have some margin of 10. All right, it's here. And then let's have some shadowish effect. So for that we can, I'll use default shadow. So image button dot shadow, and here I'm going to have just shadow, nothing else. All right. Now when I tap on it, it should simply go back. So for this, let's go to our details view model. We can have our go back button, go back command here actually. So we'll say private async task go back async. Okay, and from here we'll simply say await, have that go to async, right, where we can provide our path. So dot dot is the previous page in shell navigation. Okay, one step up, which is back. All right, this is going to be relay command. So save it, and now we can use this. So community toolkit.mvvm is going to create actual command for us, and the name is going to be go back command. Okay, it simply skips this async suffix and it adds command suffix, so it will generate go back command. So on this details view model, on this image button, we are going to have our command. We'll say binding and go back command. Let's rerun to check these C# changes. Okay, it's loading. Open up and tap on it and we are good. Okay, you can check like this, close, and it is working as expected. So if we press the back button here, this should also work the same way. All right, and it is okay. We can add that animate true as well. Animate. All right. All right, so this thing is also working. Now next thing, we need to work on this selection of these customization options. All right, that we'll do next. So for that, we need to have one different type. So for that, let's work on that actually. Okay, so right now these are our options. Okay, we are going to work on this selection. So we can select any of these customization and this ice cream option, and that should show some visual indicator, and we are going to store that selection somewhere. So right now this is actually just the options ice cream option DTU this record struct which comes from API. Now, but when we need to do something extra, we need to have some observable property on this. So inside this ice cream option DTU, maybe instead of doing that directly in this DTU label, what we'll do, let me stop this. What I'll do, I'll create an ice cream option type in our main MAUI project only. So we have models folder. Here I'm going to create a new model. Okay, so we'll say ice cream option. Okay, and I'm going to create it as public partial because I want it to be observable. So observable object, and here we are going to have three things: flavor, topping, and one more thing which will tell us that if this option is selected or not. So the flavor and topping, these are never going to change. So we can have these directly as properties, normal properties, not observable properties. So I'll say public string flavor. Then I'm going to have public string topping. And then I am going to have one observable property of type bool, which will be is selected. And this is going to be observable property. All right, save everything. We are good now. Now we are going to use this type on our details view model. Okay, so here I am going to have one private observable property of type that ice cream option. So I'll say ice cream option array, and here I'll say underscore options. All right, and let's have it as observable property. Okay, let's have default value of this blank array. Now we need to fill these options. And how can we fill these? We can get these options from our main ice cream DTU. Whenever we are getting new value for ice cream DTU, we have this ice cream options DTU in here as this options property, which has these two things. So from here we are going to fill these options. Now we have one problem. The problem is we don't know when this ice cream is going to be filled, because this value comes from this query property which comes from our shell navigation. So it is sole responsibility of this framework. So now we need to tell that whenever you are changing this ice cream, at that time you should fill these options as well. But this is there is going to be custom logic. So for that, what we can do, whatever properties we decorate this observable property with this, right? So from community toolkit, generate some hookable method, some hooks to that we can inject our logic. So for example, for this ice cream, if I come here and if I check this ice cream, this is uppercase I and this is underscore ice cream. So this ice cream community toolkit have generated for us. So if we check the source code here, it is returning that type, that underscore ice cream variable which we have defined. But when the value is getting set here, we can see it is calling this on ice cream changing. Then on ice cream changes value and default value. Okay, these are two different flavors. One is direct new value, one is the previous value and new value. And then we have on property changing for, okay, this is property changing. Then it is setting the value and then it is calling this on ice cream changed. these two methods, right? So if we check any of this method, if we simply collapse everything here, so these are these partial methods. Partial, void, on, ice cream changing, without body. So these are the hookable methods. These are hooks which this community toolkit.mvvm is giving us. We can provide values for these partial methods. Okay. So we will be providing value for this ice cream changed, on ice cream changed method. Okay. Let's do this. So here we will be using partial, and it is going to show us all the available partial methods for this class right now. So we have ice cream changed, single value, new value. Do we need something from previous value, from old value? I don't think we need anything. So we can directly use the second one, which just use this new value, and this value is actually the new ice cream value which we are setting on this page. All right. So here what we'll do, first thing we'll check value is not null, of course, or we can say value is null. Or let's use this only. Or let's first set options as blank array. Then we'll check if option is null. We'll simply return from here. We will not do anything. Then if when we got values for this ice cream, then we can simply set these options in a way. We have this value which is actually ice cream being set, dot options dot select. On this options we can simply select, and then we'll say new ice cream option. Where is it? It is here. Now on this ice cream we can set flavor, or it's selected, we'll set false by default. And we have one more property, that is a topping, o.topping, and we are good like this. And this is going to be, what is the issue here? It is saying cannot implicitly convert, oh, from enumerable to this. All right, so what we can do, we can simply say dot to array, and we are good. Save everything. Now we have these options. We will always have these options as the correct valid options. Now if we go to a details page where we have our collection view for options, where is it? It is here. So instead of binding ice cream dot options, we will just bind options, and in that case the data type is not going to be this DTU, but the data type is going to be from our models. So we'll say XMLNS, we'll call models, Icecream MAUI.models, and now this data type is going to be, where is it? It is here, our models ice cream option, this one. Now it also has the same flavor and same topping, so we are good with this. But now we need to use that that is selected property as well, right? So for that, first thing, let's add one method, and we could say command in our view model to react to that selecting the new option. So here what we'll do, well, let's go to the very end. We can have it anywhere, but let's have it here. So here I'll say private void, let's say select option. I'm selecting some new option, and I'll pass the complete ice cream option object option, or maybe let's call it new option. Here we will have some logic, and that logic is going to be, we need to modify the previous options. So what we'll do, we'll modify the previous options. So we have options, we'll simply say that get all the options dot select, not select, yeah, select. So with select, what we'll say, o Hmm. Okay, what I want to do actually, whenever I'm selecting any new option, I want to deselect all the options. Then I'll set that new selected option as it's selected true. Okay, that is what I want to do. So I want to set all the is selected to false. So we have two approaches. Either we can have some loop and then we can set all, or we can directly modify these options. So what I'm going to do, I'm directly going to modify this options equals options dot select, and then here I am going to have a body for this. Here I'll say o dot is selected equals false. Okay, and then or we can have some. Okay, let's make it simple. So setting all the false, then simply returning o back. So this is fine, like this. So here I'll add comments, deselect all options. Then I need to select this new option. But now new option, because this is reference type, so would have updated this one as well. So what I'll do, I'll check var new it's selected if this is being selected or not. Let's say new is selected. So we'll check if we are selecting this option or deselecting this option. So we'll say not new value dot is selected. Okay, we'll do the opposite, and then we'll set this is new selected to this new option directly here. So new options dot is selected equals new is selected. This copy is required because we are modifying all these here, so we would not know if this was uh, selected or not selected before, if we are coming to select or not. If we don't have this, if we'll do directly this new option dot selected, what we are going to set. If we are going to set true, then it will always set it true. If we are going to false, then it will always going to set it false. But that is not what we want. We want to toggle it. All right, so let's make it command, relay command, save it, and let's run it, and then we'll use this command on our this details page dot XAML. Let's run it. All right, so it's here. Let's open up detail page. We are here, and now UI is still same. Now we need to have that reactivity on this, right? So for this, what we are going to do on this border only, on this border, I'm going to add gesture recognition. So on this border dot gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer, and here I'm going to use command with binding, and we'll have different source, X relative source, ancestor type, and the ancestor type in this case is going to be X dot type details view model, and here we'll set our path to select option command like this, and then we need to add our command parameter, and this is going to be this complete option object. So binding dot, like this. If we save it, if we do this, something is happening but we cannot see this. So now we need to check if some option is selected. We need to have some visual indicator so that we have selected state now. So for this, what I'm going to do on this border, we'll use our triggers. So data triggers. So border dot triggers, And here we'll use data trigger. Target type is going to be border only. And binding, we will check for binding of this option. Not option, sorry. It's selected. Okay. And we will react to change, that is if value is true, then do something. And that do something is going to be we'll set setter property. So first thing, let's set maybe stroke to deep pink. So value is going to be deep pink. And now what is the issue? Object reference not set to instance of an object. Finding same thing. Let's try to rerun. Okay, it's loading. Okay, let's open up. And you see, we can see that border color change, right? Now let's add others as well. So we'll say stroke thickness. Let's increase the stroke thickness, maybe 4 for the selected one. This is selected right now. Then this is selected. Then this is selected. Now when this is, we're good with this. If you want to add some other styling as well, you can add. Okay. So I'm going to remove this, and maybe if 4 is a lot, let's use 3. So we are good. And if we tap on the same one again, now it will, then it will remove that completely, right? Now there is no option selected. Now if we press this one, now this is going to be selected. It comes later because of this hot reload. So if we restart the app, it should come quick direct. All right, let's open. And if we select, these are getting selected, right? I'm using physical device. Let's use, you see, this is working as expected. So now we can see that, okay, this one is selected. Now this default and chocolate sauce is selected. Now this mint chocolate chip and default is selected. Okay. And then our increase quantity and decrease quantity is also working fine. Now we are good with this page. Next thing, we'll work on this add to cart. And when we'll work with add to cart, we need to have 2 3 different things as well. We need to have that we will implement badge here. So whenever we are adding any item to the cart, we are going to add badge on this cart tab bar item, that now 2 ice creams are added to the cart, now 5, now 6. So all these things we'll do next. All right, let's clean this up, close all. All right, so for cart, first thing we need to have our one model for storing cart items, and then we'll have our cart view model. Okay, so let's start from model. So in models, I'm going to create, this is going to be MAUI specific model, so we'll have it in our .NET MAUI project only. Let's say cart item. Okay, and we are going to have it as observable, so we'll set public partial class cart item, and we'll set observable object as a base class for this observable object. Okay, now this cart item, it is going to store all the current selected ice cream options and all the details of ice cream which user is adding to the cart. So first thing, we need to have our do we need some ID? We can have some ID. Let's have int. Then we will have ice cream ID. Ice cream ID. Which ice cream we are adding? Okay. Then we are going to have ice cream name. Then we are going to have price. All right. After that, we are going to have quantity. Or before quantity, we need to have the selected option. So when we select some option, we have two things, flavor and topping. So for those also, we'll have public string flavor name and public string topping name. Okay, selected flavor and selected topping. These are, so all these things are not going to change. When I say not going to change, after adding to cart that item, we cannot change it, right? If we increase or decrease the quantity, we'll add to the cart again, then we'll do our math, and then we'll see if we need to remove the previous items and we'll add new item. Okay, we'll do like this. We cannot actually uh, modify all these things. We can actually, but there is no point. We are not going to modify because these things are going to remain same. The only thing which we are going to change on this cart item is quantity, because we can increase and decrease the quantity after adding the quantity to the cart, right? Right now I added one ice cream of some flavor and some name, then I came again and this time I increased quantity 1 from 2. Okay, so the quantity is the only thing which can change for one ice cream which we are adding to the cart. So the quantity is going to be observable. So private int quantity. Okay, let's make it observable. So it should be observable property. Now whenever we are changing this quantity, there is going to be one more field which will be price. What is the price for this? Double, double. Oh my god, yeah. Total price of this ice cream with this quantity, right? So this is going to be a computed property which will be the product of price times quantity. Okay. Now price is not going to change, never changing, but quantity is changing. So whenever we are changing the quantity, we need to tell that you should recalculate total price as well. So that means we want it to notify properties for total price as well whenever this quantity is changing. So for that, community toolkit.mvvm gives us one attribute which we can add on this quantity property. It is going to be notify property changed for. And here we can set name of total price. So whenever it is changing to the value of quantity, it will simply notify for quantity and it will notify for total price as well, so that our UI can react to this change and modify the this total price on the UI. I think our cart item is ready. Now we are good to use this cart item on our view model. Okay. So in our view models, let's create a new type, a new class, and this is going to be a cart view model.cs. All right. This is also going to be observable. So public partial class cart view model, and we will derive it from base view model. Okay. Now on this one, we are going to have our cart items as an observable collection. Okay. So let's do this. So we'll say public observable collection of type cart item, and these are going to be our cart items. Okay, let's have default value as empty, this new default value. What it is saying? Collection. Oh, yeah. All right. So we have these cart items now. Now we need to have methods to modify this cart items, right? To add the value to this cart item. All right. So on our detail page, whatever details, whatever info we had, we will simply pass that info to this cart items method. to this cart item. So here we are going to create one method. We'll say public void, let's say add item to cart, something like this. All right. So here we'll get all the information. So what all information we have there? We have ice cream DTU on that ice cream detail page. We have ice cream DTU. Apart from ice cream DTU, we will get quantity and we will have selected flavor and selected topic. All these things we will get. All right. Now here first thing we will check if this ice cream, if there is some entry for this ice cream in our cart item. Okay. So we'll check, we'll say if you are existing item. Here we could say cart items dot cart items dot first dot default ci dot ice cream id equals this ice cream dot id. If this existing item is not null, that means we already have entry for this ice cream in our cart items. So now we just need to figure out that how to modify the existing values, right? So now what we'll do, we will check if the quantity, the new quantity, if this is equals 0. If that's the case, I think in this case we should not do anything, right? Yeah, we shouldn't do anything in this case. So we should not be worried about this quantity equals 0. Hmm. So here what we should do, we should always have a greater quantity, but we can still check if quantity is equals 0. We should not do anything, right? Or should we remove this item from the cart if we set quantity to 0 and then we said add to cart? That means just remove this value from cart, right? Fundamentally, is this the case? Yeah, let's do this. Okay, if we initially I have added one item, it will display me one ice cream added to the cart. Then if I press decrease quantity, now it is 0, and then I press add to cart, it should remove that. Okay, let's follow this approach. So if this is the case, that means if new quantity is 0, we could say user wants to remove this item from cart. So here, while I'll say cart items dot remove this existing item, and we are good. Okay. Now, whenever we were doing stuff like this, we should notify the user, right? So for this, we are going to use toast messages. So for toast, we are going to use our community toolkit MAUI, which we already installed. So for this is going to be used at multiple places. So it's better to have this in our base view model as a method, which we can use in our derived view model. So here I'll say protected async task, let's say show toast async. Okay. And here we'll simply have a string message. And now here we will say await toast, which should come from community toolkit.maui.alerts toast.make. We will have our message here, and then show, which is in sync method. Because this is single line, we can directly use it like expression body method. So our show toast async method is ready. Now we can actually use this on cart view model. After clearing this, we'll say await show not alert. We'll say show toast async, and here we'll say ice cream removed from the cart, and we are good. Now, if That's not the case. Quantity is not 0. Okay, and if quantity is not 0, quantity is greater than 0. Less than 0 case does not exist in our case, but if you want to handle that, you can use this less than equals 0. So if that's the case, somehow it comes to this unpredictable state. In that case also, we'll simply clear out that item from our cart. All right. Now, in the else case, we will simply modify the quantity. So here we'll say existing item dot quantity with this new quantity. For example, previously we have 2, now we increase it to 5, we press add to cart, now we will have 5 items. So we are actually modifying the quantity. Okay. After modifying this, we'll simply do the same thing. We'll say await show toast async, and here we could say quantity updated in the cart, and we are good. All right. Now what if this ice cream does not exist in our cart? Okay, that means for this ice cream we are adding this ice cream for the first time in our cart. For that we'll have our else case. For this is existing item is not null. In this case existing item is null, we don't have that. So here we'll generate our cart item, we'll construct our cart item. So we'll say var cart item equals new cart item. Okay, and then we'll set all the properties one by one. So flavor, ice cream ID, after that name, price, quantity, topping. Okay, so this ID we are not going to set this ID because this ID is different. So flavor name, ice cream name, price, quantity, topping name, we have added all these. So now we just need to add this cart item to our cart items observable collection. So here we'll say cart items dot add this cart item. This is the new cart item. Okay, after this we'll simply show our toast alert. So show toast async, and here we'll say ice cream added to cart, and now we are good. Our cart view model is also ready. All right, the basic structure is ready. We'll add other methods as we continue. But now, first thing, we need to work on the tab bar badge. Whatever quantity we have in our cart items right now, we need to display that on our tab bar. So for this thing, how to implement tab bar badges in .NET MAUI for Android and iOS, I already created a video. You can check that video on my YouTube channel. I'm going to link that in description as well, so you can check that out. In that I just explained it in detail how to implement it for both the platforms. So if you go to my channel, youtube.com/Prince, maybe if you go to playlist, I know that these playlists are not organized in that way, but or maybe on home or videos. I'll drop the link so that you can directly reach there. This video, implement tab bar badge. Okay, so in this I explained in detail how to implement that. So we are going to use the same approach in this current video. Okay, in this I'll simply just write, but in this video I have explained everything. All right, so now when we talk about that, the tab bar badges, we need to add platform specific code. Okay, and then the tab bar is a part of shell, so we need to use custom shell renderers and handlers. All right, so first let's implement it for Android. So we'll go to our platforms and Android folder. In here I am going to create a new file, let's say Tabbar badge renderer. Tabbar badge renderer.cs. Okay, let's make it public. Now, this should be a derived class of shell renderer, which comes from Microsoft MAUI control handlers compatibility. So from the shell renderer, we are going to override one method, and that method is going to be create bottom nav view appearance tracker. Okay, because we are using our tab bar, bottom tab bar, and we'll add this thing there. So we will use this approach. We'll override this method. Now if we see, it by default returns create bottom nav view appearance tracker. Now if we check, this method actually returns this interface. So we just need an alternate implementation of this interface. Okay, our own custom implementation. So for this, I am going to create an nested class here. I'll say class, and I'll say badge shell bottom nav view appearance tracker. Okay, badge shell, what this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Just one thing we need to see, if you go to this interface, there are these two methods, but we do not need both of these. Okay, so instead of using both of these, what we can do, we can go to this one, and here we have the shell bottom nav view appearance tracker. From this class, we cannot go to there, but this already implements this interface, so we can simply create a subclass of this class. We are going to that. So this badge shell bottom nav view appearance tracker, we'll simply inherit it from shell bottom nav view appearance tracker. Okay, and in here we can simply override set appearance method. This is the method where our complete code is going to be. Okay, all right, now it is giving us some error, that is for constructor. We need to generate constructor because it needs a parameter constructor, so we are going to use this. So it needs shell context shell item. We are good. Now what we'll do after this, we will use our we need to get access to the particular tab bar, tab item basically. So for this, what we can do, on this set appearance, we have this bottom view. So from this bottom view, we can actually say get or create badge. Okay, and then it says menu item ID, which is actually an index of the item of the tab bar item in that bottom tab bar. So in our case, that cart item, that is the second item in the tab, right? We have three items and the second one is cart. So second one, that means 0 1 2, it is 0 based index, so we will have 1. Or we can have simply a const here, so we'll say const, and we can say cart tab bar item index, so that it's const int. So we can use this. So we know that what this one is, this magic number is actually cart tab bar item index. Now it returns us a badge drawable. Okay, this type. We can store it in badge drawable. Now we are going to use it multiple times, so we don't need to create it again and again. We can simply store it at this class level. So here I'll say private and badge drawable, and I'll use this badge drawable. We'll simply store this in here. Okay, but before doing this, we will check if this badge drawable is null, then only you need to do this. That means just do it for the first time. After that, we already have this value, so then there is no need to do this again and again, right? Now, after this, we will have one helper method here. Here we'll say private void, let's say update badge, something like this, and we'll have our int count here, badge count. Now we already have our badge variable, and on this badge variable we can set couple of things. The first thing is we can set badge variable dot number. This is going to be this count. Okay, and after that we can set some styling to this. So badge variable dot, we can set background color. Let's use colors dot deep pink dot to platform, so that it is compatible with Android platform. And on this pink, deep pink color, we'll say badge drawable dot badge text color. We'll set it as white. So colors dot white dot to platform. So now we have this as a white color. Now we need to call this update badge with count. So by default, after getting this, we'll set it to 0. Now this piece of code is going to be executed only once at the very beginning, at the first, but we need to update this count whenever we are adding or removing items from the cart, right? So we need to have some mechanism by which we can trigger this method again from our cart view model. So for this thing, we will use simple events in C#. So on our cart view model, we are going to have two things. First, we will have public static. I'm making it static. Public static int. I'll say total count. Okay. Then I'm going to have here public static event handler of let's not have any type. We will simply have total count directly. Here we'll say cart count changed. Okay. Cart count, total count changed, something like this. Total count or total cart count. Let's make it total cart count. Total cart count, and this is total cart count changed. Or maybe let's have it int only. Okay. So whenever we are performing any operation with this cart item, whenever we are modifying the quantity, we should notify this. We should raise this event. Okay. So we are doing this in our add item to cart. Okay. So when we came here, this maybe for all these operations, right? We are actually modifying the cart quantity, right? Everything. So what we can do at the very end of this method, we can simply say var total count, or maybe total cart count equals, we could say cart items dot sum, and we could say I dot quantity. So sum of all the quantities in all the cart items. We have total cart count, and then we can simply say total cart count changed dot invoke object sender, which will be this, and which cannot have, because this is static and we don't need this sender. Then we need to provide int, which is the actual new quantity. So here we'll say total cart count, which we just computed, and now we are good. Okay, so this total count changed, we are going to use this total cart count changed, we are going to use this in our Tabbar shell renderer here. So initial value, instead of 0, we'll set cart view model dot total cart count. This is the initial value, and after this, whenever this value is changing, So for this, what we can do, we can say cart item, sorry, not cart item, cart view model dot total count, total cart count changed. We can have this thing here, model total cart count changed, object sender int e. This is actually new count. Okay, we don't need this sender, so we are good with this. And on this, we are going to, whenever thing is happening, we'll say update badge, and we will use this new count, or we can use this total cart count as well if you want. So this is up to you how you are using this. So now this method update badge, this is going to be executed whenever the total cart count is changing. That is what we need, right? Now in this update badge, let's make one more change. If the cart count is 0, then there is no point of displaying that blank or 0 as a badge, right? So here we will check what is the count. So if count is less than equals 0, although less than 0 is not a case, but still let's use this. In that case, what we'll do, we'll say underscore batch variable dot, we have a set visible method, so we'll simply set it to false. We don't want to display our badge if the count is 0. Okay, and then if else, if that's not the case, then set it we'll set the colors, and then we'll set it visible. So batch variable dot set visible to true. This is all we are going to do. Okay, all right, so looks like everything is fine now. Now here is one more thing, we are adding this event handler. So whenever we add event handler, it's always a good idea to remove those event handlers. Okay, what we can do, we can simply override dispose method. Let's copy this line. At the very end, we will override dispose method. After setting this, or maybe before this, we'll simply say cart view model total cart count change, and we'll say minus equals. We are removing this event handler, and now we are good. So this badge is ready, logic is ready. Now we have this, from this shell render, this tab bar badge render, from this method create bottom nav view appearance tracker, we need to return this implementation, right? Right now we are returning this uh, the default, but that is not what we need. So here, from here, we'll say just new, and this type, it needs shell context and shell item. So shell context is this context only, and shell item we already have as a parameter here, shell item, and now we are good. So our tab bar batch renderer is ready. Now we need to use this shell, this renderer. We have just created this renderer. We are not using it yet. So to use it, we need to tell MAUI. So for that, we can go to our MAUI program.cs in here, where we have this builder.use MAUI app configure font, use MAUI community toolkit. Within this chain only, we can set dot configure MAUI handlers. Here, it takes an action delegate of our I MAUI handler collection. So let's say H, which is handler collections. And on this, we can set H dot add handler. And the type we are adding for shell. And the value is going to be tab bar. What is the name we have set? Tab bar batch renderer. This thing. Tab bar batch renderer. Now we need to add namespace. If we add namespace, then we need to add these if else conditional statements and all this. So better to use the same namespace, the default application level namespace. So I'm going to use this only. So on this tab bar batch renderer, I'll use this namespace directly. And here now I don't need to set that renderer tab bar batch renderer, tab bar batch renderer. Fine. Now still we cannot see this. The reason is right now the selected uh, type is this iOS. If I select Android, then we can see this, right? So right now it is only for Android. So what we'll do here, we'll add that condition. So we'll say conditional compilation here. We will tell it hash if this is Android, then only do this, and if else, there's no else. So you don't need to do anything else. If I select any other uh, type, now this is not going to be in use, so we are good with this. All right, so save it. Now I guess we should use this cart view model. Okay, so we should see this thing, but let's go to cart view model. Let's register this cart view model. So we will have singleton registration for this cart view model because we need only one instance throughout application for this cart view model. So we'll go to MAUI program again, and in here we will register this. So we'll say builder.services.add singleton cart view model. And now we can inject this cart view model on a details view model because we have add to cart functionality on this view model on this details page only, right? So here what we'll do, we'll simply add a constructor and we will inject cart view model here, cart view model, and then we will create one command here. So we'll say private void and let's say add to cart this thing, and in here we will simply say underscore cart view model dot add item to cart, and from here we'll provide ice cream DTO, which is actually this ice cream object we have here, then quantity, which we have this property here, flavor and topping. Now we need selected flavor and topping. So for this what we can do, we have this options array. So from here we will select these things. Here we'll say word selected option. Here what we will do, we will say options dot first or default, and which one, for the one which we have is selected to true. Now if user has not selected anyone, so we will by default select the first one. If this is null somehow, we'll simply add this null coalescing operator. From here we'll simply say options of 0. So now we have the selected option ready. Okay, now from the selected option we could simply say selected option dot flavor and then selected option dot topic. So now we have everything ready for this. We know ice cream is not going to be null in this case because this is one button on UI, so which will be after we have ice cream. Now let's make it to relay command, and then let's use this add to cart command on our details page. So let's go to pages, details page, and let's go to the very end where we have our button add to cart. Here we'll say command and we are going to use this binding add to cart command. Now let's save everything and we are good. Now we should see this thing. Let's try to run the app. Might take some time. Oh, it didn't take that much time. Okay. Okay, let's open any one, increase the quantity, add to cart, ice cream added to cart. If I close this, I can see this one badge here. Let's go again, and two items. Now if I say add to cart, we should see three items. Three items, you see? So we have three items now. Now if I go again, add to cart, now we should see four items. So we have four items now. We are not storing selected quantities, right? Okay, right now we are just working on this badge icons. We'll work on other things after some time. But right now, so this tab bar badge is working. We can add items to cart. Now next thing, let's do the same thing for iOS. We'll test on iOS later at the very end maybe. But right now, it is good. Let's generate, let's do this tab bar badge renderer for iOS as well. All right. So for iOS, we'll go to platforms, and let me copy the same name. You could name it otherwise as well. So in iOS folder, I'm going to create tabbar badge render.cs again. Namespace, same thing. We are going to use the application label namespace, Icecream MAUI only. Then let's make it public class tabbar badge renderer, and this is going to be again subclass of shell renderer. Okay, and in here we are going to override, and this time it is going to be create tab bar appearance tracker. For iOS, this is create tab bar appearance tracker, and this returns this I shall tab bar appearance tracker. So we'll follow the similar thing. We'll create a class. We'll say shell tab bar appearance tracker. Appearance tracker, and this is going to be existing class. So we'll say shell, not shell, badge shell tab bar appearance tracker, and we'll create a subclass of the shell tab bar appearance tracker, right? Shell tab bar, they should be caps, yes. All right, so now this is the subclass. We need to override one method from this, and that method is going to be update layout, this method. Okay, so here, save everything. We have this controller. From this controller we can actually get our main that cart tab bar item on the bottom tab bar. Okay, so for this, what we can do, first thing, we need to have that index. So we'll do the same thing. We'll say const int. We can have it somewhere at centralized place as well, so that these two are in sync, but that's fine for now. So here, how can we get the cart tab bar item? That is var cart tab bar item. From this controller, which we get as a UI tab bar controller, from this controller, we can access tab bar. On this tab bar, we have items collection. And from this items collection, we can simply select index, which is cart tab bar item index for our case. So now we have this cart tab bar item. So we'll do the same thing which we have done earlier. So this is of type UI tab bar item. We will have it as class label. So UI tab bar item. So we'll have private UI tab bar item in a label. So we'll say cart tab bar item like this. And in here we will check if this is null. Then only you set index and you try to access this like this. Okay, now we have this cart tab bar item ready. On this cart tab bar item, we can do our logic, and that logic is going to be, we need to check here again if this is not null. is not null. Then we'll say cart tab bar item, or let's create a separate method, update count method, the way we have created for Android, something like this only, update badge. So inside this, we'll say private void update badge, we'll pass count. And in this first thing, we'll check this condition. If cart tab bar item is not null. Okay. Then we will check the next thing. We'll check if count is less than equals 0. Same thing. So if it is less than equals 0, what we'll say? We'll say on this cart tab bar item, it has a badge value property. We'll set it to null. So it does not have that set visible or set visible method to set it to visible true or false, but it has badge value. If badge value is null, then it is not going to display it. If you want to display 0, you can provide it as 0, it will display 0, but that is not what we want. And else case, if we have cart count greater than 0, then what we'll do, we'll say cart tab bar item dot badge value. This is going to be count dot toString. It needs string, and we can set cart item dot badge color. Okay, so for this we'll do same thing, colors dot deep pink dot to platform. And now we are good. Our update badge method is ready. We can use this update method, update badge method from here. Update badge, the default value, we'll use cart view model dot total cart count, and after that we'll add event handler for total cart count changed. Okay, and from this thing we'll simply say this is the new count, and we'll do the same thing we have done for Android. We'll simply call our update badge method with this new count value. And now we are good. Everything is fine. Just one thing is remaining. That is, we need to remove this event handler in dispose method. So for this, we'll come here. We'll say override dispose, and we'll simply say minus equals this thing, and we are ready. All right. So save it, everything is fine. We have this. Now we need to use this method. So we'll return it from here. We'll say return new tab bar badge renderer. Return new tab bar badge renderer. No, not tab bar. This shell badge shell tab bar renderer. This appearance tracker. All right. Now we need to use this one as well in our MAUI program. So if we go to MAUI program, right now we have this Android condition. So what we'll do, we'll say Android or iOS. We'll do this. So now if this is Android or iOS, because we had the same name, that's why we can use this. If you have some different name, then what you need to do, you just need to add some different if condition, and then you need to use h.add handler with the new name, whatever you have used. But for me, the name is same, so I can use it like this, Android or iOS, then use this. If it is some other platform, you don't need to do anything, and we are good with that. All right. So looks like this is fine. We are right now not testing on iOS. We'll test it later. So it should work. If it is not working, then we'll check it. Then we'll fix all the iOS related stuff. We'll do at the very end. We'll fix everything and then we'll see. All right. So close all tabs. Everything is fine. Next thing what we will do, if you let me open the app again. Okay, let's open the first one, Vanilla Delight. Select this, add. I am adding 2 quantities of this, right? Close this. Now if I open it again, you see 0, but we just added 2 items. So what should I have done? We should have that 2 here. So we need to store this information somewhere, that whatever ice cream we are adding to the cart, how many number of items we have and all that stuff. Right now that stuff is just in our cart view models, that observable correction cart items, but that is not the case. That is not the right place to store it, because if I stop it and open it again, then I'm going to lose the static part, so that cart items is going to be empty. So for this, we are going to implement local database, SQLite database in our application. Okay, to store the cart items on the device only. All right.